Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Day 11 of the FIDE World Championship 2024 is on, and the finish line is creeping closer. With 10 games behind us and the score tied at 5 apiece, neither Ding nor Gukesh has managed to break free. Every game has been a battle of nerves, skill, and endurance, with a rare quieter game yesterday, but both players coming painfully close at times to decisive victories. In the vibrant city of Singapore, where contrasts thrive and competition is very much celebrated, the stakes are higher than ever. Will Day 11 tip the balance in this historic match? The board is set. Let's find out. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our coverage of the FIDE World Championship 2024. We are the muscly capybaras on the desk, joining you for the next God knows how many hours of action. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. We hope you've got your tea and coffees ready. I certainly have everything I need, because starting with the wonderful gentleman to my right, I've got an Anish Giri on my side. What could possibly go wrong? Good morning, Anish.
Good morning, John.
And there's absolutely nothing else I would rather have to round out our broadcast as Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, welcome back to the broadcast. Is it Groundhog Day?
Yeah, good morning, John. Hello, Anish. Welcome, everyone. Super excited to be here. Game number 11. After yesterday's calmness, I believe we're going to see a big storm.
So we have had a string of draws where it's just been increasingly ratcheting up the tension as far as a fighting draw is concerned. We had a lovely little pause yesterday where actually things simmered down a bit and it wasn't quite as fighting as we'd normally expect. But that might set the stage for some fireworks on the board today. If you have maybe watched some of the fighting chess earlier on in the tournament and maybe you haven't seen what the broadcast was like yesterday, don't worry, we've got you covered. In fact, have a look at this, because in a couple of minutes, we'll bring you up to speed.
While there is some room for creativity, he might just say to Richard, maybe next time, can we put one pawn in the center? Not on move 30, but like on move 1 or 2, and just get it over with.
1d4 is indeed on the board.
Well, we actually get another London system. That's kind of a surprise. All eyes on Gukesh. Will he repeat that very sharp line with c5, or is he deviating?
He's back to the same system that he did at that time. Oh, he plays bishop e2. That's the third move. That perhaps the biggest surprise that there is in this position. I think definitely very happy. Yeah, such a nice controlled position. Something went a little bit wrong in Gukesh's memory. Bishop g5. I like this the least, by the way.
Gukesh should be kind of happy that this is on the board.
Oh, he trades in the most controlled way.
What I'm seeing here, I find it very hard to believe that White can get anything out of this anymore.
If they were looking for ways to make something fun out of this game, they had much more opportunities before. You know, now's not the moment.
Yeah, Ding just wants to trade looks. I think the rest is just a formality.
Indeed, yeah, they are very accurately trading all the pieces. Both of them don't want to take any risk here, which is understandable. Ding had some little potential for something, although truth be told, it was never much, but some little potential. but he's very quickly given up on that, and yeah, steering the game towards a draw, and putting all the pressure on Gukesh and on Gukesh's white games.
Today, you varied from your earlier London when you played Bishop e2. We looked at the database and we saw not only has Richard Rapport played this move, but his wife has played this move, WGM Jovana Rapport, and she's here. So my question is she your secret third second?
I did have a second, but not her.
Is she ever in the room when you're preparing?
She's in the inside room. She did not follow what we are preparing.
Okay, well, bad news for me. 2300s cannot help you. But in the opening, you actually got him to think a little bit longer, which is the opposite of some earlier rounds. So as he was using time on the clock, were you getting maybe excited that he lost his way or anything like that?
Yeah, it's a real case that he's thinking more in the opening than me. But I think when I play white pieces, it's sometimes happens. But in return, I think for a long time after he surprised me with knight h5. So the time is even again. And yeah, I think it's more about finding the best moves. The time factor is not that important than the position itself.
Gotcha. And finally, the last time we talked, you mentioned that your rating had crept above Anish Giri and Hans Niemann. Both of those guys are very active on social media, so they may have seen the interview. Did either of them reach out to you or say anything about that?
No, I didn't check the Twitter recently. They did not send a message to me.
Okay, well, you're still above Anish and Hans, so maybe if they watch this one, they'll post something about it. But congratulations on a really well-fought match, and good luck in the final 4 games.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think I would be doing my job as a show host well enough if I didn't conveniently present the opportunity for Grandmaster Anish Giri to respond to that interview with Ding Liren. Anish, any words for your rival?
Well, no, I mean, I think Ding and myself, we are at the lowest point in our ratings for a long time. So I'll be happy to pick up that rating battle with him, but perhaps hopefully on a much higher peak than now, because yeah, Ding has also been 2800th player for just very strong player with a very high rating for many years, and currently he's in a temporary slump. He's gonna definitely come back and fight for the top 5 spots once again, and I think this match could be the start of that comeback, because he's looking a lot better here than in the past year or two, and his play, I feel, is slowly gaining confidence, but today is a pivotal moment. It will be important to overcome.
That's a great point. We're looking forward to peak Ding and peak Anish. The score currently 5-all, and Peter, I think Anish has touched on a really important point here. The Ding Liren we've seen over much of the last year and a half has been struggling relative to the level that we've seen him at before, but he has shown not only flashes, it feels like he's increasingly shown his highest level in this World Championship match, so maybe he's just improving all the way through the last 4 games.
I think he certainly has stabilized himself. I don't think that we have seen the best of Ding yet. Obviously, he was one of the absolute best players in the world, and but it's a slow process. Yeah, you cannot immediately get back all the confidence. You just cannot play immediately according to your absolute best. But he's on his way. He has stabilized psychologically. I think he's kind of balanced, which is very important. He has kind of settled in, and we are talking about the World Championship match, the title on the line. Right now, ratings are not the most important, but one should also not forget that all the hard work that the players are putting into this match, actually they will be benefiting for a lot of time to come after the match.
So we are about 10 minutes away from the start of proceedings in this match. We're going to hop over live with Mike Klein, who has one of an absolutely wonderful number of views across the skyline of Singapore ahead of our game today.
Thanks, guys. Here we are moments before the pivotal round 11. The water park is bumping. It's a weekend. And if you're tired of the London, we give you downtown Singapore. This is the actual view that the players have from their hotel rooms. They're about 4 floors higher than me. We have a modest income at chess.com. And if you can see, the storms are actually coming to the city of Singapore. Will we see storms on the board? Likely so. Gukesh has been pushing with every game, especially with white. And if you think that's $1 million view, well, you'd be right. Because at this point in the match, both players are guaranteed at least $950,000. And that's only if they were to lose the next 3 games. So basically, Gukesh, welcome to the Millionaires Club. They say the first million is always the hardest, but when you make your first million as a teenager, is it really that hard? I'm not sure. I don't think he's caring about the money. Ding said last night at the press conference, he just wants the title. He doesn't care about the money. Let's see what Gukesh does here in his second to last turn as white. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Mike. And he brings up a really interesting point that we haven't spoken too much on this panel about, which is prize money. There aren't that many players in the world, Peter, that get the opportunity to play for a world championship purse. But obviously, just the title of world champion doesn't mean anyone retires straight away or anything like that. But how important is this match from a payday perspective for the players?
I think it's a nice bonus. Clearly, it's always very nice to play for a big prize fund because let's not forget, the players are also having a lot of coaches, a lot of stuff, a lot of people are taking care of, and you have to finance this. And it's not only the match, that basically the title guarantees you also extremely nice income in the future, sponsorship deals, status in your country, invitation to tournaments, you can ask for much more money if you are a world champion and so on. So this is a combined situation. I perfectly understand what Ding Liren says, that the title is the most important because then the money automatically comes.
That's actually a really important point as well, because it might just function as a bonus for some of these players. When you think about sports people in general, Anish, and the kind of expenses that they endure, you have team sports like football, for example, to take the obvious one, where you have teams and organizations taking care of all of your travel expenses, hotel, training facilities, physios, the rest. Chess is a bit more like tennis, where yes, you have your prize money, but you have members of your team, travel, hotel expenses, and everything else that you're actually paying out of your own pocket. So the prize purses don't necessarily appear as large as they would seem on paper.
Yeah, I think it really depends on case-per-case basis, though. You've got people and players that are from early age have very good support. They have sponsors. Sometimes it's can be a government structure, so government or city or a university or school or whatever. Sometimes it can be a commercial sponsor. Sometimes they're just trying to help you. It can be someone who just really willing to help. There can also be a company seeing it as a business opportunity. They're investing in a player. So there are all sorts of different scenarios and cases. But I think for the most part, chess players, they're playing chess, from the early age. They're loving the game. They're in it for the thrill of winning, and then the money situation is sort of is a byproduct. And I guess the most at the top, especially, they have the basis taken care of. And as soon as the basis is taken care of, you really think, mostly about the results, and you take the money out of the equation. You don't really pay attention much. But it depends per person. I know also a lot of players for whom financial motivation is one of the main motivations. This is how they drive themselves forward, and it's also culture based. And I know people, from different cultures see it differently. And there are people who pay a lot of attention to prize money, and that's a big motivator for them. And I also know those who absolutely don't care. They don't even know. I remember Nihal Sarin once was playing the Global Chess League, the Global Championship, and he won the second prize, I think, which was like $100,000 euros, I don't even know. But he was told that after he just got it, he said, okay, you made now 100,000, and he was like, okay, I didn't know. He just didn't know the prize money at all. Especially that's often the case with young players, young kids who have managers, parents take care of that. They don't even know. They're just playing the game. They think they know the time control. They don't know the prize money.
Right, so a very wide range of opinions on offer depending on who you ask, of course, and you're right, it's very culturally diverse as well. Let's go ahead and zoom back in now to today's game, game number 11. Peter, you had a wonderful string of 3 really intense battling games yesterday. Hopefully the exception rather than the rule, and we're going to see some more fighting chess on the board today.
For sure, my heart is clearly rooting for 1e4 because then we might be seeing a French defense one more time. And also having Anish with us here, it would be lovely to discuss the French, but I'm not sure because it was exactly the game that Gukesh lost. And now that we are getting closer to the finishing line, he might not want to go back to something where he had an unpleasant memory. And he's a strategist, so yeah, he might just want, but I don't know. Let's ask Anish, what is your kind of thought? Which opening are we expecting from Team Gukesh?
Yeah, indeed, not so simple because, of course, you have lots of options, but you need to have certain idea, right, that you bring to the table at this high level. If you want to beat someone like Ding, who is very solid right now, you know, he might not be in his most aggressive form, but he's solid enough. So I guess ideally, Gukesh would love an idea in some sort of a maybe Nimzo Indian defense, you know, or maybe even better in knight f3, knight c3 situation where you have all the pieces, all the knights in the center, the pawn on d4 and c4, everything great and protected, and everything is a great foundation, zero risk. But you know, the coaches might just say that, you know, well, there's nothing interesting here. You have this idea, it's already played, you know, 3 times by Fabiano. You have that idea. It is new, but computer shows it and everybody knows it, and there are 5 different ways to neutralize. There's this, there's that, there's that. Where you rely on Ding not remembering something, which is not something you want in this important game. You don't want to just say that, okay, if Ding doesn't remember, this is great. If he remembers, this is nothing. This is also not the risk you want to take. You can do that early in the match maybe, but at this stage when white game is so important, you don't want to rely on bad memory of Ding. His memory is not perfect, by the way, but you can't just, as a coach, you can't rely on that. So there is e4 where there's definitely some ideas that can be found in the French. Also some ideas in e4, e5, which, you know, they prepared before the match. Because I don't know, Peter, what do you think? Like, let's say e4 not so likely. Let's say it's 20%, 30% chance. But if e4 does happen, how likely is the French? What do you think? Is it even more than 50%?
Well, probably 50-50, yes, because it would be also kind of now strange from Ding's perspective to jump back to e5 to his main weapon, because actually Gukesh started the match with 1 e4 and he was expecting e5, yeah, so he clearly has some preparation ready. A lot of mind games, so difficult to decide and to go for something, but you have to play something after all.
Yeah, we're gonna find out in just a couple of minutes, and you definitely don't want to rely on anything that means, oh, we're gonna have something less than peak Ding at the board today with a limited number of white games left, as both of you have alluded to. That's going to be extremely disastrous. So let's find out what ends up happening. It's also not just our opinions that matter, of course, on the commentary panel. You can go ahead and get involved as well. If you go to chess.com/events, you can vote on the outcome of today's game. All you have to do is click the banner for the World Championship and then navigate to today's game. And at the point where you click that, you should see a button that says Socials in the top right. That might be underneath the stream as we are live right now, and you'll get an opportunity there to vote for a white win, a draw, or a black win. Now, why would you do this? Well, you have prizes on offer. You have $400 of Chessable course vouchers on offer for the first place prize winner, but it's not just one person who wins this as well. There are 20 people who win prizes after guessing correctly in every single round. So you've got a pretty decent chance of bagging yourself one of those prizes if you correctly vote. So go to Vote Chess now on chess.com/events and tell us who you think is going to be winning today's match. So we are mere minutes away from the start of the ceremony that will begin round number 11. We're hoping for fighting chess today. There's a lot of e4 talk amongst us. Peter, I'll come back to you just briefly. Any chance we're seeing d4 out of Gukesh today?
Well, we see him now on the camera, closing his eyes, trying to gather his thoughts. Clearly, the first move has been decided. Yes, so he's just resting, calming his nerves down. I believe. Well, just a couple of more minutes, and we're gonna find out. Yeah, d4 is the more controlled approach, which makes perfect sense from the match situation. But our hearts are for 1e4.
All right, let's go ahead and see what happens and head over to Maurice Ashley to begin proceedings.
For half a century, achieving a number of continental milestones, including being the first Grandmaster from Asia, the first Asian to defeat a reigning world champion, and the first to reach the candidate stage of the World Championship. A member of the Philippine Olympia team a record 23 times. He has won 3 individual medals on board 1. He also won a bronze medal at board 3 in Baku 2016 at the age of 64. Please welcome Grandmaster Eugene Torre. And our next first mover. At 14 years, 6 months, and 2 days old, she became the youngest female ever to hold the title of Grand Master. She also became the youngest female ever to win the Women's World Chess Championship at the age of 16. She is the second highest rated female player of all time and one of only 3 women in history to ever be rated among the world's top 100 players. Please welcome former Women's World Champion and Grandmaster Hou Yifan. And with that, let the game begin.
Almost forgot it was our turn to speak there. Was literally just staring at the board from up above, and neither the D pawn or the E pawn has moved. Is that going to happen for the next 30 moves? I don't know. Knight F3 is on the board. Anish, Peter, take it away.
Yeah, well, sorry, I was just thinking that when Hou Yifan played d5 for Ding on move 1, that would have been a real buzzkill. Like 1 d5, black starting, that would be super solid for black. You know, it's like, but fortunately, Gukesh was, after all, making his first move as well. Knight f3, d5, c4. Wow, this is very, very ambitious. This is what Ding played himself against me in a match we had, in a training match we had in China when I was leading by 1 point, and in the final game he was in a must-win. He played knight f3, d5, c4 against me, and I went d4 and he went b4, and it got very, very complex very early on. And so Ding is definitely aware of the system, and he knows that this is super aggressive because this was his own choice when push came to shove.
Yeah, this is very interesting news, and Ding Liren is posing clearly because this is a very big challenge. Knight f3, d5, c4. If black decides to go for d5, d4, we're gonna be seeing some incredible fight. But of course, black is not forced to do that. Black can just rely on the very solid, super solid system with e6. Then we might be, however, seeing the anti-Catalan, right? So that he's trying to avoid the very system that Ding has already played against the Catalan in the match.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recollect what is Ding's repertoire there. I should be aware of that, but maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just
d4.
d4. Maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he just doesn't do that thing with e6 g3. But b4, yeah, this is quite epic. It's sort of a reversed Volga Gambit type thing without it being the Gambit. And I had recently a game at Olympiad here with black, And you get here these closed pawn chains with very long, complex battles. And actually, it could suit Gukesh very well, because in these positions, you can spend endless time thinking as black. And you can get your opponent into time trouble.
Yeah, but hang on. People are blitzing out everything. Yeah, so in fact, from a Banker Gambit or Volga Gambit, we are transposing into some Blumenfeld kind of territory. This is a Gambit. This is a pawn sacrifice. Wow, I cannot believe what we are seeing here.
Yeah, I didn't expect you would go e3, because I actually faced this in the Olympiad game, and my opponent went for these positions where you go with b5, g3, d3, bishop g2. You get this sort of King's Indian, kind of a reversed Volga, basically. Some sort of a position which is very closed, and white has a lot of space on the queen side, which is a little meaningless, but it could make a difference later on in the game. And it's very, very complex, and I had a very murky game. At some point I was worse. And eventually I won, but it was very, very unclear. And I expected that. E3 is very concrete. And I think there is some theory here, some very concrete theory. You could, of course, take the pawn with d cb, but I think knight f6 is also a move here, which is can get very, very forcing. And I'm curious if Ding remembers the details. And I'm also curious if Gukesh has something new prepared, or if he's just testing whether Ding is aware of this extremely obscure sideline, which you might not have looked at for the last 5 years.
Yeah, honestly, this whole sequence of moves was never part of my repertoire. So I have to reveal the big secret that I'm seeing this position for the very first time. That's why I'm completely shocked. In the World Championship match, move number 4, and I have never seen this. So when I'm talking about the Blumenfeld Gambit, just very quickly, let's go through the first moves instead of knight f3, because now clearly Ding will be thinking. This happens usually in the following way. Or, yeah, c5,
e6,
d5.
I guess e6 is more pure, yeah? Because like that. I think it mostly happens with e6, knight f3, c5, d5, b5, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. This is, by the way, I think just yesterday or 2 days ago, I think Kashgalayev has played it in the Qatar Masters with black. I have seen the game, and he got a much better position, I believe, against Daneshvar. He finally went on to lose, but I was like, wow, if you get such positions from the Blumenfeld Gambit, then I'm gonna play it myself.
Yeah, you know, the Blumenfeld, I have a different name for Blumenfeld Gambit when I make analysis on that, but this name is not for broadcast. I have a different name for it. But this actually was played by my countryman Jordan van Forest in Qatar Masters last year. He was exploring these positions, and they're very, very interesting. And especially when you get them up at a tempo, they're even more interesting. And often, instead of d4, you can sometimes start with a3. You can give one more pawn and gain the c3 square for the knight. So you let him take, and then you could go, I don't know, bishop takes, or even knight c3, d4 first. Very, very unclear stuff. Very risky from white's perspective, because with black, okay, you already are playing the black pieces. You know, you are somewhat desperate. But when you are playing with the white pieces, you don't have to take such big risks. And if you choose to do that with white, that really signals aggression. And Ding is thinking, I'm pretty sure this knight f6 is the main computer business. Although in this order, I think, just taking on e3, taking on b4 is also very sensible. And then what often happens once you do grab the pawn, with the d FECB, is that the question becomes for black: do you develop the f8 bishop with e6 or with g6? And that is a big junction there for black, because you can also fianchetto the bishop, which also leads to different kind of positions.
I think that's what white is usually doing, when he has the extra tempo. Now that clearly white benefits something, the tempo is very important. I'm not sure that with black you would feel that you have the right to lose the tempo to try to fianchetto your bishop.
I mean, honestly, I remember looking at it at some point, and I think that fianchetto was possible. It was possible. So I think it's not out of question. But I do have the strong recollection that for some reason, knight f6 first. It's supposed to be also, you know, very decent choice. And there are some very obscure lines that appear that I'm now afraid to, you know, to mix up the order there, but there could be some very weird complications appearing from this. But Ding has definitely not looked at it in a while, and he feels the pressure because, yeah, what Gukesh has done, you know, is created a tension in the center in an unusual way. Normally you go forward, but these kind of tensions have been explored. Yeah, when you go d4, c4, and but the tension where black has all the space, these are much less explored, but the tension is still there. So it's quite nice psychologically, because, you know, it's a very aggressive choice, extremely ambitious choice, but in a way in which black is just much less prepared for these days. And yeah, Ding is feeling the heat, and I think Gukesh is treating this as a must-win game, and I think he does it correctly. It indeed is a must-win game, and with all the deep prep that he has here, I think he might not be taking as much risk as he would if he would be improvising it. I'm sure that they've looked at this before the event. I think they might have looked at it also from a point of view, how do we approach a must-win game, you know, in case we lose early on. But actually here, he might still be using that weapon in this situation because he doesn't want to allow a tiebreak.
Yeah, this is a real bomb, and we see Ding Liren thinking. I believe that he's completely shocked. I would be shocked, because we did highlight that this is something that Ding Liren also from the white side plays. Yeah? And normally one could say that, okay, there is no way that someone can surprise Ding Liren in this kind of move order issues. And then all of a sudden on move 4, after b4, c5, e3 happens, and there is no way back. Yeah, now you have to enter this open territory, this jungle kind of complications and everything. And we have seen so far that Ding always tried to control the situation, yeah, to get stability. And now he has to go with the flow. I'm very curious to see how he will react.
But Peter, my main question is to Ding and also to you, and I'm sure you would also ask that question. Why didn't Ding play 2e6 if he's not ready for this?
Yeah.
That is a much
Absolutely.
more solid choice. And I don't think white has anything explosive here. You can fianchetto one of your bishops, but that is much more explored. I would guess that Ding's... No, but Ding, it is part of his repertoire. I'm pretty sure. If against 1c4, I remember I was preparing for him. Against 1c4, he would sometimes go knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, d5. I think this is just what he does. Yeah, I think he just plays this with black. And knight f3, I think he could, for example, go d4. I think that could transpose to his opening repertoire too. I think he knows his position via...
Yes, exactly, from the rating move order.
Yes, I think this is his repertoire. So I'm just trying to understand. And if he doesn't know anything, he could go d takes c4. If he doesn't remember anything, sorry, because he's an expert. And he also plays with white, by the way. This loose position before the move d4, it is one of his main white openings. So he knows d takes c4 as well, that you can go queen f4, bishop d7. You can do many solid things here. So I'm quite surprised that he's played the most principled way. But I guess that's the thing with Ding, that on one hand he's solid, on the other he's got this principled approach in him, and he knows that with white, knight f3, d5, c4, if you go, that the most principled way is d4 for black. So he's sort of going with what he knows is the issue for white, you know, not taking into account the fact that Gukesh has prepared so much and he maybe hasn't a role for this particular situation. So very risky choice by Ding, in fact. I mean, not in general, but given the situation, given that there is World Championship match prep, very risky choice. And I think e6 would have been a lot more in the spirit of Ding's play so far.
Yeah, but now what I'm thinking really, as you highlight, if Ding could step back in time 10 minutes, I think that he would say to himself, no, yes, I will be solid. I don't want to play the moves that I have played so far, because they are way too committal. This position now after e3 is too sharp. I'm not prepared for it. I don't want to go there, but he can't take his moves back. Yeah, so now he really has to accept the gambit or try to find, like you highlighted, the move knight f6. The feeling after knight f6, what I'm getting is like this is the exact classical Blumenfeld Gambit. However, knight white to move. Yeah, white has one extra move. It's very intriguing.
Yeah, I can. I think I might have remembered the line now, but let me try. I think so. One line that is the wild one here, which is theoretical, is I think b5 first that white plays. No more gambit, but now you grab the space, and I think there's some line like knight b d7, ed cd knight d4, which is a pawn sacrifice, and I think it's knight c5 here. Bishop b2 e5, knight b3, knight d3. Maybe I've already mixed up. Yeah, knight d3, some bishop d3, queen d3. Some weird business, you know. Something like that is theory. Maybe I did. Maybe I did mix up already. Yeah, maybe not knight d3. Anyway, this kind of craziness is there, and producers informed us that Arjun has played this line like 7 times. Mostly in online blitz. 7 times is a lot, but Ding is not prepared for Arjun. He's prepared for Gukesh, and if he is not aware of the complications here, it could be a massacre in Arjun's own words. So I am very curious. Yeah, you see, I probably mixed up something because even the bar is not agreeing with me. So it's very difficult to remember, even though I knew this. At some point, this was my repertoire for Black in a very many years ago, and there were some very interesting lines here. Of course, Black is trying to use the fact that White has weakened this d3 square tremendously and hasn't castled yet. And the White took a lot of time gaining space and grabbing that pawn. But yeah, also, you know, that old theory, I think I have looked at it also recently once, but it's very unclear stuff. You have to really remember it move by move. In some sense, I think the easier way for Black to play is to just accept that pawn. Like d, f, e, c, b instead of knight f6. At least you are up a pawn, not down. And then I guess in the short run, you can't run too much risk. So I guess a3, ba, maybe knight c3 type play. Yeah, maybe knight c3, let's say first knight f6, d4. I think that sort of looks...
But this case, you can also maybe play e6 and you will not have this problem after... That's why I captured the
maybe
bishop
let's go
a3.
d4. Maybe let's... yes, I can go bishop a3, but I do remember also that they ignored this pawn somehow. So maybe we can go like d4, bishop d3, and castle, and then I can choose to... take on a3 maybe once you develop the bishop. Also, I can maybe not take that at all. Maybe I go for e4, e5 somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, some weird business. I think when I analyzed it a very long time ago with very old computers, they liked g6 move for Black instead of e6. They would sort of appreciate it. Yeah, I remember I would input g6 instead of e6, and they would then switch from better for White to better for Black. Some very old engines. So I remember I thought maybe g6 is smart. But I don't know what is the modern Stockfish thinking about this. I don't remember what it says. But you see, it also likes it. Yeah, g6 g7. Yeah, and then maybe knight c3, castle. At some point, you might grab back the a3 pawn. But this, I feel, is a kind of way for Black to play where, okay, White has a massive center, but there is no direct contact between the pieces yet. You have this extra pawn. Maybe this is the safer of all the dangerous options for Black. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, if you don't remember anything.
Yeah, if you don't know / remember anything, because that line that I tried to show you, knight f6, knight d7. I mean, I'm trying to show you, but you know, if you make the wrong move, it will be you'll down a pawn or two. Yeah, so it's tricky.
Yeah, very tricky. All eyes on Ding, and he's actually not even giving the sign of making a move. Yeah, he's like completely shocked. Wow. Okay.
Also, I wonder. Yeah, sorry. I was just also wondering if knight f6. Maybe there are also other options than b5. Yeah, like I would think that you can make some other move too. Like maybe you can go ed. Let's say. I also wonder how bad is ed cd, because this position exists down a. No, that position that exists with the pawn on g6 already for Black. Yeah. But I also wonder, like, how is this position? You know, some weird reversed Benoni which is Benoni, but it's up tempo. So maybe d3 instead of bishop. I don't know how is this stuff. It's something that Ding is thinking about now. How does it all compare? Just very, very obscure stuff, and a lot of pressure on Ding.
Yes, no matter which choice he makes, there are very severe consequences. It's not like objectively his position is bad. No, objectively, if this would be so strong from the vice perspective, many people would have already played it, or it would be much more known. But it has the element of surprise. That's the main point. And getting a fresh position, making sure that you are the one who can rely on opening preparation, and your opponent has to make all the decisions all by himself over the board. I believe also that Team Gukesh must have felt that this is a risky choice, but we are working on it. You can't really play it without serious work, yeah, because they had to kind of expect that Ding Liren is ready for it, yeah, and even if Ding Liren is kind of ready for it, even then they felt that yes, it's maybe risky, but we are controlling the risk. However, this means that they are very well prepared, and if Ding is not prepared at all, then the scenario is all the more interesting.
Yes, at the same time, like the experience I have from looking at these sort of lines very deeply, like you can look at them nowadays really, really deeply, as if you have a lot of time. Yeah, you can check like in all the days the Kramnik style, 8 moves on every move. You can do that, and you have endless time, endless seconds. They can spend a lot of time with the best engines looking at all the continuations. But the problem is that when you play something this risky with white, there are like a couple ways for black where black is almost better, which is impossible to find. But there are also like 10 ways where black is almost fine. And there is like 15 more ways where black is a bit worse, but it's still very unclear. So what often happens is you prepare really deeply and wide, but black makes some sort of a mistake. But because you took so much risk at the beginning and played so, somewhat unsound chess in a way, yeah, you allowed black so much center that even if black makes like a move, which is like the 15th choice, basically, then still 15th best choice is still not so bad for black. And so what you get is that you get out of book with white despite your deep prep, and maybe you even have a small edge. But it's so complex that now that you are on your own, you make your own move, and then all your edges is gone again. So what I'm trying to say is that they must have prepared really deeply, but it's hard to prepare this kind of things too deeply, because black has just too many options on every move, too many setups, too many deviations, and even the bad lines are not so bad because you don't have the center with white. Yeah, you don't have it just yet, and so or you will not have the pawn, let's say, in that line where you take the pawn. So I mean, it is a risky choice either way, but I guess the risk is very reasonable because, again, we have to take into account the fact that tiebreak is definitely something that Ding is looking forward to, and Gukesh should try and improve his better form in classical chess in one of those 2 white games.
Yeah, very interesting situation. I'm basically out of words. I'm looking at Ding. I'm trying to read something from his body language that is he confident? Is he shocked? I'm not liking what I'm seeing. It just makes me very scared to see that on move 4 you're already taking so much time. We did hear from him in the interview that actually it's very important to make good moves in classical chess. It's absolutely not important to or not that important to have a lot of time on the clock. So in this regard, I don't think that Ding fans have to worry too much. But this combination of new position right from the beginning, plus the clock is ticking, this combined situation is already feeling a bit tricky.
Yeah, I like they're showing us the place where Ding is usually chilling, trying to remind us and highlight that he is not chilling right now. And deep thoughts for Ding. I think part of it is his own wrongdoing in the game already. He could have played much safer with 2e6, not taking all the responsibility in the center. But perhaps now that he's thinking, and we've already explored all the different continuations, it's moment to bring in John and ask John, you know, you as someone who isn't as deep into the prep and theory as me and Peter, what is your impression of an opening like that?
Of how how Gukesh has seen Ding in the World Championship match so far. There have been numerous times where Ding's been really deep in the tank, 40, 50 minutes down on the clock. And to be fair, every single time, Ding has come back and he's managed to weather the storm fine. But this, I think, is the first time Gukesh has sent Ding into the think tank as early as this. And I feel like there could be a lot of repercussions 15, 20 moves down the line when we get towards the time control later on, where, yes, this is this isn't a weapon that Gukesh is going to be coming out with in every white game or anything like that. It's more a, let me see if we can pressure him into making a mistake in the middle game. And I feel like this is going to be Ding's toughest test yet. So this is going to be an awful lot of fun and a potential game changer in this match because everything is tied heading into round number 11. Another game changer, though, we want to remind you guys that we'd like to talk about here is ChessUp, who have just come out with ChessUp 2. Goodness knows what that would actually say about this position over the board, but they are the record-breaking company taking the chess world by storm. This is a physical electronic board, and it syncs to your chess.com rated games, and you can save and analyze them online as well. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and the pieces themselves are even touch-sensitive. It supports beginning players, players in training, intermediate players, or even just casual games between friends and family. And for a limited time, while we're here on this broadcast, you can have $50 off your ChessUp 2. Head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2 or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. So Ding sent into the think tank super early on in this game. Absolutely love to see it. Significantly less analysis readily available on this opening choice by Gukesh. Let's find out what Ding does after this break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back with the FIDE World Championship. It's move 4, and we are deep in the tank already. This is what we like to see. There's no chessable course here that's immediately helping me for all the possible sidelines that are coming out of this. So we are going to take a look at the position on the board, and I'm going to leave a very interesting question to both Grandmaster Anish Giri and Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Maybe Anish, I'll get your thoughts first as I hand off to you. If this was a blitz game, what are your top 2 moves and why?
Well, yeah, in blitz it's hard. Like, you have very little time to remember the forcing line that you've looked at once. So maybe in a blitz game, once you're here, I just grab the pawn and try and get away with it. I guess. Sometimes I have the urge to try and play what I prepared once, even in Blitz, but that backfires so often. I remember once I lost a funny game to Hikaru in London Classic Blitz event. I played, for some reason, the Botvinnik variation of the Slav with black, which is the most sharp and memory-based opening. Like, it was also the Blitz, so he plays very fast, and I also play very fast, and somehow, before I know, I just make some random moves that are part of my repertoire, or one of the repertoires, and suddenly I see in front of me some kind of theoretical Botvinnik. We both have 5 minutes, and I'm like, how did I end up here? My hand was making all these moves, and he's also somehow blitzing, and I just didn't remember, so I spent like 4 of the 5 minutes, dropped to 1 minute, couldn't remember, made the wrong move, and lost in 2 moves, a position that is like a theoretical draw if you remember 20 more moves. So it was kind of funny lesson there, and afterwards I was like, of course, Hikaru is much more experienced in Blitz. At the time, I barely played Blitz at all, and I thought, yeah, okay, of course, in Blitz, why would you do this? This is how you play classical, you have time to remember. In the Blitz game, just make a move, just don't enter these crazy lines that you have to memorize move by move. So that was a lesson there for me. So I will try avoid the same thing now. And I brushed up a bit on my theory here in the break, and I think I now understand more or less where Gukesh's prep is basing on. And I was surprised to see that actually Ding he's had that whole sharp line that I showed with knight f6, knight d7. He's had it all before, so he also is aware. But Gukesh's prep is a step deeper there. So. Knight f6, b5. Yeah, this happened in a game between Adiban and Ding. Adiban took on d4, like I said, cd, knight d4, knight c5. And Adiban made the same mix-up as I did. He played bishop b2, which is wrong. Because of e5, knight b3, and strong move bishop f5, which Ding found. And suddenly here, black is already for choice. Because knight d3 is coming with a devastating effect, and knight c5, bishop c5. I guess your black is just very fast with attacking the f2 pawn or something. I don't even know. Somehow this is better for black, and Ding won. But the main line for white is not bishop b2, but knight b3 directly. So instead of bishop b2 2 moves earlier, knight b3. This is the main line, and here there's a ton of like correspondent games and lots of theory. Which has almost never been played in over the board chess, and this is where knight d3 happens. Bishop d3, queen d3, queen e2, and bishop f5. And I think that this is where Gukesh wants to take Ding, because there is lots of different options for white. The computer shows some novelties here that haven't been played before. For example, I think the move bishop a3 never been played before, but the computer shows it as one of the moves. So a lot of interesting possibilities for Gukesh to explore. There's some line also that goes like knight c3 and then knight a5 suddenly. Something very strange, knight a5 hitting the b7 pawn. Also very unusual business. And of course, this is what Gukesh wants. He assumes that Ding doesn't remember it because this game is from 2021 by this Adiban Ding. So this is where he's trying to lure him in. And I also checked the DEF ECB in the beginning, what the computer is thinking these days of accepting the pawn. But the computer these days is quite fine with giving this pawn for white, and offers all these d4 bishop d3 possibilities with or without a3. Looks like a lot of pressure there on black. The computer is between saying that it's a bit better for white and being equal. So a lot of pressure on Ding actually. And I was also trying to understand why he doesn't go e6. So I was trying to look, and I think maybe the reason why he didn't go e6, on move 2, because that would be easy way out. So I tried to look up Ding's games against 1c4, the recent ones. And actually the last couple of games against 1c4, Ding has played 1 e5. So maybe he's trying to avoid that whole position altogether. So he's trying to play c4, e5, and knight f3, d5, not allowing this c4, knight f3 combination. So perhaps that explains why we are where we are, and Ding is simply following his repertoire, but just doesn't recollect the details. And realizing that, he is thinking where to deviate, and if it's not too late to deviate yet.
Yeah, very interesting that you highlighted that there was this Adiban Ding Liren game from 2021. I think this is kind of the most worrisome moment for Ding, that he knows that he has played actually a good system, but he knows that Gukesh chose the move this whole sequence of moves with b4 e3 in order maybe to try to lure him into that sharp line, yeah, that he has already played. And with thanks to new computers, his team has found some new ideas, and he is worried of that. Wow, but this is then very unpleasant, because if he cannot go for the main system, his main system that he knows, just based on the fact that my opponent might have found something there, the computer changed his mind, then it's a very scary spot. And this is modern chess. Yeah, it's a lot about mind games, because you don't know exactly. Maybe computer says all fine for black, but maybe new computer, because you haven't, it's not such a fashionable line, you haven't checked it recently, and you don't know what the latest stockfish version says about this line.
Exactly, there is that. First of all, the issue for Ding is he doesn't even probably remember how exactly the game with Atiban went, and he doesn't even remember his state of prep from then. The second issue is that even if he did remember his old file, the file might indeed be somewhat outdated, as you mentioned. I mean, I don't think nowadays lines that were good in 2021 are still good in 2024, but there could be a couple of more moves which are interesting for white that you didn't cover back then. A couple of moves that in 2021 computer said were better for black, but turned out that they're also okay for white. And yeah, the fact that Ding indeed has this game, so Ding, he feels targeted, and he knows he's being targeted. He knows exactly why. He knows that the best ways to play is how he played. He knows that Gukesh knows that he knows, and Gukesh is going exactly there. From all the options on move one, Gukesh is taking him to that game with Adiban that Ding even won. So Ding is feeling extremely targeted, and he is sitting there very anxious right now, and he doesn't know what to do, to try and go for that line and hope to figure it out, and it's extremely complicated, or to jump out, and how to jump out, because he doesn't want to take the spawn, because if he did, he would have taken it against Adiban already. So he's very anxious. You see, moving on the chair back and forth, extremely nervous, spending time unable to decide in a very tough spot. It's just move 4, but psychologically he's in a very, very tough spot, and he's about to decide, I think, about to take a decision, but I'm not sure he himself knows which decision to take.
Yes, exactly. So basically, once he makes his decision, he will speed up. Yeah, so the situation is not as scary as it looks time-wise. But making up his mind, this is so difficult, so tough. And you highlighted, yeah, I have also noticed that he's moving around on his chair. He is visibly extremely nervous. He's very tensed, because okay, yeah, exactly as you said, yeah, he doesn't want to take the pawn, but I mean, no matter which decision he takes, he could have taken with half an hour more on the clock, and this is what might come back to haunt him during the game.
Yeah, I think he had to do that long thing on move 2. I think e6 would have been better. Even if it's not part of his recent repertoire, he knows these things inside out with white. Much more safe, much more controlled, and I'm sure, like, because we talked about money earlier, that the players don't care. Like, if you tell Ding, like, you can pay a fine of $10,000, but you are allowed to take back your second move, and you can play 2 e6, he would pay $10,000.
Yes,
I think he might go as high as $80,000 to take back that move, maybe even over 100, because this game could decide a World Championship match, and he's going for it. He's going for the sharp line.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, he sticks to his weapon. Yeah, he goes for knight f6, and now Gukesh will have to end a3, completely different, different turn.
So you see, the thing is, I think Gukesh should have gone b5 now, but the thing is, he didn't know what Ding knew before the game. So he assumed, what if Ding is onto the details? What if he has looked at it recently? And that's why he prepared a surprise here. But there was no need for a surprise anymore. I think he could have just gone b5. Like, he prepared maybe too deeply. Like, he thought Ding would be better prepared than he is, and Ding is now very relieved, because he's like, oh, thank God, that sharp thing that I don't remember is not happening. Now Ding is relieved, he got surprised, and now he's shaking his head, because he thinks, okay, I wasted half an hour for nothing. Because what is this a3 move? Yes. I don't know. I saw it briefly with the computer. It was also mentioning it a3. It said that black is a little better on low depth, of course, and high depth it will be all equal. It shows some line, knight c6, b5, knight a5. But of course, you don't want to mess around with that knight at the edge of the board. So interesting choice there by Gukesh.
Yeah, Gukesh is just saying that, you know what, if there is the Blumenfeld Gambit with the pawn on a2 reversed, then why can't I get an improved version? Okay, I'm playing Blumenfeld Gambit reversed with an extra a3 tempo, which basically means that it's not a gambit anymore. The pawn is protected. Let me even use the orange. I feel like especially this position deserves the orange a3 b4 pawns, because there is so much tension in the center on this pawn chain. Nobody wants, just to highlight for all our viewers who are not so experienced, that now, for example, taking on e3 and taking on b4 would be, of course, clearly terrible, because then white would get a fantastic pawn structure in the center, and this is horrible for black. White will be very active going c5, d4, knight c3, and black's pieces will run out of space, so you can never allow your opponent such structure. All right, so a3, what would be the professional? Because now, especially after being kind of 40 minutes behind on the clock, Ding Liren needs to be as professional as possible. Anish, what is your take? How would you try to limit the damage?
Yeah, it's I mean, now he's certainly out of book, so it's really time to think common sense here. I mean, I saw this 96 knight a5 line pointed out by computer. Now, interestingly, in that position of 96 b5 knight a5, I think that the fact that you have a pawn on a3 is a very negative thing for white. Your pieces don't have i3 square, and my knight has b3 square available, which is, I think, huge. I think pawn on a2 would be much better for white here, like much better than pawn on a3. So that's kind of a funny nuance where you can see that reversing colors and saying that you are up a tempo is not always working like that. That tempo can hurt you sometimes. So, okay, that's the computer thing, which I simply saw because I already was looking. But let's say I wouldn't see that. I don't think I would dare putting my knight on a5, although I'm not sure. But the other move that, like the first move that comes to my mind for some reason is the move e6. I don't know, it's maybe a bad move, but it comes to mind to me. I'm not worried about bc anyway because of knight c6. And with e6, I am preparing to take on e3 and to take on b4. But I wonder now if you do.
Can I take on d4? And if I take on d4?
cd and bishop b2.
Bishop b2. Yes.
Yeah, and in the other line I had e5 in one go. So now it's just bad. It's just bad. Yeah. No, so e6 is just bad. We can take it back. Sometimes, you know what they do is this move a5. They do this move a5 with black to really force them the issue. They're like, okay, decide. Do you go b5? Do you go bc? So a5 is sometimes a move in these kind of positions. But now I wonder after b5. Yeah, after b5, I don't know who benefits from it. Again, the weak b3 square could be to black's advantage in knight d7, knight c5.
But wait a second, let me ask you, because okay, with a5 you are also inviting me to take the pawn. Why aren't you afraid if I take on c5?
In general, I'm happy with knight c6, e5. Now I have weakened my b5 square a bit, which is slightly bothering. But knight c6, e5 is a very harmonious way to develop. So here I could be very happy with black.
Yeah, actually, one of the very first thoughts that I had after the move a3, it's like in the Volga Gambit, the move queen c2. Yeah, so here the move queen c7. I'm worried that now it does not work. Now I guess it does not work, but it's also kind of a standard move. Probably you can take on c5.
I think maybe okay, like that, yeah.
Or take on maybe take on d4, bishop b2, e5, queen e2.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking first. But all of these things are suddenly very risky for black. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be a terrible
mistake. There is also a move, Peter, what is like also typical, and that's actually strong in Blumenfeld Gambit. There is this e4 idea. So instead of queen c7, to go like. This is indeed tricky, because now also b4 pawn is protected in all the lines, which is a big difference.
Exactly. Yeah, I just want to highlight to finish this that there is now suddenly this beautiful pin against black's king, so white is threatening to capture on e5 thanks to a knight on f3 and queen e2. And if black tries to protect that does not help, because the d4 pawn is falling. Well, white could also capture it with the knight. Maybe it's even stronger. Based on the fact, and white wins a healthy pawn, has the good pawn structure. it's a very bad position, might be just borderline lost for black. All right, so what did you say,
Yeah,
Anish?
sometimes there are these gambits where you go like after a3, where you go like e5.
Yes.
And you do that with colors reversed with white e4 sometimes. And you just sack it sort of, 95, and you go like bishop d6. And you try use your advantage in development. So that is something definitely I could also see myself consider with black. And if it was a blitz game, I would probably do that, probably gamble that. But in a classical game for World Championship match, yeah, the stakes are a bit maybe too high for these kind of gambles.
Yes. I used to play actually the Banker Gambit in like 92, 93. It was one of my absolute main weapon, a part of Blumenfeld. Yeah, so I have some memories, and I'm always shocked whenever I see that not this line, that this became mainstream, that b4 and then black plays c5. I'm completely shocked, because everything that I learned about this kind of position, that the Banker Gambit is a good opening, and then suddenly you are even given a chance to play it with the tempo up, then okay, it should be winning. So what is black doing? But I also noticed that computers are saying that it's fine. I just would like to highlight that actually there were times when f6 was considered to be black's absolute main move. I don't know what happened. There were some crazy lines with this c5 and so on. I do recall some Duda games.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a very good point you bring up. I think f6, so that when I played Ding, f6 was the move. And I was indeed, this c5 business was theory back then. e3, e5, c5, a5. This was the stuff. Yeah, so e3 first, I think, right? So e3, e5, c5, a5, something like that. Bishop c4. This was the stuff. And we all had it in the files, some long draw we had, everyone in the files, some long analysis. But then in that match, Ding came up with new concept. He didn't go e3 at all. He went, he didn't go e3, c5. He went something like f6. He just protected the pawn, something like a3 type move. And
yes, I remember this game. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you had this.
And suddenly he just played like e5, d3 without going e3 so early. And that was entirely new that time, and I was completely shocked here. And I realized as I was thinking that, yes, it's actually really not easy at all. And I got into trouble in the opening. Eventually, I managed to hold this game, and I won this match, which was for me a very good memory. But he introduced this new concept, and that turned the whole thing around. So then it turned out that f6 is not so simple, because white doesn't have to go for e3, but can play slowly like that for the space. And then people came up with the c5 move after that. And then that's like that was the state of theory until now. And now we have some sort of a hybrid thing with Gukesh. The other thing, by the way, that comes to mind, I want to mention, very important, I think, is bishop g4. I think in the Blumenfeld, you have this bishop g5 move. And I think here you can do this bishop g4. To me, looks also very, very, very sensible.
Bishop g4, just like this, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's isn't that the move in the Blumenfeld where you go? Yeah, I think it's the line, right?
Well, I'm not such an expert. I know that the anti-Banker Gambit bishop g5 business, this I know.
Yes, that for sure.
Yeah, just quickly to highlight what we are talking about.
Yeah, that's the one.
This one would be
that's the one.
Kind of familiar, yes.
No, that's the one. Yes. Now bishop g5. Yes,
exactly. I played this with the black pieces. Yeah, I even played it in Groningen against Gelfand in '96. Can you believe there were times when I was daring things like this? Yeah.
You were which color? With
black. With black.
But probably you had some influence of some. Maybe was it Adorian still at the time?
Yes, Adorian, of course.
Yeah, typical, of course. Absolutely. He was doing these kind of things, so you had some influence there, probably. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I do still have the feeling that but of course the thing is now that all that theory colors reversed, you can throw it out of the window, because with the pawn on a3, it's a very different story.
Yes, exactly. And what we have now witnessed throughout our analysis, that Ding Liren's name comes back. Yeah, so it just means that he knows quite a lot about this type of positions. Yeah, he invented, like you highlighted, this a3 d3 kind of concept against you in the other line. He already had this game against Adiban, Yeah, so the reason why he is in such an uncomfortable shoes is that actually he knows quite a lot about it, and that's why he also senses the nuances, and he's expecting,
not
of
good.
course, that yes, it's a terrible
It's the
mix.
worst.
Yeah,
It's the worst. Better to know
exactly.
nothing. It's really
Yes.
the worst you can be. I know from experience, and you probably also know that. That's the problem of people who know a lot. Is the worst is to know a lot, but not everything. And
Yes.
that's like the worst, because now you start comparing, thinking, you know, with white, you know, with black, you know, that line, this line, you go completely crazy comparing instead of just looking at the position and just making a move.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy. And now we see that he already slowly has burned almost an hour ever since this Blumenfeld question appeared with fourth move e3. And he has only made one decision, which probably in any blitz game he would have blitzed it out immediately and felt happy. Now we are talking about World Championship match, a classical chess game, and he has already spent over 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's really as bad as it gets. Like, I think the odds on Gukesh are now at its peak, you know, because everything's wrong for Ding. First of all, he is down an hour basically on the clock, basically a full hour. I think that's never been. I think that's probably the biggest clock lead Gukesh has had so far. I must be. Secondly, he's caught in prep, and the worst part is that he's caught in some sharp prep. It's not just prep where you play for something small; it's a prep where you play for something big. So he's not even really caught. I mean, it's like, you know, back in the day, you probably know what means caught, yeah? Like you were caught by
Yes.
Kasparov in the Najdorf, yeah? Like, okay, good luck, yeah? You have probably, you're getting mated, you have probably one move to make, not to get mated. But this is like the modern day caught. And people panic now so easily. Like, okay, suddenly some new move, a3, okay, terrified. They cannot make a move anymore. I mean, people got so spoiled these days. Terrible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, there is so much psychology involved, and always you would love to know the assessment of the computer. Yeah, because clearly Ding is thinking about the consequences of every single decision. Like you highlighted this, that okay, knight c6 is a natural kind of move, because in a sense natural, that you don't have to worry about b takes e5. That works perfectly for black with e5. But then you start asking yourself, okay, b5, I have to play this move knight a5. And you might think, okay, but it looks interesting because the b3 square is weakened. All right, okay, but this is maybe what my opponent expects. Maybe this is computer line. Maybe computer says that this is wrong. It's too committal. I don't want to do this. Then you start to think again, what can I do? It's very unpleasant because it's really overthinking. And by the way, the game has not even started yet. Yeah, it's
yeah, I must say,
scenario.
Peter, you know, knight 6, knight a5, like, if you would ask me, because I saw it, yeah, it's very easy to play it when you know the computer, even if you know the computer backs you up, you still realize that probably you have to play very well after. But if I wouldn't know, I wouldn't dare to give an evaluation to knight 6 to knight a5. If you tell me that it's bad for black, I could definitely believe that. I could totally believe that it's bad for black, because knight on the edge of the board, you know, like that, not controlling the key d4 and e5 squares, it is so unusual to do this, and it doesn't feel right to me at all. I can definitely understand why it's in this particular case good, especially if you look at pieces like knight on b1, bishop on c1, not yet developed, b3 square, all this blah blah, but still. And you can also say, okay, at some point, if something, you have b6, knight b7 ever, yeah, it's not like the knight is trapped. There's always b6, knight b7, 100 moves later. So I could see why it's okay, but I could also totally see why it's not okay, because, you know, the action is in the center, the knight is shut off on a5. If it goes to b7, it's also terrible. So it's really not so simple if you don't know. And I would rather make some move which is cleaner than knight c6, but I don't know which move that is. I mean, a5, b5, again, the inclusion of a3, a5 is just super weird. That would be very worrying for me as well. And well, I don't know, you know, which move to make. I saw someone, I was by accident looking at some, I had this game here live as well, just in case, and there was some kind of random chat of some random website, and somebody said g5 is in style of rapport, and I was like, ah, yeah, funny move, g5 also possible. Right?
Yes. Well, talking about g5, then we have to mention that in fact after d4, b4, black also here has the possibility of going g5. I think it was the move of Morozevich. I think Alexander Morozevich was playing g5 with quite good results. The idea was that black is starting to go g5, g4, and after knight takes g5, he uses the time to grab the center with e5. It became mainstream theory. I in fact believe that grabbing the pawn was considered to be an inaccuracy. But yeah, I feel like if someone is g5 type of player, then he would already go g5 here. And if he hasn't played the move g5, then he forgets about g5 for the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, it's just it's not happening at all here. G5 is the wildest and probably the worst move at all. But I just to point out, the width of possibilities and the kind of options you have in these positions, and there are really plenty. And Ding is thinking, I'm curious if he's going to hit a full hour. But meanwhile, we've got our own Mike Klein here with legendary Hou Yifan taking her interview. Let's take a look.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm very excited to have a world champion here, Grandmaster Hou Yifan, visiting us. And would it be fair to say that you're rooting for Ding Liren?
Yeah, of course, because I'm here with my students from Peking University and our director. And as you may know that Ding is also from Peking University. So we're here to visit the venue. And of course, we're here to rooting for him. But in general, I mean, as a chess player, to be objective, I just follow the match. It is very exciting and still quite even. So I just hope that they will show more, let's say, interesting games.
And have you spoken with him today?
No, not yet, because we've just came this afternoon, and we decided not to bother so far. If we stay more time here in Sentosa, yes, but we're here actually having some other, let's say, visits to, for example, universities, colleges in Singapore. So we'll see.
You're one of probably 100 people on the entire planet who has played a World Championship chess match. And of course, you've done very well. Take our fans and our viewers through what is it like to be on the stage and have everybody watching you? What is that pressure like?
Well, yeah, I played 3 matches, yeah. And I still remember clearly that the first match in 2011 in Tirana, and I was surprised by the venue. If not mistaken, I thought that's the first time, at least from my experience, that there's a kind of glass door, and you cannot see the audience, but audience can see you. This is really something amazing as a chess player. I'm just talking something very subtle, but that can also show that the mindset or the status of a chess player who participates in the match. So basically, you need to be fully concentrated and do not, let's say, follow or do not pay attention to many other things, other factors, other people, and just work, rest well, and to play well the games. I think that's the most important thing. Anyhow, I think match is a match. It's still just like a chess event. No matter what happens, your career gonna be continued, and your chess, let's say, achievements wouldn't be affected by the result of the match. And also, there are a lot the players contribute to the chess world and the chess fans.
Well, thank you for those thoughts, Grandmaster Hou Yifan. She's doing the university life, but we're happy to have her back at a World Championship match. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and see a lot of friends.
Back to you guys.
And we're back to the game after the insights by Hou Yifan and her own experiences. A legendary player from China, just like Ding Liren, a world champion in her own right. Ding, meanwhile, still thinking. And has he crossed the 1 hour mark? Has he crossed the 1 hour mark? Oh my God.
He has just crossed it.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
he's about to make a move, but yeah, this is very scary. And look at I don't really believe that he has really started thinking yet. He's still under shock yet. I feel like his body language, everything signals that he's not even really capable of thinking. Yeah, he's fighting with himself. That how did I end up here? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing
it's
is
not
that
looking good.
Ding, he is so visibly, he's showing the signs of psychological vulnerability so incredibly visually. And yet, you should not be fooled. He is such a strong player, and this is why he's still there. He's still there with 5-5 in this match. He has survived a lot of bad positions, and he is not going to be easy to put away. But if you look at him right now, purely physically, his body language, I mean, it's just screaming, panic, screaming, disturbance, and yeah, he's in a very tough spot. And I was looking a little bit for fun with the computer. There's no easy way out of here, indeed. And knight c6, knight a5, by the way, it's only the beginning. You have to make like sequence of 7 random more moves to be good there. The line, for example, knight c6, b5, knight a5, d3.
Let me
You
put
have
it.
to go, yeah, you have to make a move d takes e3, which is almost never the move you want to make.
Wow.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah, de is not normal, right, Peter? You don't really do de.
Yeah, to give up the center like this.
Third. Yeah, bishop e3, b6. And then after g3, the computer's first line is g6. And if bishop g2, you have bishop f5. Suddenly, so instead of bishop g2, computer goes rook a2 first. To go rook d2. It gets super random, super strange. So what I'm trying to say is that this 96, 95 is not like, okay, 96, 95, good luck. It's based on some very random computer sequence where, and he played bishop g4, one of the moves that I've mentioned.
Yeah, you mentioned the move bishop g4. We were not sure about it, that is it in this position, because somehow I felt like I'm not worried from the white side, and Gukesh instantly blitzes out ed4. He's ready for it.
Yeah, Peter, I'm pretty sure with colors reversed, it is sort of in this position as well. I think it's a possibility. But the thing is that this tempo of a3 is really huge. It's really
Yeah.
huge. I'll just confirm, by the way, to be sure, because okay, I'm not hallucinating. That bishop g5. Yeah, Peter, bishop g5 in the Blumenfeld. Actually, that is actually the old main line. So that is
wow.
normal. Except that this move a6 in this position, it's absolutely huge, because after ed, cd, h6, which is the same thing, colors reversed, you can take on f6, like let's say take on f3. Let's say you take on f3 here, and then you play queen c7, let's say. I play, let's say, d3, for example. And then you play e4 or e3. So here it's e5 or e6. And there are like 200 theoretical games here, and they all go with colors reversed a6, which is a3, which you already have. So here it's literally a full tempo in the most useful way. So you have a theoretical position, which is colors reversed, very good for white, which is here black. But now you are up a full tempo, and that's like the most useful tempo. It's also the tempo. So Ding was unable to find a way to. So 96, 95 is a way to make negative use of a3, right? Is to make sure it's a bad move there. But here you go for a line where it's a really, really good move for white here in this case. It's confusing. White there, black here, white there, black there, white here, all confusing. But basically, Ding's gone for something colors reversed in a full tempo down, and here instead of being much worse, white is much better.
Yeah, somehow I feel like, okay, white gets everything. Yeah, if black is giving up his light squared bishop.
And also even more, after take on f3,
Shocking.
queen f3, queen c7, actually even more challenging is some sort of a move c5 and bishop b5 check. And then you should go a5 at some point with black to undermine the pawn chain, but it's kind of huge that I already have it defended a bit. So I have bishop b5 and bishop b2, a kind of business.
Yes.
Or maybe castle even first to get rid of any checks. Castle, ab, and then bishop b2. Kind of huge initiative for white.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous. Black has not yet managed to develop. The bishop on f8 is still there. The king is stuck in the center. White has very quick development. No, this is looking bad. And I'm kind of worried for Ding. He opted for bishop g4 after quite a lot of thoughts, like another 35 minutes. And now after h3, ed, cd, h3, he slows down, because there is no real good way of dealing with this. Yeah, if black plays the move bishop h5, which is kind of natural to retreat that bishop, that sooner or later, most probably white plays the move d3. I want to highlight that potentially g4, bishop g6, knight e5 might be an issue. Maybe even immediately, but immediately there is at least the bishop e4 resource for black. And that's why I'm not 100% sure about this, but it feels very shaky. And besides,
Yes.
also once the h3 bishop h5 moves are included, then even if some bishop b2 appears
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
the d4 pawn will be attacked, then white can also combine with g4 and going after the d4 pawn.
Exactly. So that extra a3 tempo, it's absolutely huge in a line like that. Yeah. So let's say now after a move like bishop b2, let's say a move like e6 or e5, let's even say e5, e6, for example, you can just go g4 and collect the pawn. Whereas in the other lines, you would always have to deal with the weak b4 pawn. And that is the thing in all these different lines, that constantly, when it gets sharp, that extra a3 tempo changes everything. And yeah, Ding is having a difficult choice because both bishop h5 and bishop f3, they're very committal. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think taking on f3 is safer, but you don't get the same thing, because in the same position with colors reversed, you get that c5 square. So let's say bishop f3, queen f3. Let's just, for argument's sake, point out like queen c7, for example. Let's say bishop e2, we make a bad move, e6, and we make castle. So we make some bad moves. And now you go a5. And with the colors reversed, you have to go like b5. Let's make the bad ones. And now you've got this square, yeah, on c5, the dark square, which is what you get when you have that extra tempo. But now you just don't get that, because white is up a tempo. He's got this move c5. He's got the move bishop b2 instead of b5. And the whole character of play changes entirely because of the tempo, basically. So you can't really be comparing these two systems. They're just very different. And so you have a completely original position where white actually has the initiative and a full hour and more, by the way, and more. Because Gukesh, of course, anticipated it. He, of course, realized, his coaches realized that, okay, we have here a reversed Blumenfeld Gambit against which bishop g5 is the old main move. So now probably the guy will think, what about bishop g4? So they have anticipated the entire line of thinking of Ding, and they're still in book, and it's already an hour and counting. And yeah, no, massive pressure on Ding. If he survives this one, then he is probably favorite to win this match. But I'm not optimistic for this game at all. Like I would never count him out, but this is not good. This is pressure.
Exactly. Before I felt like, all right, yeah, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3 on the board. After a3, even after a3, even I have seen Ding Liren spend more than 1 hour on the clock. I still felt like if he finds a good direction, I don't mind. But going for this bishop g4 and now giving up the bishop, reaching this position, being 1 hour behind on the clock, I just don't see any benefits, because objectively he's probably worse.
Yes, and there's this move c5, which is quite unusual, and I suspect that Gukesh still remembers it, because it is the move here according to the computer. It is really the move. Otherwise, black gets this a5 and e6, and he can contest these dark squares. But c5 allows us bishop b5 check, and so I think we should go on a break soon. But just before that, I want to see if Gukesh will recollect it immediately, or perhaps he'll take some time. But the c5 move is quite vital here. Yeah, getting bishop b5 check-in, and the castle and bishop b2 all comes with tempi. And you can also see that, even though it's sort of a reversed Benoni type thing, it's not at all the same, because here white is able to cross the half board mark, right? You are able to cross the. So you're not playing this passive Benoni setups. You're actually going for c5 and bishop b5. And as Gukesh is trying to recollect it, I'll throw it to John. John, what is your view on this highly unusual opening? Do you have some experience yourself playing the Benonis and the Benkos and the Blumenfelds, or you are a more solid player than that?
I certainly have some experience in terrible time trouble. I'm not sure I have some experience in these openings specifically, but I think I'm going to hold my nerve and continue to have the opinion I had when we went to the last break, which is that Gukesh didn't play this opening to defeat Ding on move 5 to 10. Gukesh played this opening to defeat Ding on moves 25 to 35. And especially with Ding going down an hour on the clock, I'm beginning to feel that that's more and more, we're almost metagaming this, where I'm here to defeat the way you're preparing for me. I'm not here to resoundly defeat or refute an opening. I'm here to say the way you're preparing for this isn't how you're going to win the match. And I think that's really, really strong stuff from Gukesh. He's settling in for a think because presumably Queen C8 was what he had prepared for, so he's just double checking that he remembers the lines and what he's going to be doing next. I have little doubt we will see C5 on the board shortly. And for those of you who are watching in Singapore live, this must be an absolute treat. I want to remind you guys as well that it's not the only event you can book a ticket to, and you might get an opportunity to go to a world-class live chess event later this month with the Champions Chess Tour. So in addition to the FIDE World Championship, we've got the Champions Chess Tour that you can attend live and in person. 8 of chess's greatest players, including Magnus, MVL, and Ali Reza, they'll be in Oslo from the 17th to the 21st, just 9 days from now, and you're invited into the room with them. In addition to the high-stakes action over the chessboard, your tickets also include things like hand and brain, simultaneous displays, photo opportunities with the players, and a whole bunch more. If this sounds interesting and you want to be in the room with these players in Oslo in just 9 days' time, use !CCT Finals in chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT Finals 24 and get your tickets now. Gukesh having a think about how best to respond now to Queen C7, folks. Ding, more than an hour in the tank. One thing's for sure, this is not finishing anytime soon. We'll catch you after this break.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are heading to Oslo, Norway, December 17th to the 21st, and you can be there. Watch all of your favorite players, including Magnus, Wesley, and MVL. Tickets are going fast. Get yours now.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day.
Underestimated her, Grandpa.
An hour for a move, and we went, come on guys, can we have some action please? Well, guess what? You've got a fair chunk of it on the board. Several moves blitzed out after Queen C7 was played. We had D3, A5, which we've been discussing as an idea for a fair bit already, and then B5, Knight BD7. So this is stuff maybe that we haven't even covered on broadcast yet. I'm so far out of my depth, it's not even funny. Anish, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like, there was no moves happening at all, you know? And the moment we went away to grab a tea, come back, suddenly everything being blitzed out. It's absolutely wild. Gukesh spent only 10 minutes, not even. He rushed things so badly. He's trying to keep up the time pressure, I think. I think he was a bit overexcited with how well things were going. And honestly, his last moves, they completely missed the mark. I was sort of explaining what was the entire point of the line because I figured it out with the computer, of course, in the meantime. And I was sure that his team and Gukesh also was aware of it, because after bishop g4, he so quickly took on d4 and played h3. I was so confident that, you know, that, okay, they realized the same position with colors reversed. They realized that it's a logical reaction. They've prepared everything. But I think all they did is just have one line after bishop g4 written down, and they didn't really pay attention to it, because the whole point was not that. I mean, what he did now is exactly what I said, that with colors reversed, you do get that hole on c5. When the side that has a knight there, which is white there and black here, is just very comfortable. And knight on c5 is beautiful. You go e6 or e5, develop the bishop. There's absolutely no problems. I mean, of course, white has some trumps like space and diagonal and all that. So white is maybe not so much worse, but this was not the point. The whole point was that because of this extra move a3, there was this computer opportunity with c5 on move 9. It was the whole point that you go c5 here. And after a5, you now have time for bishop b5, knight c6, and castle bishop b2, because you've got that extra move a3. And so the lines goes like c5. Yeah, let's say a5, bishop b5 check, knight c6, castle, ab4. You can also do the Levon thing with bishop a4, Peter will know what I mean. Peter bishop
Yes.
a4 instead of castle, the Levon thing, which is also nice.
Well, actually, it's
yours,
mine.
yes?
I know.
That's
It
why.
was my
That's why.
idea. Yes, exactly.
I know. There is this Nimzo where this bishop with colors reversed, you go this bishop a5, and the point is that after AB, you're threatening the discovery with bishop takes a6 check. So there are a few options: bishop a4 or castle AB, bishop b2. In any case, this is sort of the line, and actually the computer on depth, as usual, says that black is okay here as well. So you should actually even know this as white, like how that continues, how it proceeds. But I think Gukesh just thrilled with how things are going, with the body language of Ding, with the fact that he is an hour more on the clock. He just chose a very basic and standard way of playing. Of course, in this structure, normally you go d3, g3, bishop g2. And he just sort of rushed it. But he entirely missed the point of his own prep. And I'm especially surprised because he knew bishop g4 move, it seems, and he played it so quickly, the next two moves, that somehow it got me fooled into thinking that he was deep. But he, of course, didn't spend enough time on bishop g4, which is far from the best move. And now he's going to pay the price because Ding very relieved. Last few moves were done very quickly. And now his next moves are very standard. And this hour on the clock is no longer so relevant.
Exactly. Yeah, black got stability. Now Ding is very relieved. And he might be regretting, of course, that he spent so much time. But at the same time, he knows that, okay, thank you very much. I'm very satisfied. I'm having everything under control. I can rely on my understanding. I know where the pieces are going. There is absolutely no reason anymore for black to be burning a lot of time for his decisions. Everything comes natural to a player like Ding. And Gukesh will be the one who will be realizing, maybe he already realizes now, that actually black is super comfortable. Yeah, and again, this time management, yes, one can blame Ding for spending more than 1 hour on the clock, but at the same time, Gukesh got overexcited and carried away. Instead of, if he doesn't know the position, and now that he made the wrong choice, we can assume he didn't know, then he should have spent even half an hour to try to understand the essence of the position and then go with the right direction. Because now what we might be seeing is that slowly he will be uncomfortable. He will be anyway burning time on the clock, and he cannot change the character of the game anymore. Black got control of the c5 square that Anish has highlighted right from the beginning.
Yeah, Peter, it happened to me once, a similar thing. It was actually crazy, that experience I had. And it was a very, very special learning experience that unfortunately I can't apply too often. So I played Grishuk. And we played some Berlin endgame. I was black. And the game was normal. He put some pressure on me with some opening idea. I responded reasonably, logically. And everything was going fine until suddenly he started thinking. And first I sat the board thinking, then I started walking. Then I came back to the board. Then I started walking, and he was thinking. And I started looking at the clock. I mean, it's like 30, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, 55 minutes. I mean, he drove me nuts. It was an hour at some point. I mean, I was already thinking about position, about not position, about I was there. I was chewing something, then I stopped chewing. I drank a tea got cold. I've got a new, I mean, so much happened in that. Like, it was an hour and 10 minute thing or something like that. And he drove me I completely lost concentration. He made the move, finally. I replied something back. And suddenly the moves that I made, the next two moves, they brought my position from equal to lost. I completely lost concentration. And the most remarkable part was that he was in prep the entire time. So there was, when he spent that hour, after his hour, I have a choice. And one move is sort of obvious and bad, and the other move is good, leading to a rook endgame where I'm barely holding. And if he had played instantly, I would have realized that it's an important moment to think. But he knew that he doesn't need time, because if I get into that rook endgame where I'm a little bit worse, he can have 5 minutes. It's a rook endgame. He's just a bit better and it will be a draw. But he lured me into that false sense of like security or something like that. I don't even know what it was. Like I just couldn't maintain concentration for an hour in a playing hall where my opponent is not moving. And I just got into lost position. Luckily, in the end, I survived because he had too little time, of course. I mean, it's of course, went finally, didn't go unpunished. But that experience, it was for me so useful. I've realized that when your opponent is thinking too long, it can be also you who loses concentration, you know?
Yes.
And I think similar happened to Gukesh. That giant thought, it got him unsettled and he just lost concentration simply.
Yeah, it's chess is crazy, and of course classical chess, one has the feeling like the players get 2 hours time, then everything is fine, everybody has time to adjust to new situations. But yeah, sometimes the rhythm of your opponent, there is also the other side, yeah, when someone plays too fast and that irritates you, and there is the other one, like your opponent is burning a lot of time on his clock. During the break, I was going out from the room, and I chatted with my wife, and I told her, well, the you know who does this, what Ding was doing in the previous moves? It's me. I'm the big expert for burning 1 hour on the clock for absolutely nothing. And I know exactly that my wife goes crazy, because we both know that this is the only thing that I shouldn't be doing. But I always find the reason. But okay, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not recalling perfectly everything. And so there's always a reason to be spending time. But actually, Ding gets rewarded. Yeah, he got a dream scenario. You remember you were telling that, and I was agreeing, he would pay any amount of money to get out of this situation. Well, that's absolutely out of the theory right now, because he's very happy. He's very happy. He's again back to chilling mode.
Yeah, maybe he paid, more. Maybe he paid 200,000 for Gukesh to push the b pawn to b5, because that's a huge relief. And the good thing about his position now, wait, is it his move or is Gukesh's move, right? Still.
Yes. Still.
Yeah, it's even Gukesh's move. That's great. But the good thing about his position now is that it is so easy to play. You put a knight on c5, pawn on e6 or e5. I remember with colors reversed, both were having its own points. You could put e6, you could put e5, doesn't matter. Put the bishop out, castle, and just sit on that square. Just sit on it. You can sit on it like that or like that. Nothing's happening to you. At some point, of course, e5, f5, e4 is your sort of long-term idea. But you don't need to rush it at all. You have control of the dark square on c5. Even if white trades the bishop there and then the knight, still you're sitting on the square. You still maintain one piece on the square. So white cannot break the blockade on c5 no matter what he trades. The bishop on g2 is that one piece that is going to observe the diagonal. Okay, it controls few squares, but it's observing the diagonal kind of uselessly. And the bishop on g2 can never fight for the c5 square or for any other dark square. So black is just good without any backup, like without any follow-up that is needed. Black is just good, period. So Ding is just doing well. And the psychological situation reversed, and yeah, he just got really lucky. As you mentioned, playing fast is very unsettling. That everybody knows that. But playing slow, that it can be unsettling. That's something that I've learned against Grishuk, and that's something that Gukesh is learning today. That's opponent playing slow, it is also dangerous for you. And the situation is completely changed. And now the longer Gukesh is thinking, the closer he gets on the time, the more better Ding feels. And we could even see the whole thing backfire and Ding taking this game eventually. So there are all kinds of scenarios possible from here.
Yes, I'm actually now looking from White's perspective to some exit, strategical exit, that how can White, for example, shut the game down in long terms, because strategically speaking, as you highlighted, once that monster knight appears on c5, let's just quickly show why this knight is so strong. Of course, we understand that it sits there, but it's not just sits. It actually beautifully protects the b7 pawn. So the knight is protecting the b7 pawn, which is important if White gets the bishop to the diagonal, because one could say that there will be a pressure along the long diagonal, but the knight on c5 takes care of the only weakness on b7 perfectly. All right, we continue the journey. The knight from c5 is actually targeting the d3 pawn in long terms. Black's knight from c5 also covers all this a4, b3 squares just in case. And the typical idea e7, e5, and potentially later if black goes knight fd7, f7, f5, e5, e4, then that knight from c5 is putting was supporting also beautifully the e5, e4 break. We also heard the move knight fd7, which beautifully reinforces the knight on c5. So in fact, white will fight with his knight on b1 and with the bishop on c1. How can he fight? So one is like getting a4, bishop a3, try to trade that bishop on c5 for one of the knights, and potentially later the knight on b1 should try to be exchanged via e4 again for the knight on c5. And if white is able to do that, then we can speak about maintaining some balance, some equality in some opposite colored bishop positions. So all kinds of arrows, millions of arrows, but it's all about the fight for the c5 square.
Yeah, Peter, this is how it's done, because the people, they're big fans of Hikaru streaming, and Hikaru is incredible at playing Blitz and especially Bullet, and also other time controls, but especially the fast time controls. And Hikaru, he also does this thing where he draws arrows mindlessly, and people really like it because they think it's amazing. But his arrows, half of them don't make sense. Now, in case of your arrows, they really make sense, and that's really nice to see. That. This is how the arrows should be drawn. Like, you have a maze of arrows, but you really manage to show the entire strategical battle that's ongoing here with all these arrows. And indeed, the knight on c5, it is so multifunctional that the whole board is now covered in orange arrows.
Yes, well, I think the arrows make sense if everyone has followed the discussion, that what we have been talking about. If you finally just see all these millions of arrows, then you can get confused that, okay, what on earth is going on? Isn't this a chess game after all? But yeah, now everything depends on this c5 square, and that's why this a5 push and provoking and forcing white to play the move b4, b5 is so crucial for the evaluation, the assessment of this position. And why we are so relieved, and Ding is relieved, Ding is chilling right now, deep inside, his soul is shining, because he knows exactly, okay, I'm perfectly safe, and I might even have potential in this position to take over.
But as you rightly mentioned, this I like how you said it, strategic exit, because there is no tactical exit here. There is indeed a strategic exit for white, and perhaps indeed that scenario you mentioned, where you develop the bishop to g2, you castle, and then you go a4, bishop a3, you take, knight d2. You said via e4, but maybe also if black prevents with f5, via b3, rook fb1, knight b3 is a way. So maybe indeed what you want with the white is you want to trade all the pieces on c5, get rid of the knight, let black have a bishop there, have your own light square bishop, and then after all that happens, you probably you are kind of safe-ish with white. I mean, still only black can play for advantage there, because I don't see white having any plan. White's extra c-pawn is blocked firmly, but black's extra e-pawn, it still has potential to push itself to e4. But with no knight on c5, only bishop being on c5, I guess white has enough control over the e4 square that we get this opposite color bishop position where maybe white can just sit it out and make a draw. So maybe that's sort of like, I think the white's dream is basically to trade everything and try and make a draw that way. Like, this is how I see the position. I mean, I don't see a realistic scenario. I mean, maybe a scenario for white is if you are able to go for some f4, g4. But I think, yeah, realistically, I don't see how white can play for advantage here almost ever. But
yes,
maybe
now maybe it's also, then we talked about all these general strategical ideas. Let's try to make a couple of moves to see how easy it is to achieve what we are talking about. So we would assume that white would love to play g3, bishop g2, short castle, but there is also one issue that what I have noticed, that after g3, knight c5, we might have to react to a threat of knight b3, because this knight, again, the pawn on a3, the knight can jump to b3, forking the rook on a1 and the bishop on c1. So it's also something that is not very common.
Yeah, I also remember with colors reversed, there's this idea of going a5 to a4, stopping the whole thing. So I think that could also be a thing, actually.
Yeah. Okay, then of course, white usually tries to get bishop d2, bishop b4 is the typical kind of Benoni way of fighting for that. But even then, if you trade on c5, you will have an eternal weakness on a3. Yeah? So this a5, a4 fixing, super important question. What is the right timing? Gukesh taking his time. I'm not a fan of his position. I feel like now he has very difficult strategical questions to answer, which are very hard to answer. So no matter how much time he will spend, I'm not sure he will finally understand how to react, or if there is a good way at all to react.
Yeah, though from colors reversed, when I've analyzed it back in the day for white, I remember that position looks absolutely terrible, but it's not that bad. I mean, there's some counterplay against the d4 pawn here, for example. So let's say g3, knight c5, knight d2. Black can't get it all at once, yeah? So black also has to decide. Do you go for a4 or do you go for e6 or e5? And the computer hates knight d2, by the way. But okay, let's try
play
and,
a4.
Yeah, if you go a4, so I was thinking maybe I can try and target the d4 pawn. Let's say, okay, bishop g2 first, for example.
But there is also this queen e5 check, yeah?
Yes,
what I
king
wanted
d1,
to
let's say,
mention.
maybe. Yeah, or king f1. Maybe I'll move the king out of the way. I don't know where. Maybe to d1 to f1. At least you lost some time on your queen as well. I'll quickly bring the rook to e1.
I'm not a fan of queen e5. I just wanted to highlight, that there is one check that one has to pay attention, because white cannot play the move queen e2, because then due to the pin, black gets knight takes d3 in, and black wins the game on the spot. So one has to be careful. But for example, we don't want to get provoked. We just stick to the plan. We push e5.
Yes. Now let's say I castle.
And I play bishop e7.
Yeah, let's say I go bishop. Okay, rook e1 maybe first. I don't know exactly what I'm trying. Okay, maybe bishop b2. Let's go bishop b2 and see.
Okay.
I'll bring the a rook maybe to e1, and I'll try to fake some f4 idea or something. Maybe like rook a e1 or something like that.
Yeah, makes some sense. Okay, so I play rook fe8.
Yeah, now I need to bring my queen out of the way and go and try to fake f4, which I don't believe in it. That's the problem, but I have to try it. So let's say queen. Yeah, I don't know queen it.
Yeah,
maybe I could have gone g4
also,
by the way. Maybe instead of g3, maybe g4 to try and put the queen on g3 somewhere, but it's also so weakening the f4 square. Yeah, I don't know. Gukesh is not in a great spot. I mean, I hated this position for the white side here. I hate it. Like it's a disaster. Like I hate such positions where you are strategically worse, and you're not on strategically worse, but your problem is sort of unsolvable. It's awful.
Yes, and for black, we have just played the most systematic moves without any specific, without any special deepness. Everything that we can play in a bullet game. Yeah, just
you just made, of course, and the moves you made, they were so obvious for you that you know they're good, and I have to already regret. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. So it's much easier to play for Ding. He's in a wonderful spot right now. And Gukesh, I think the main thought that he is now have realized, he hasn't realized how to play. He has realized that he messed something up and he mixed up the prep. He realized that for sure, because he has a good understanding. And now that he has calmed down a bit from the whole craziness of 1 hour thought of Ding, now that he has calmed down, he thought about the position. He realized that, okay, wait, what just happened?
Yes, one question that I'm trying to answer for myself, but is it too premature? I just hated to lose a tempo on a4 in order to get this long-term idea going and also avoiding this a5, a4 fix. But it also opens up some e5, potentially bishop b4 check possibility, and then you will get the knight to c5, and I'm very scared of that construction.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is that if white achieves everything, you sort of equalize. So the motivation to be precise is not very high. Like your upside is that, okay, you make your draw. Yeah, this is and just 10 minutes or half an hour ago, you were up 1 hour on the clock and you were already thinking how you're going to celebrate the world championship title. Yeah, so the contrast is stark. And yeah, I mean, you have to think, do you go a4 first? Do you go knight d2 first? Do you go g3 first? Maybe you go g4 because you panic a bit and you want to have g5 and queen g3 idea somewhere. I mean, yes, one of them is better than the other. Some of them probably equalize, because the bar is not saying that it's so bad for white yet. But it's a very difficult dilemma. Yeah, no, I understand. I also thought about a4, but I wasn't shouting to suggest it, because I thought, yes, if I have bishop b4 is also there. Yeah,
yes,
it's very nice. And then knight c5.
Yes,
very skeptical. I mean, it could be even much worse than what we had. yeah,
Exactly.
the bar is
It can
completely down. No, it's
it
much
can
worse.
be basically lost. Yeah, it's board almost completely lost. By the way, even some knight b3 threat is in the air.
Yeah,
due
it's
to the pin.
it's strategically dangerous. It's also tactically, there's some e4 idea, maybe tactical one, not
Yes.
to let you castle, you know, just e4, knight e4, and,
Yeah.
and maybe you can't. Maybe you're not in time to castle simply. Besides
Yeah.
besides that, I can trade everything and have a knight on c5. Maybe you can also just not castle. So that's yeah. A4 is not the move, but
I just felt like as a commentator, I have to mention it. Yeah, that we spoke about it. That yeah, black is maybe in long terms planning to fix with a5, a4. So then, and we highlighted that in long terms, a3, bishop a3 is an idea. Now, I would also like to highlight that. Okay, then a4, e5, bishop a3 comes to mind. Yeah, that we trade the bishop. We stop bishop b4 check. First of all, we did not stop bishop b4 check at all. Black can even play it, but just to highlight that strategically, after trading the bishops, black is already probably winning. There is absolutely no way white can survive this with a good knight on c5, this horrible pawn structure, and the bad bishop versus the good knight scenario.
You know, Peter, what I like that you know, yesterday we were commentating with you on that miserable game. And I was thinking, you know, that some haters, they're going to be like, you know, that, okay, you know, Peter and Anish, they both have this positional style, you know, and this is the downside of the style. Sometimes you get these very dull games, yeah, when everything is balanced and neutral. And but I'm happy today that, you know, you get to showcase your depth of your strategic understanding and your positional style in a very positive way. You know, you show how black can be winning in 15 moves thanks to the dark squares. So I'm really happy that we get the kind of strategic game, which is also very strategically complex, and you get to show your strategic talents here, which is very nice. I want to see one thing, because we are here and we're going to be here with the weak c5 square for hours to come, just to reflect a bit on how we landed there. Can we go back to the moment
yes,
where Gukesh could go c5 and see, first of all, how much time exactly did he spend there? I want to see that. Do we have that information? Can you see that on your screen?
No, I cannot. Unfortunately,
okay,
I cannot.
I can probably look it up. One moment. Let me see.
He played way too fast.
That's for sure. The question, I just want to know. So yeah, so he went ED4 in 13 seconds to show to Ding, who spent 1 hour, yeah, that I'm still in book. He went H3 in 5 seconds to once again show Ding that I'm still in book. Then after Ding took, he recaptured in 8 seconds. Probably just had to write down the move. And after Queen C7, being up 1 hour and 8 minutes on the clock, he did think, so he was out of book, obviously, and he spent only 6 minutes maintaining an hour and 2 minute advantage on the clock. I think he liked that also in the thought that he is a full hour. Like the game began, he is out of book as well, but he has a full hour ahead. And I think that thought was so heartwarming that he rushed it. And he didn't mix up anything, by the way, because even against Queen C8, which is maybe what his seconds prepared, which would be a failure on his seconds part, because you should look at the moves you write down, even if it's computer choice. I mean, Queen C7 much more logical. So you can't just cover Queen C8, not cover Queen C7. That's a failure on the... But most likely he just forgot the file in both cases. But even after Queen C8, although D3 is still liked by computer, after A5, he takes A5 is the move there, not B5. So this A5, B5 thing is not in the file anywhere. It is pure improvisation, and that improvisation, B5 was played in 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Wow.
And the thing is, what happened there, it was what I like to call a macho showdown. You know, when the two guys, they try to show, you know, who is the real macho, the alpha male kind of situation. It was a macho showdown because after D3, which was played too quickly, Ding has played A5 in only 19 seconds after 1 hour thought, yeah, 19 seconds, and then Gukesh played B5 in only 20 seconds as well, to sort of show like, you play fast, I can also play fast. And actually the move B5 is a massive strategic decision, massive one, because you can go BA, you can also sacrifice the pawn, But just BA or B5, I mean, it's a massive decision. It can take you easily 10 minutes. And BA is a better move, by the way, also by computers and also humanly.
Well, because after B takes A5, one has the feeling that White should be able to shut the game down. White will always have enough counterplay on the B file. The knight on C5 will not be eternal. For example, just to highlight that knight D2, rook B1, potentially rook B5 idea comes like in all these Benoni type of positions. There is life, and White shouldn't be worried. But after B5, knight B7, there is no exit, yeah? It's very scary.
Yes, but even if B5 is better than BA, I mean, okay, the computer, let's say the weak one here I have, it says minus 0.2 on both. I remember my strong one was saying BA sort of slowly equalizes, but B5 doesn't. But in either case, the point I was also making is that it's a decision, right? And you've got 2 hours. You shouldn't think for an hour, but you can think for at least 5 minutes, at least. Not to say that you can easily spend 10. But he was carried away by that psychological thing where he was sort of trying to, I don't know exactly, he was trying to sort of maintain that clock advantage, that pressure. He was sort of trying to maintain the pressure on the clock, but he forgot the board for a second there. He forgot about the board. And now he's thinking. And he will be thinking for many moves to come. And it's already half an hour that he's thinking, by the way. But it is just too late. It is just too late.
Yeah, it's too late. He cannot change the character of the position, the character of the fight. Black has established control. And, well, only Gukesh fans have to be worried about right now. Yeah, it's Ding fans can chill. Nothing can happen to Black. And can you imagine Team Gukesh's feeling, yeah? First, the euphoria that, wow, we were brave enough to go for this b4 e3. We're not sure, but we worked so hard. And it was a good direction. It caught Ding by complete surprise. We are up 1 hour on the clock. We got an objectively better position, everything to celebrate. And then just like in 5 minutes, a complete turnaround. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because sometimes the seconds they work so hard that they sleep during the game, yeah, because it's the only time where, which I think, by the way, is a terrible idea. I think it must be a terrible idea. I think if you are a second or especially a coach, probably the game is something you should follow the most. Then you can look at your player, how he plays, how he looks, to try to understand, what is his state and how exactly he plays. So I'm not sure I'm into that whole situation where they say that second works all day, all night, and doesn't watch the game. I think I would prefer if my second or coach would sleep at night and watch my game and try to help me later with some feedback. Really watching me from up close. But if they were watching it live, then yeah, it must have been a massive emotional roller coaster. And I'm sure with so much emotion, they could feel a lot of negative emotion towards the player, towards Gukesh. Like, even though he's an adorable, wonderful person, almost a kid, you could say, he's 18. But I'm curious, like, if as a coach, if it was possible for the coach to not feel anger at him, for what he has done. Like how could you ruin everything, like in 2 moves, everything was so good. So I'm curious, how they managed to handle it. Gukesh's team. Now, well, the one good thing for Gukesh, so if we look at the board again, so G3, knight C5, Peter, yeah?
Yes.
Just to point out, we made a mistake there in the our analysis, because White should go bishop G2. Knight B3 is not a threat because of queen B7, and you can even sack the exchange. Not to say there's queen bishop F4. So there was no need to panic there with knight D2. And if not knight D2, then A4 is less strong because I have bishop D2, bishop B4, which you pointed out. So bishop G2 is much better. And now, you get to gain a decent version. So let's say if black goes E5 or something. Now I can probably still castle. Bishop E7. Now knight B3 no longer threatens to win the bishop. And now maybe I can start with A4. And in this version, you don't get to consolidate the same way that that you did before.
Yes, exactly. No, of course, it's very nice not to have been forced to commit the knight to D2. This is
huge,
important.
It's huge. Yes.
Yeah, I also have seen that Evil Bar was claiming suddenly a even advantage for white after bishop e7.
Bishop g5 is, but I think it's
it's exactly. I was completely shocked. No way white can ever be better here.
I think it's bishop g5 is actually very smart because it trades the other knight faster. And that knight potentially, so if you go knight f7, okay, king is in the center, so that's not so simple. And if you castle, then this, let's say castle knight d2 or something, and then let's say rook a b8,
or chopping it immediately.
Immediately, yes, also. And you got to trade that knight, but it's the same, because then you can trade the other knight too. But even if you do all this, I think that bar, it showed for a second that white is better, but it's just equal. White cannot be better.
Yeah, it's kind of the good scenario for white, that this is the way of getting rid of the problems. But already I'm also curious that could it be that Ding now gets ambitious? Yeah, he sees that, yes, first he was scared, everything, but now he's happy with his position. And also he sees that Gukesh is now in a state of shock that what have I done? And he will even try to be super precise, not to allow white to get away with this position so easily.
Yeah, I don't think so, Peter. I don't think that, because I know it also myself, that very often, you should have that thinking, where you realize that the tide has turned, and you should think about the weakness of your opponent. But when you are so vulnerable yourself, like Ding is so far, you usually focus on your own feelings instead of your opponent's. And I think Ding is just really relieved. In a sense, he is relieved that he is okay. I don't think he feels that it is the moment to pounce. So I think that he likes the control. If he gets to play for advantage for a win without any risk, he will take it. But I do expect that somehow Ding will allow Gukesh to trade all these pieces on c5. Ding will carefully make sure he gets the pawn to b6 at some point, move the rook out of the way, and gets the full control, doesn't allow any shenanigans. And I don't think that Ding will be too ambitious yet. But of course, it depends also on how Gukesh will handle it. If Gukesh will make more inaccuracies, or if he will drop lower on the clock, perhaps Ding will also smell blood as well.
Yeah, so one question that I'm having looking at this position. So yes, G6 is the most natural move. We talked about this knight c5 clearly is normal, bishop g2. Another big question, e6 or e5. But okay, for the moment, let's assume black pushes the pawn to e5. White castles, and if I know that after bishop e7, bishop g5 is kind of a nice liquidation for white, is there an argument to try to move that knight first to d7? But I feel that then this idea that you mentioned with potentially some queen e2 f4 might be worrisome for black.
Yeah, Peter, exactly. Yeah, I think you want to develop the bishop. So first of all, e6 was also possible, but the other thing is that I think maybe the bishop to d6 is just a better way.
Ah, wow. Here to put bishop, yes,
also,
exactly.
Even help for f4 related play. Yeah, when you go f4 later, my bishop will already be working on a diagonal. So I think this.
Yeah, very
d6,
nice.
Yeah, this is a better way to develop that, and then we are back to then bishop g5 is completely pointless. Yeah,
exactly.
And then you probably have this knight d2 a4 bishop a3 idea. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. So one little touch, yeah, bishop d6 actually makes everything perfect for black. And I perfectly agree with you that if Ding is relieved, yeah, so he's very happy that nothing can happen to him. But he might not even think about, oh, can I win or not? He's now only focusing on the next couple of moves. And if he can make natural little moves, and by natural moves, he's building up the pressure, and then he consolidates, and then he sees that, wow, I got everything, then he will start to get ambitious. And Gukesh now, in my mind, makes the right step, one move too late or two moves too late, that he takes all his time. Because if he just routinely makes a couple of moves and he mixes up some strategical ideas, then his position can really be very bad.
Yes, for example, this superficial knight d2 move that we made, just in case, let's avoid knight b3. Yeah, That
Yes.
superficial move was a big strategic error, I think, yeah, because after a4, you really want this bishop d2, bishop b4 maneuver. So there isn't a room for white anymore to play inaccurate. You have to really be now accurate with white. And okay, I mean, to say that he's doing a good thing now thinking for 40 minutes, I also don't think so. I mean, I think that at least if you have an extra hour, at least maintain that advantage. I mean, for all it's worth, at least keep the time advantage at least. But he should think that, but maybe the issue also is why he's thinking. Of course, he was hoping he's better, yeah, somehow.
Yes.
He thought that he played right so far, and now he's realizing that he has to still come to terms with the fact that he is worse, which is extremely hard. And he is just looking for advantage, which isn't there, looking for dynamic possibilities. I mean, he's also, of course, looking at ideas like b6, c5, bishop f4, like all the forcing some kind of moves, that make something happen, the desperate ones that don't work. But g4 also, of course, he's looking at all the aggressive moves. He's trying to somehow, but eventually he'll see that if nothing works, he will eventually realize that he should switch to defense. And then all of that is a very time-consuming process. But I think that, yeah, his best bet is to accurately play now. And I would say he should try and play quickly, because if he at least maintains time advantage, at least Ding might not get too ambitious. And that's his best hope for Gukesh, that, okay, Ding will not get too ambitious now. Because if Ding gets ambitious and he has easy position to play, yeah, it could get very dangerous for Gukesh.
Yes, absolutely agreed. And what a change of events! Just 2 moves. This is chess. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, that we are talking about classical time control. It's a 4-5 hours game, but often these 1-2 moves decide the direction. And one always says that you should control the game. Yeah, make sure that long terms everything is okay. Then it's much easier to play. And in my mind, this is not exactly the case for black. White has to be super precise. First of all, has to understand, acknowledge that something really went wrong in order to be able mentally to look for exit. Yeah, because if he's still for 2 more moves thinking about how do I try to get a playable position where I can put pressure, that will backfire. He has to have a clear vision now how to try to shut the game down if it's possible.
Yeah, it is quite interesting because what he tried to do is he tried to maintain that huge pressure, yeah. And I remember that Levon was doing it a lot back in the day. So he had that thing, and I think back in the day it was even more poisonous than now. But Levon was doing that thing where he would be very well prepared always. There was, of course, this joke, yeah, that Levon was saying that I don't work on chess when he was the best prepared player in the world. So that was that funny joke that everybody was a running joke among the top players. And Levon would always say in interview that, oh, no, I don't work, I'm just playing. And everybody would be like, what do you mean? Every game you have novelty on move 27. But okay, so Levon was there with his best prep, with his great prep at his peak with 28-20 rating, world number 2, with a margin after Carlsen. And Levon, he would have that thing where he would blitz out his prep and keep blitzing even after that. So you would never know when the prep ended, and it seemed like an endless prep. And then afterwards you would check the game and you would see that, okay, actually this move was a mistake, that move was a mistake, but he would keep blitzing. He would think during opponent's time and he would keep putting pressure, and so many games he would get away with it where he would make a mistake, but opponent feeling the pressure would not spot the moment and it would continue. And this whole idea of like playing fast even after your prep, it can be very effective. But it can also, like today, like it can also really backfire.
Yeah, it's a state of shock for Gukesh and also for all the Indian fans. They were probably very happy that, wow, what an opening. Gukesh was trying to play the gambit, and then up on the clock, everything works in his direction. Everyone sees the evil bar. White has all the possibilities, and then just 2 moves later, 10 minutes later, it's exactly the opposite. Yeah, like black has stabilized, and now slowly Gukesh is burning that 1 hour on the clock. Yeah, and this is why fundamentally the first decision, if the direction is wrong of your wave process, then actually after no amount of time can help you. And this is exactly where Gukesh is standing now. The good news for him is that probably if he understands it, he will still be in time to somehow trade all the important pieces and then be able to hold. But that's the maximum that I'm seeing for him right now.
Yeah, and I'm also not so sure. We have to once again see if he's in time to do all what we said he wants to do. I'm not at all sure. There's also some idea to go like knight c5, knight fd7, and knight e5, hitting the d3 pawn. So, for example, let's say you go g3.
Yes.
I go knight c5. You go bishop g2. I go knight fd7. I don't know. Are you going to sacrifice the pawn, or are you going to waste tempo? What are you going to do? Also tricky.
Yes, it's a very tricky question because knight e5 is a threat.
Probably you sacrifice the pawn. I would assume, because you're a lot up in development here. So let's say you castle knight e5, queen d1 or queen e2. But okay, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's
yeah, because you capture with this knight. Yeah.
Yes, and it's a tempo as well on the bishop. And okay, the bar doesn't see white having enough compensation.
Yes, so I don't know where to hide my bishop. Yeah, the c1 bishop. I would like to remove it, but I don't have a square.
True. That's the problem. You can't exploit the advantage in development here. So that, for example, is a question. Knight fd7. Yeah, and if you don't sack the pawn, let's say you do not. Okay, then which move are you
making? Then you have to play bishop f4, but it's
okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's a big tempo.
Exactly, it gives you a very big tempo.
Bishop f4.
You stabilize.
Yeah, but even also maybe even by force. There's some e4 knight e5. Maybe also losing by force.
Yes,
also possible.
So this is
bishop
impossible.
F4 is too desperate. So
then queen e2, or what can I do at all?
Yeah, then also knight e5, no, even.
Also knight e5, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, let's just let me show this, that after knight e5, bishop f4, yeah, setting up the pin, but black is able to capture on this with the check, and black wins the game. Very dangerous.
E4 maybe you have, some desperate bishop e4 move after knight e5. Very desperate.
So queen e2, no, hop. Queen e2, knight e5, and bishop e4, yeah, protecting.
Maybe.
But let's not forget about knight b3, but knight b3, bishop f4, we have this tactic there. Let's just show this.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot about it completely, yeah. Got lucky, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice, yeah. Bishop f4, and then we sacrifice the rook, because after bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, we have bishop c6 check, winning the black queen. So this is one great resource. But yeah, very scary scenario. Just if something goes wrong for white, this knight fd7 can be potentially also very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you have to even think, like, if you're white here, you're calculating g3, you have to see these things. Like, what if you lose d3 pawn and you lose your chance to become world champion? I mean, this is kind of a big deal.
Yes.
So yeah, you really not, and also this whole bishop e4 move. I mean, you have to. It goes on. Let's say bishop e4. Okay, I'll go e6. I want to go f5. How do you continue? I mean, it's all continuous. I don't know. It's all not so simple. If you go f4, maybe I'll go f5 or something. Maybe it's, or maybe not. I don't know. It has to be calculated.
Can I play bishop f4 now?
Yes. Then I go bishop d6.
Yes. Yeah, and okay, just to highlight that,
because your bishop on e4 is completely misplaced, it's going to be targeted by f5, so you lose a lot of time.
Exactly. Yeah, knight d2, you castle, and then just potentially that if we are speaking about this structure, then it's very nice for black that the pawn is still on e6, and then you're going to go f7, f5, and slowly later on you're going to prepare this e5, e4
Yeah,
idea.
imagine also I get f5 and I get a4 with black. Now how are you going to trade my knight? Very, very unpleasant for white, yeah? Strategic situation here. I mean, maybe in dynamic play, white is sort of okay, but strategically speaking, like just the look of this position is very concerning for white. I have a feeling if black gets to consolidate, make 2 more moves, it could be practically lost, because if you can't challenge the knight on c5, very worried.
Yeah, very worried. And Gukesh, in a state of shock, taking all his time, he has definitely realized all of this. He sees all the dangers, and he just cannot believe, what have I done?
Some argument can be made.
Yes,
some argument can be made for developing the bishop to e2 to protect the d3 pawn very firmly. But of course, then you don't have a single active piece. Yeah, at least the bishop on diagonal was something to look forward to. Bishop e2 or queen d1, bishop e2. This is like the most passive way of playing possible, but I have very big doubts that this is a good idea.
Yes. Yeah. No. This cannot be.
It's
My
bad.
hand cannot even make this move. Yeah. Sorry, I just cannot. Yeah. It's even my mouse refused to cooperate. Wow. Okay. I don't know what to say. Just 2 moves ago, we would have said that yes, of course, White gonna go c4, c5. Let us just pull back that position. Yeah, that White had the chance of going c5, activating that bishop to b5 with a check. Then White gets quick short castles, bishop d2, lovely development. And let's just compare this scenario with everything that we have been analyzing now the last half an hour. It's night and day. Yeah, it's completely different. And one direction might have meant Gukesh becoming the next world champion. And right now, if he loses this game, that will be such a disaster. With only one White game left from the remaining 3 games, how would he be able to fight for comeback? It's so much at stake right now.
Yeah, no, it's huge, and he really blinked there. Gukesh is a great fighter. He's got an insane fighting spirit. He knows how to put the pressure, but he slightly overdid that. He put too much pressure psychologically, and he for a second forgot about the chessboard. At the end of the day, we play chess on the board. Is what one of my coaches was. He said a very, very interesting thing, which is very, very true. He said, the problem with chess is that it's not just like boxing, that, okay, you are a fighter, you're fighting, you have this, you're pumped, everything is great, and you just can go out there and, okay, boxing is also not like that, but at least there you can punch your opponent, right? It's you against him, and it's a fight, or like whatever, MMA, whatever, yeah? There's no, imagine some kind of sport with like no rules where you just fight. Then yes, you are a great fighter, you are fearless, you are powerful, you're pumped. But in chess, besides that, there is a chessboard in between you and the position. And the position has certain features, and like it doesn't matter about who you are and who opponent is and what is the psychological situation. There's a position, and this is also very, very important. And now, for example, like there's the c5 square, knight is on c5, and this whole pressure just doesn't make any sense. Like the fact that Ding was under pressure and Gukesh was piling out the pressure just didn't work out because he forgot about the chessboard. He forgot to put the pressure on the board. He only put it psychologically, only on the clock. And now we see the reverse. He is tanking for 52 minutes. And John, what the hell's going on? 1 hour 50. You've told us you are the expert on the time trouble. I mean, this is insane. Like, have you seen such time trouble situations? I haven't seen such one. One guy is going for 1 hour thought, the other for a 50-minute thought. What an incredibly thoughtful game.
50 minutes back in the tank for Gukesh. At this point, I'm inclined to agree with what you guys were discussing earlier about how Levon would just keep blitzing out moves even if it's after his prep. At some point, if you force your opponent into an hour's think and you've blipped and you've gone wrong somewhere, it's almost better to call the bluff and you keep piling on a couple of moves just to see if you can keep up the advantage. Because now Gukesh is risking losing his time advantage as well, which so far it's been the biggest time advantage he's had at any point in the World Championship. So I honestly don't know at the moment, but I want to stay positive. I want to look at some of the things that Gukesh does have. So, Anish, if we take a look at Gukesh right now, yes, he's made a strategic mistake, maybe his best opportunity to push in the position, but he still has some things in his court, right? He's still got 10 minutes on the clock. It's not 50, but he does still have a time advantage, and we know Ding Liren has been tanking a lot in this World Championship match. He still has some opportunity to play for imbalances in the position. So, in my opinion, he really just needs to do his best to ignore the fact that, he's had a little bit of a strategic mistake. How do you reset in that position and start looking for extra things that you can now start to build your advantage from scratch?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're trying to sort of, for Gukesh's fans, perhaps to downplay it, like a little bit of a strategic mistake. Yeah, disaster struck.
Well,
you know.
Yeah.
It's like you're saying, okay, you know, you have a nice house, the roof came off, and you're like, oh, a little bit of an issue there. We've got rain coming, and the roof is off.
Yeah, we'll get
Sure,
another roof.
but at
It's
least
fine.
you got the bed, and you can still hide, maybe, you know, and you still have the table, and the house is still
Exactly.
there. Everything's fine. A little bit of a strategic issue there. You don't have a roof anymore, and the rain is coming. So yeah, but otherwise everything's fine. It's disaster. Disaster. The time is ticking away. The clock advantage is disappearing. I mean, 6 minutes is no longer a clock advantage, and it's also counting down. So by the end of his thought, not sure who will be up on the clock. And Gukesh's moves are much harder. Ding can afford an inaccuracy. If Ding makes 2 inaccuracies, position will equalize. If Gukesh
does
makes
that
an
mean
inaccuracy,
then-
he will lose.
Does that mean then, Anish, that there really isn't, like, he's not looking for other imbalances anymore? It really is just liquidate and get the hell out of here, unless like a big mistake comes out from Ding? Is that really the situation he's in? It's that bad?
Well, I might be a little biased because you know, I have my own preferences as a player, and I really appreciate like positional advantages, like good squares. So I have a bias towards Black's position even more so than the computer likes it. So like, I feel like Black is even more better than the Black actually is because of the way I play chess. Gukesh is a more concrete player. Maybe he's less concerned, but yeah, I think that he's in a very bad spot, and yeah, I don't think he should be ambitious. I don't think he is ambitious anymore. I think he should try to carefully finish development, target that knight, trade everything, and hope that it all works out and he gets away with it. And you know, he still has chances in the remaining 3 games. He will still have an equal score. Everything will still be fine. So I don't think it's time to think of imbalances or ambition. I think it's time to look for an exit, and that's surely also what he's doing, because looking you know, for 56 minutes is no longer trying to apply the pressure. He's just looking for a way out.
Exactly right. So we'll see what Gukesh is thinking about doing. Obviously, that time advantage now completely gone. It feels like the emotions are being portrayed to us through the chess clock, which is really weird, but you can sort of feel that in this match. So as we see the tank continuing to deplete, will Gukesh go down below Ding Liren on time after such a mammoth advantage over an hour on the clock? We will find out in just a bit, but while we head to a break, don't forget to subscribe to the Chess24 channel on Twitch, unlock brand new emotes for every single event, and you get exclusive break time content during the show as well. Your subscriptions, literally yours, make events like this possible, so a huge thank you to all of the subscribers and all of the chess fans watching the broadcast today. You really do mean an awful lot. Use !subscribe in chat now to level up. Let's see how much of the rest of the tank Gukesh uses up. How is he going to find a way to exit this scenario? We'll be back after this break.
As of right now, we're filming, and we're not stopping until we get the official meal of Singapore, which is chili crab.
Chili crab chess. Let's do it.
Let's
On
go.
a mission.
Here
Do
we
it.
go.
So we are entering the Hawker Center.
Yeah. Is that chili crab? No.
No, that's. Hi, do you know where we can get chili crab?
Outside.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you. All right, somewhere out here.
Here we go.
Ah, I think my boy found something. Is that where the chili crab is?
No, the best.
$100.
Oh, you want the big one? Big one.
Most
How big? How big? We're getting
we want diamond.
We're getting the diamond member. 100
Yeah.
diamond member. Yes.
We're in Singapore for the 2024 World Chess Championship. We're going to play a game of chess in our heads, but some rules need to be established. More than one illegal move, you lose. If you would like a napkin, you have to let 15 seconds go off your clock.
Now, a couple other rules. If you get my phone dirty, it's a 10-second penalty. If you spill spicy chili crab sauce on your shirt, it's a 10-second time runoff. If you spill it on your opponent's shirt, it's a 1-minute runoff. You're already eating, that means you're hungry, that's cool. We have to decide color.
I'll let you be white. Your move.
Okay.
You got it. You got it.
E4. All right, I think we just got to get in there.
I'm going to play C5.
I have never done gloves before. I've eaten crab a million times.
I've done a few things that require gloves, but we're not going to talk about that.
Okay. You're about to spray me. Oh my God. 10-second time penalty. 10-second time runoff.
Okay, I don't even mind that as long as I have some crab.
Nice job on the crab, not nice job on the shirt.
Okay, I'm hungry though.
Okay, so 10 seconds. D4. Nailed it with the elbow.
I knew we would get to the elbow chest. Knight to C6.
Oh my God. I don't even care what happens on the chessboard anymore. Queen, D5, check.
D5.
I want my bite. You're not giving me a chance to eat. I'm going Queen F3, check. Oh, come on. Can't get it.
Bishop takes C5. Yeah.
What? Wait, bishop takes C5. You found a thing.
I do things.
Look at this guy. This is
You
for the
gotta do
content. Bishop takes C5.
Knight D3 check.
Look at this guy. I'm making you look good. I'm giving you all the crab.
Knight to E7.
Knight to E7.
My knight on G8.
Your knight on G8. Oh, illegal move. What's the penalty?
Okay, if I get one more, I lose. Rook H to D8.
Rook C1. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, knight to D3.
My position is terrible.
Your position is really bad. I'm gonna win this game.
At least I didn't make an illegal move.
True.
Rook C2.
I'm taking knight takes F2 check.
Not only was that an evil move, it's also that's like a really good move.
Yeah.
King C1.
Knight E3.
King D1. Why is there something green
Rook
in here?
A to C8.
We have a foreign object.
Oh my God, that's lettuce. Get it out of here.
Here's how I'm gonna go out. I have a minute of solid bread dipping, and I'm gonna enjoy that entire minute. The Chili Crab Chess World Championship has officially concluded with our champion, the regular FIDE World Championship.
Oh my God, that feels so wrong.
This is really...
It feels so wrong.
This is moist, and if there's one English word that feels like it sounds, it's moist. But the FIDE World Championship, that's the real one, and we'll see how that turns out.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Championship, everybody. Over an hour to play G3. So Ding Liren says, haha, how about this? Have a taste of your own medicine. And Knight C5 appeared on the board in approximately 5 seconds. Peter, I want to have a chat with you about this. We covered Gukesh with Anish just before we went to the break in detail. And one of the analogies we made was boxing. So I want to talk about counter punching here. Obviously, this is still a delicate position and a tricky one for Gukesh to thread. But at the end of the day, if Ding wants to find something concrete out of this that he can press for a victory, he still needs to find that on the chessboard. What are the ideas he's going to be exploring in this segment?
I think that chess-wise, it's absolutely obvious that what Black wants to do. Black simply wants to push the e7 pawn to e6 or e5, most probably to e5, get the bishop out, castle, potentially reinforce that knight, that monster knight on c5 with knight fd7, and then set up some f7, f5, e5, e4 breaking ideas in the center. Yeah, that's a very straightforward kind of plan, and this is exactly the reason why we are so worried for Gukesh, that he needs to find some medicine against this very simple plan. And even if Ding is maybe not yet ambitious. By the way, I don't believe in it. I believe that he's very much knows exactly that this is now a golden opportunity, and he has to try to strike, because when do you get a risk-free, strategically simple position, you know exactly the plans, and just by implementing the plans, the position can win by itself. Yeah, this is like a absolutely dream scenario, and now all eyes on Gukesh if he will be able to find, for example, the reason why the computer says that the position is not that bad. I'm not sure that it's humanly possible, especially after all the things that happened so far in the game.
Okay, well, this really is swings and roundabouts, a heavyweight battle, very, very worthy of being called the World Championship. Ding Liren now up on the clock. Gukesh spending an hour on a move. Ding responding in 5 seconds. Everything that Gukesh did in the opening, Anish, it feels like Ding is now doing in the middle game. So over to you to help us find out how Gukesh threads his way through this.
Yeah, I think the Chinese proverb goes, yeah, the one who laughs last laughs best, yeah, so that's what Ding has told us. And it's a bit of that situation here that, yeah, the quick 5-second decisions of Gukesh earlier on, you know, they really backfired, and the one of Ding is the correct one here. Because indeed, Ding has first of all thought about this position also for an hour, along with Gukesh, but also because knight c5 is simply just the best move, and it's obviously the right move. So it's very easy to make such move. It's almost like a recapture back, when you know you get captures, then you just recapture instantly. It's a bit of a similar situation. Of course, yeah, you put a knight on c5. And you see later. I think he will think on the next move much more. Should he go knight fd7, or should he go e5 or e6? And so yeah, he's in a good spot right now. Peter probably right that Ding is also realizing the gravity of the situation, that he can play for a win. I guess it is a good moment to get ambitious. Although I'm still not sure. I think Ding was so far very cautious throughout. So I don't know how optimistic he is now. He could still see some some ideas for white that could somewhat bother him, but he's in a good spot. And the funny thing I realized also yesterday, I think around this time the game was over, and now we're just getting out of the opening still.
Yes, it's crazy situation that only 11 moves had been played, and so many things happened. Yeah, emotionally, the players are like they relive two completely different lives. Yeah, Gukesh in the first part, the first hour, was the happiest man on earth. Yeah, what a great idea from the team. Yeah, we managed to catch. Yeah, Bishop G2 played. Nothing else was expected. We managed to catch Ding off guard. We got the situation exactly we were dreaming about, even better than that. And somehow he got carried away. Yeah, he got carried away. He lost concentration, made a very quick move. He made up his mind way too quickly and ended up in this very, very dangerous structure. It's basically bad, in a very bad structure, and not just dangerous but bad. And the big question is, will he be able to adjust? Yeah, will he get this inner balance that actually we know that, first of all, Gukesh, in my mind, is such a great strategist. Yeah, that he's a pure strategist in general, that he knows exactly the gravity of the problem. Yeah, that knight on c5 can win the game by itself, and he is now faced against that monster knight. He needs all his power, all his inner all this inner mental energy to somehow gather all his thoughts and put all the efforts into it, surviving this game. It's all about survival. I think if he finally survives this game, he makes a draw, he will be also super happy and relieved.
Yeah, I guess so. Although at the same time, to be thrilled is still hard. It was also a big opportunity to win, and Gukesh is very ambitious. He doesn't only think like that he survives, he also thinks that he missed a chance. So I think I don't think he'll be thrilled even if he draws this game. But right now, yeah, with the new situation, I think he should be thinking about that. At the same time, okay, this moment now, it's an important moment for Ding. Knight fd7 idea, very concrete idea with knight e5, is very different than slow strategic play with e5 or e6 and then bishop d6. So big decision for Ding here, and that could also determine the character of the game. In knight d7, knight e5, things could get quite dynamic, whereas in e5, bishop d6, it will be very slow and strategic. I'm curious what Ding will choose. I feel knight f7 is the more ambitious approach to go, but e5 or e6 is the more calm. Let's see.
Yes, now it's also the first time that Ding is taking his time. Yeah, ever since he blitzed out a5, knight b7, followed by knight c5. It's a big choice. Also shows that he is kind of now in this mode of trying to understand that, can I go after my opponent? Is this the moment to be maximalist with knight fd7, or let's just stick to the plan and enjoy the possession with e5 bishop d6? Because I feel like with e5 bishop d6 you can enjoy. With knight fd7 you are trying to put pressure on your opponent, but at the same time you also feel that if it works out it will be fantastic, but if it's not, then I might not like this direction, because why do I complicate matters?
Yes, though if you see knight fd7 and he definitely sees it, you need sort of a concrete reason, yeah, of why you're not going for it. I think you can't just sort of say that, okay, I don't want knight fd7. I mean, you can, but it's a little bit of a lazy thinking. I mean, I guess Ding is trying to calculate there. I think it's just very concrete. Knight fd7. We had this queen e2 bishop e4 way. There is also maybe castle knight e5 and some other queen move than queen e2. There is queen f4, knight cd3, queen d4. There's different ways of playing there. And maybe that's what's going through his mind. As you mentioned, yeah, he of course can enjoy with e5 bishop d6. But again, the question is, maybe if you play it too soft, maybe white gets to trade everything. As we were talking about, this knight on c5 gets traded twice, maybe. And yeah, if white gets to trade everything, okay, maybe you get nothing, and it's also a pity, because it feels like you have something here. Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly.
Not an easy decision. Not an easy decision. Yeah, you can't also just rely fully on autopilot here, and you have few interesting decisions you can make and you can take.
Unbelievable. Okay, I couldn't have expected that something like this can happen in a classical game, but it's the World Championship match. Yeah, there is so much psychology, so much pressure on the players, and we have seen this already, that Gukesh is so ambitious. He always wants to do something, and he came up with this very interesting idea. Yeah, we're so happy. Fantastic gambit style. Let's see how Ding will react. We were also skeptical, by the way, how Ding reacted, spending too much time. We also did not like his decision that he took, but finally he got rewarded with everything to the maximum. Yeah, it's the clock situation is not critical. The position is brilliant, and he can really enjoy. Now the big question is how ambitious he will be, which direction he chooses.
Yeah, I think we're reaching another psychological stage of the game. So there was this first, there was the panic of Ding, then there was the euphoria, yeah, of Ding, and panic of Gukesh. And now, after an hour of Gukesh's thought, things have sort of calmed down. Okay, Gukesh realized something went wrong. Ding realized everything was great, but now it's on Ding. Actually, again, the pressure is back on him. Like, okay, so things are great, but how great? First of all. And then are you going to play now just simple, easy moves? And do you allow white to finish development and trade all your knights on c5 and maybe coast towards a draw? Or do you really put the maximum pressure? So in some sense, the pressure is back on Ding now. Plus, there is a difficult decision here. It's knight d7 or e5 or e6. Three different approaches, mostly two different approaches, being concrete or being more strategic. And he's now again in a tank, and he's dropping under Gukesh on the clock. And if things get, by the way, sharp, with
Yes.
so many moves to the time control, we could see potentially a time trouble as well, which could make an impact. So still a complex battle. You know, the psychological situation going back and forth, and yeah, and still, although things are looking great for Ding, the question is how great and what decision he'll take. I'm curious.
Yeah, and knight fd7 on the board, he's ambitious. Ding wants it all. He senses the momentum.
Yes, and this is actually, I think as white, this would be the most unpleasant. I would probably hope here as white that I get a few soft moves from black, and I get to trade everything with the bishop and the knight to bishop to a3, knight to d2, and trade both knights. I would sort of hope that I get some time to breathe. Now I have a knight of d7. The ball is fully in white's court, and you have to solve some very, very serious, concrete questions. Already now, yeah, the price for move is very high. Just losing the d3 pawn, or you are about to lose the d3 pawn, just simply very, 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 very dangerous.
Yeah, now it will be interesting to see how quickly and confidently Gukesh will react to it. Like, was the reason that he spent 50 minutes or 1 hour on his clock in order to understand how do I concretely meet knight fd7? Or was he in state of shock, strategically speaking, that how on earth did I end up in this horrible position? We're gonna find out, because if he does spend like 10-15 minutes here, if he hasn't find an antidote before against knight fd7, then it's absolutely correct to spend 15 minutes here, because it's not easy to, for example, we came up with this, I think it was you who suggested this queen e2, bishop e4 kind of defense, which was smart, but it's not obvious at all. Yeah, also you have to watch out for this knight b3 idea whenever the queen moves to e2. So much to think about.
Yeah, no, this was, I don't like the look of it at all, by the way, this queen to bishop e4. I would rather go castle 95, give the pawn, and exploit the advantage in development. But I think in that 1 hour thought that Gukesh had, there was a bit of everything. And I'm sure in that hour, he thought about knight fd7 too, because there's a lot of oceans of time that he spent. And he might have made a few thoughts here. There is, by the way, a funny resource here. I'm not at all sure it works, but idea like queen d5 and if rook d8, b6 intermezzo is also there. But I guess you go, of course, e6. You don't go rook d8, but just to show that if you want to trap my queen.
Yeah, then suddenly b6. And black's queen is overloaded. Yeah, the queen protects the e5 knight and the queen protects the c5 knight, but you can't do both. Rook takes d5 is met by b takes e7, winning the game on the spot. And queen takes b6 is met by queen takes e5, picking up the knight. Very good point. So it means that black has to play the move e6.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking maybe again include b6, queen b8, I guess, and then sack the exchange with queen d4, knight b3.
No, maybe I will play queen d6. Yeah, I will not let you sack anything.
Queen d6.
No.
Yes. Nice, very nice. Yeah, okay, so then maybe because of the bar movements, maybe I should have sacked directly. Queen d4 simply. Oh, maybe sack and bishop f4 there, yeah? So queen d4, knight b3, if you go, maybe you should go rook d8. I don't know about knight b3. If knight b3, maybe queen c3, or even b6. Okay, he castles. Oh, we might see all of this, by the way.
Wow, okay. Then let's not rush. Yeah, castles. Knight e5 on the board.
Wow.
Blitzed out.
Yeah, no. Basically, it seems that queen e2, queen d1 is just knight ed3, just pawn down. So the two moves that you have is queen f4 and queen d5 that are actually working for white according to the bar here. So we'll see which one Gukesh chooses. Both are highly disharmonious, but okay, white has some advantage in development in the sense that white at least has castled.
Yeah, queen d5 is a move that I can imagine seeing from Gukesh, yeah, and it would also kind of explain why he spent 1 hour basically before, so he wasn't exactly just in state of shock. Clearly, you are not in shock for 1 hour, you are shocked for 5-10 minutes or maybe 15. And then you start calculating, you gather all your energy and you are fighting for your life, you are fighting for survival. And then all kinds of crazy creative ideas are coming into your mind. How do I survive? Queen d5 is a nice little touch because it would change again the course of the game. And since black is so happy with the current situation, any kind of unbalance, any kind of new scenario would actually help white.
Yeah, but the computer still gives advantage to black, and I think the knight ed3 is the move there after queen d5, and it's actually quite depressing for white. The kind of
Yes.
lines that computer is showing here, because
How
I don't really
do we play?
Yeah, the
We
computer
have
was
to take
somehow
on d4.
on somewhere, but I don't. Yeah, but first of all, you should make sure. I mean, it looks like you'll be losing an exchange, right?
But okay, this time, you mean with knight takes e1 or?
Yeah. Knight c1, knight b3, I thought.
But somehow I'm feeling happy if I, because
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, if I want with
Yes.
black, I can just play rook d8, keep the
Yes.
queen away, take on c1, play e6, bishop e7, and I'm completely chilling. Like here, I'm super safe. I don't know if I'm much
Yes.
better, but yeah.
Yeah, also threatening with bishop d6, bishop e5, so queen take g7 won't be a problem thanks to this bishop
point,
d6,
yeah.
bishop e5. Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
But this
So-
is actually a spoiler. Yeah, then queen d5 does not do so much to the position.
Yeah, probably queen f4 is then the move. Yeah, queen f4.
Yes.
Queen f4 is the must. And now
Yeah,
if I do
because
something
this is-
similar with knight cd3, knight cd3, queen d4, rook d8.
Well, there is much more unbalance here. Yeah, I'm liking this for white.
Yeah, because there's
Much
no knight
more.
on c5 to block everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's even queen a7 maybe after rook d8. I don't know. Some.
Yeah, it just feels a little wrong with the knight on e5. And can't you just protect the d4 pawn with rook d8? Is that an option?
Yeah, so if I throw a b6 in there.
Okay, then I just move the queen to
Better
d6.
maybe, yeah.
So
Yeah, d6 may be nice. Yeah, I like this d6 square.
yeah, everything cemented. Yeah, finally.
Yeah, because I need like a knight on b5 to generate some play, but it's a bit slow. Yeah, if I go a4, it's a bit slow, I guess.
Yeah, it should be slow. Yeah, it should jump right away to b5 to be happy.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, that would be, of course, a dream. Okay, so let's not go b6 right away. After rook d8, let's think. Okay, so rook d1 would be the primitive move, but I guess you go e6. Yeah, I should also with
Yes.
white create some dynamic chances, because if you get to develop, my queen on f4 is an extra disaster. Yeah, it's a completely strange piece.
Exactly.
I need to really make use of the dynamic possibilities, the fact that you haven't castled. I should really try and generate some very concrete play here. But it's hard because my pieces are so passive. So I don't see like what would be the generator, which piece. Like knight from b1 is not really jumping into the action. Yeah, this b6 a4, is that way too slow? Like how do you respond? Just let's say he played queen f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, play queen f4. Yeah, it's the best.
Queen f4 on the board. Yeah. Yes, on
Yes,
the board.
yes.
Okay, let's just see quickly the body language. I want to see the body language of both players. How will Ding react? Look at this. Yeah, he is holding his head. He senses that I have a golden opportunity. This is now nerves, not because he is worried. It's nerves because he feels that there is a chance.
Yeah, the other move that, by the way, we haven't mentioned yet, which I thought was the most natural, is move e6. Do you think it's something is wrong with the e6? Because I want to finish development as quickly as possible.
Yes, no, e6 is very natural. I just suddenly realized that I can even protect the pawn. And if you go rook d1, I'm going to go e6. Then I thought, like, why not to include the move rook d8? But I perfectly see your point. Yeah, that from black's perspective, also just playing a move like e6 can be sensible.
Yeah, though after queen takes d4, we get a slightly worse version of what we looked before with queen d5, knight e3. Rook d8, we saw something similar, but black had the extra tempo already, I think.
Wow, wow, look at this. The evil bar even says that rook d8 is bad, probably because of b6 again, yeah?
Queen, yeah. This queen b8 is terrible. Queen b2, queen b5 check is nice.
Yes.
Queen b2,
Let's
queen
just
b5
show
check.
this difference. Now that, and then suddenly queen b5 check, and black is overloaded. Black gets into a lot of trouble with the king still stuck on e8. Finally, we got a square. Yeah, we compensate for the c5 square.
Yeah. So black has to be also careful not to miss some strange, because you haven't yet finished development with the bishop. You are 3 moves away from castling, so you should be alert with black too. There's some tactic somewhere. Rook d8.
But
okay,
yeah,
this
rook
is the
d8 played. Yeah,
best move. Yeah. Excellent.
exactly. Yeah.
So far, yeah. Ding also, in fact, people talking always Gukesh's calculator, but in fact, Ding is the calculator. He's always been the calculator from the previous generation of players before Gukesh and Arjun. Ding was considered to be one of the best calculators. Very accurate, and he has a different style to young players. He's a much more controlled calculator, much more like much more accurate. Doesn't go for some crazy weird lines, but he calculates very accurately. So you shouldn't underestimate Ding. Yeah, his body language also is very aggressive right now for his standards.
Yes, exactly. I also feel the same way, because he senses that this is a golden opportunity. When do you get another chance like this? Especially with the white pieces, he isn't really challenging the opponent. And the reason why he got this chance was because Gukesh overpressed in the opening. Yeah, he was taking extreme risks. Okay, it was kind of a calculated risk, but in any way, a risky decision to play some gambit style of chess instead of playing the natural way. So Rook d1 on the board, we see the evil bar, just one natural move. Rook d1 protecting the d3 pawn, and already total collapse, just e6, or?
I don't like this move, together with the evil bar.
Yes.
Because, you know, I think there was not a move that I liked, but like I had this urge to exploit advantage in development, yeah? And I had the sort of this b6, a4, knight, a3 thing, which bothered me a little bit from black point of view. Like I would with white also try something like b6, a4, knight, a3, and look for some miracle before black gets to castle. Now rook d1 is the kind of move that is not threatening at all, yeah? You are sort of defending your pawn, again, only sort of. You are not actually you're not actually developing a relevant piece, yeah, nor the bishop nor the knight. So now if I just go e6, I'm very optimistic with black.
Yes.
Very optimistic with black.
Also the point that after rook d1 you still cannot develop the knight to d2.
Yeah, what's the point of
then
d1 even?
Yeah.
What is the even? Okay, he protects the d3 pawn, yeah, for now, that's the idea.
Yes.
But after
Yes.
e6, what is your developments? A4, or how do you develop the pieces? Where do you put your pieces is my question. A bishop b2 maybe, or maybe bishop b2, yeah?
But bishop b2 I can play queen d6, yeah, protect the pawn and already threaten the d3 pawn again.
Ooh, he missed maybe queen d6, oh, that's a good one.
This is
queen
this
d6 is a very
cemento
nice
move.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was missing this move all along. Somehow I was trying to develop the bishop from f8. But queen d6 the queen is really good there, yeah? Yeah. It protects itself also on d6, yeah? It's protected now.
Yes. Well, it's protected by everything, yeah?
Yes.
And the queen protects both knights, protects the pawn on d4. What a construction.
But so is white losing or what? Basically, just let's ask the relevant questions here. Is white losing after e6?
Yeah, it feels very bad. Yeah, it's. I feel that the situation is much worse than the evil bar is showing. I don't know. White needs some super kind of idea to survive this, or to keep the damage under control.
He spent 1 minute on rook d1. By the way, I think that today Gukesh is something's happening to his nerves today. Something's happening to his nerves. I think he realized the gravity of situation. Wait,
G6. Okay, it's a bit strange. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe H6, G5 was a possible way of kicking that queen away, but just G6
Bar
like
is
this.
saying white is better. No.
Wow! Don't tell me that we're gonna see another twist.
But Peter, I want to say, what's this queen d6 moves? I don't understand what we are missing. What are we missing?
No, they are missing absolutely nothing.
What are the players? No, but the thing is, when you have players as strong as Ding and Gukesh, they are seeing something which is not as good as what computer is seeing, but which is still good. So I'm trying to see after e6 what it is that after e6 what is it that scared him away from e6.
Well, or maybe he just thought like g6, bishop g7 will be a
Even
brilliant
better, yeah.
idea, because he reinforces the knight on e5, protects the d4 pawn, and now the big question is is this just some tactical justification? Do we have now time for your b6, a4, knight a3 or something like this? Or it does not work?
But a4 is coming. A4 bishop a3 is coming.
Immediately? In which move order you
Yeah,
want to
right
play?
now. Right now,
Right now a4, yeah? a4, bishop g7, and then just bishop a3.
a3. Yes.
Wow, and the
What do you do?
b7 pawn is hanging also.
Yes, but even if not, I want to take and play knight e3, knight c2, and so on.
Yes.
So like, you just had to attack the d3 pawn. You forgot to attack the d3 pawn.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that suddenly Gukesh gets a chance to turn the tables from
What is he thinking, Ding? What is g6 move?
Yeah, it keeps this pin for too long open, yeah? This is not right.
It's aimed at bishop b2, yeah? So I think e6, bishop b2. Oh, yeah, no, but I think, Peter, I think he missed your move queen d6, Ding, as well.
He missed,
I think
yeah?
he thought e6, bishop b2, and bishop d4 is coming, and then he thought, oh wow, maybe I go g6, bishop b2, bishop g7.
Yes.
Bishop d4, rook d4. And he rushed it.
Yeah, and he felt like, okay, I'm so safe, nothing can happen to me. Okay, I'm gonna go g6, bishop g7. But suddenly, suddenly there is a golden opportunity for Gukesh to get back into the game.
Not just get back. I mean, he's better suddenly. Because you know also why? Because we have, if you look at like high level and like style level thinking, not look concrete, everything revolves around the c5 square. And you're turning the bishop away from that square. The bishop on g7 is not eyeing the c5 square. You're losing control of the square you need to keep control of. So it is wrong on also, it is also strategically a wrong move.
Well, and also in connection with knight fd7, knight e5, yes, so black has already gone for concrete play, hitting the d3 pawn, and somehow with g6 he gives white the time to get his game going.
Yeah, after e6, by the way, black was simply close to winning there.
Yeah, I was very worried. Yeah, I kind of almost felt like the match could be over. Yeah, e6, bishop b2, queen d6, no moves, beautiful control. d3 pawn is falling, game over. Black wins and has two whites in the remaining of the match. But suddenly g6 appeared on the board, and chess is completely unpredictable. Yeah, and that's why we also love the game so much, yeah, that you can never be sure. But here, both players are showing nerves. And I agree with you that if suddenly Gukesh gets the upper hand in this game, it will be very difficult for Ding to forgive himself that he had the opportunity.
Yeah, you know, I think what's happening today is if you would think in terms of match situation, in terms of match strategy, it was clear that this game is the game. Like, this game decides, you know, this game decides if we go to tiebreak. And the reason why that is the case is because this is the last moment for Gukesh to take risk. Because if he doesn't do it today, the next day he's black, it's going to be draw 2. The next day he has his last white, which he can't afford to lose, because if he loses it, he's out. So he wouldn't go nuts there. So they both realize that today is the day. Like, it will be decided today, the match. So because Gukesh doesn't want the tiebreak also. So basically it was kind of clear game theory wise that today will be the game that decides the match. And they're playing like this is the decisive game. The nerves are just an absolute peak. They're both having an hour long thought. Then they're playing some moves instantly. Like this move g6 came in 2 minutes. A thoughtful Ding, who is always very careful, thinking 10 times on a move, suddenly lashes out g6, which is not even a move that enters your head sometimes. But even if it enters, more than 2 minutes should be considered. Yeah, there. So just total chaos today is happening, and I'm no longer sure about anything. Yeah, so many twists and turns.
Yes, I also feel like it's almost like the tiebreak of the match already. Yeah, that normally in a rapid tiebreak, because the players played previously classical time control, and then it's very difficult to adjust to the new time control, nervous situation, everything. There is a game completely up and down, but in a classical game, it can happen. And inside the first 15 moves, I don't know if this ever happened, not just in a World Championship match, but in general in on high level. This is very remarkable.
Yeah, also they've started accelerating actually because of the time situation, and it is sort of leading to these very, non-thoroughly calculated decisions. And yeah, position is complex. I mean, the thing is, although they both had lots of ups and downs as well already. Like both of them made giant mistakes in the game so far. The position we have at the board in a vacuum, without looking at history, is extremely complex and double-edged. So despite all that has happened, the biggest twists are yet to come. That's the beauty of it.
Well, I have also noticed Gukesh's body language, like if he feels he's back in the game. Look at this. He's leaning forward the table. He is very focused. He's also a little shaking. His chair, like he senses that, wait a second, it seems to me like I can go a4, bishop a3. I'm getting counterplay. It's not about feeling that how good it is. It's not important how good it is right now. He was in a state of shock that he might lose the game without any fight, and he sees that he gets counter chance, and by doing so, he gets even serious chances.
Yes, and I know that Gukesh's philosophy is that he should play better than his opponent, and not like a computer, but better than his opponent. So he's always ready for these moments. He's always ready for the opponent to make a mistake and give him a chance. I have to say that after a4, bishop g7 was a big mistake, of course. There's a move I like very much. It's this move h5, bishop h6. After a4, what about h5? Maybe this is Ding's plan, by the way, because I don't see how to respond to that.
Trying to trap the queen.
Yeah, I'm trying
almost,
to trap the queen. Yeah, but maybe almost. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe almost doesn't count.
I have h4 square.
h4, yeah. And you
no. But then this is falling because there is no more pin.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. So here we have. Okay. What about this b6? Our famous b6.
Yeah, queen b8. And then e7 in the end. Queen h4. E7
wow.
is hanging. This is what he missed.
Wow.
This is what he missed, probably. Yeah. This is what Ding
Queen falls back
probably.
to b8. And then queen h4. And suddenly there is this threat on the e7 square. So if black captures on d3, we can take rook d3. Knight takes d3 would end in total disaster after queen takes e7 checkmate. Wow. Watch out. Be careful.
It has to be seen by both players, first of all. And also besides a4, there are alternatives. I mean, there is also there is also a move like knight d2, sacrificing the pawn.
But that doesn't really excite me. If you take knight cd3, then what do I get?
Queen e4, knight c5, yeah?
Knight c5, yeah, back.
Yeah.
No, you need a4. Okay, that's the whole spirit, right? Fighting against the c5 knight. That's why we are so thrilled.
I now think that maybe Ding was actually very thoughtful during his opponent's move on previous moves, and maybe g6 was kind of the big idea of his. g6 h5 bishop h6, very, very clever looking idea. So maybe it was sort of all part of the plan, except he missed the crucial b6 detail.
Wow, or maybe not b6, but the effect of b6, yeah, because one could think like,
exactly.
Okay, now
b5.
Exactly.
What does it change?
Exactly, yeah, because the b5 square will not be decisive, but suddenly, wow, what a twist, b6. And can I go to d6?
Cookie is very excited. He might be looking at these lines and thinking to himself, okay, interesting.
Exactly, yeah, because queen d6 also doesn't help, because then after queen h4, knight takes d3, rook takes d3. Due to the pin, black can't capture back on d3. And if you can't play the move, queen d6 I wanted to show, yeah. If you can't take on d3, then again, due to the pin, there are problems. Once white eliminates that knight, white's queen can never be trapped. b7 pawn is also weak. Could we castle? Could that be a move? Just to castle here?
I guess I can develop the knight. Also, okay, 4 a bit too ambitious, yeah, maybe, or
you can even play f4.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's good. Knight e7, quite complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated.
But
yeah.
already here, let's say, it's not clear what's happening. Yeah, completely out of control.
Yeah, exactly. Humanly, one has the feeling things out of control. Computer claims already clear advantage for white, which I'm not feeling yet, but that it's out of control, that's obvious.
Yeah, it also reminds me of what Gukesh said when in one of the games when he was better at the start, winning at some point with black, and then at some point he was lost. And he said that I didn't realize I was lost. I realized that I lost control. And here maybe Ding will realize the same. He will not realize that he is getting worse. He'll realize that he lost control. Because indeed, that things start happening which you didn't anticipate, and you're going with the punches. Maybe you're still better, maybe not, but like it's completely out of control. And Guki is really, he's really locked in there. He's really locked in.
Yeah, and it's such a critical moment, because he only has now 24 minutes for 24 moves.
Busy. He has so little time as well. It's going to explode completely now, because even if he's better on the board, it will be so complex, and the time situation will be so dangerous for him that anything can happen.
Yes, one thing is clear, that he has absolutely no right not to use the chance, because if he just plays some natural moves, black develops and consolidates, then with this clock situation, there is no way white can survive. Wow. And he has played it, I believe, on the board. A4.
Calculated. Yeah, and now I'm curious if Ding will blitz out a move, or if he will go in a tank, because he definitely missed something.
Look at his reaction. Yeah, he was holding his face, also hiding his face. He's hiding behind his hands. He's very unhappy.
Yes. I think he sees. I think he probably that line with h5 and b6. Yeah, and he's shaking his head. He notices that. Yeah. He did a little head shake there.
Yeah, I think we all know this feeling, that when you have a lot of time on the clock and you are thinking about, should I play this, should I play that? Finally, you make your decision, and then within 1 second, everything becomes crystal clear, right? That, of course, I should have done this, what I have done, because after this, now my opponent can do this. And before you had 1 hour time on the clock, and you were unable to somehow get really into the depths of the position because your mind was carried away.
Yes, I know what you mean. You mean that you think very, very, very long and everything, and you see nothing, and then suddenly from 1 second to the other, you see everything.
Yes.
And it's too late.
Yes.
No, I have the same. Yes, I have the same. This is kind of fascinating. Yeah? And suddenly, you were missing a key piece in the puzzle, and when you see the key piece in the puzzle, it all falls in place, because that 1 hour thought you already had, it contributes, of course. But that last thing that you notice, now everything falls into place. You're like, so this was wrong. So g6 was bad. So I should have gone e6. So you shouldn't have gone rook d1. So then you suddenly everything's clear. But it's too late.
Yes. Well, I don't know what about you, but I really feel and hope that, I really hope that this game somehow ends in a draw. Because I think this is the only result with which both players can live with. I'm really thinking about their health, about their lives, and so on. Whoever loses this game, his life will kind of end almost. It's horrible.
No, I think Guki doesn't think like that. I think Guki is locked in. Now Ding is now already he is happy to sign for whatever, which is not a loss. Ding is just okay. Please get me out of here. This game is too nerve-wracking. I'm done with it. But I think Guki he came today to win, and he's not leaving until he takes Ding alive out of there. So no, I think Guki is locked in, and to me it seems that now once again the winds are blowing in that direction. Guki is looking locked in and set. John, what is your view on this? How do you see the situation?
Down a mountain road with lots and lots of twists and turns, but it feels like I didn't realize until now I had a blindfold on, Anish, if I'm being perfectly honest, because we haven't foreseen so many of these twists. We had Ding an hour in the tank earlier on thinking, okay, this is absolutely going to be where the time pressure is going to be applied. We've seen it multiple times before. And then before we do it, Gukesh was the one spending an hour on the clock to play a move that Ding had a 5-second reply to. And at that point, I'm thinking, right, Ding's locked in. We're all good. This is going to be fine. And now more twists and turns, a seemingly innocuous G6, and suddenly the shoe is on the other boot. So yes, Gukesh right now, he's pressing for a win again. He's looking for opportunities to exploit. But I'm really nervous now that 3 moves from now, we're going to be saying something completely different. I don't know what's going on. We're settling in for another Think Folk. This is probably going to be our last break before the time control. So grab your caffeinated beverage of choice, make it count, and stay tuned as we find out how this game is going to unravel.
When Ding burst onto the scene as a teenager, he had a very aggressive attacking style. As he's got older, however, he's become more strategic, and he even had a 100-game unbeaten streak in 2018. Powerful with white and unbreakable with black, one of Ding's strengths is his calculation. Ding, he's always had this ability to see very deeply into the position. Here we join one of his most famous games. With black, he has already sacrificed his queen for only a rook and a piece. That being said, the white king is out in the open and extremely weak. Ding now came up with an incredible idea. Even computers struggle to understand this at first. Ding brought his rook forward to a square that looks like it's protected. If white were to capture this rook, however, then black would take with his knight, giving a fork, attacking the white king and attacking the white queen. This would be winning for black. Black also creates a threat. If white were to play a clumsy move, a careless move, then black would give checkmate. He pushed his pawn forward, protected now by this black rook, and after white takes, bishop would jump out and give checkmate. This is one of the most beautiful games I have ever seen.
Hello from Oslo and the venue for the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. As you can see, a lot of construction still going on, but if you turn around, there's already a lot of fun stuff that has happened. We have one of the bleachers set up where you can sit and watch 8 of the best chess players in the world battling it out on stage while you follow the broadcast. On this big Jumbotron, for the first time, you can actually sit inside the arena and watch the broadcast live. You can hear the commentators, you can get the reactions, you can see the analysis, everything while you see the players live on stage. And you hear everything on silent disco headsets, meaning that the players won't be disturbed by the sound going on. And here, the players won't be disturbed by movement inside the arena where the audience is sitting either, because we're going to put up many more of these plexiglass screens where it's going to be a mirror effect, meaning the players won't see anything that's happening here inside that part of the arena. But here, 8 of the best players from December 17th to December 21st. Going to battle it out to decide who is going to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2024. You can also be here. You can enjoy all this excitement in what we think is probably the most exciting chess venue ever built. So get here and join the fun with us December 17th through December 21st.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Let's go. I absolutely love this. Did you see that shaking backwards and forwards in the chair? A glance up to Gukesh. H5 on the board. Hit that clock, write the move down, and say, Gukesh, you're going to have to continue to find better moves than that. Ding Liren has found the H5 continuation. Anish, back over to you for this one. This is, I don't know when the next twist is coming in, but I'm sure we haven't seen the last one.
Yeah, no, during the break, I was looking at what the Strong Engine was saying here at the broadcast, and the line we're looking at H5 is actually about to happen, and it was not so bad in the end. So it continues. Basically, after Bishop A3, which we looked at, Bishop H6, B6, which is probably what Ding has underestimated, but actually it continues. So I do go Queen B8, you go Queen H4, I go Knight E takes D3, Rook takes D3, and then Peter, you showed us the point of why what's White's point. But of course, after Rook D3, actually Black isn't going to allow checkmate. Actually, it continues with G5, one more forcing move. So G5 is there, Queen H5. Now Knight takes D3. Okay, Guki reverses the move order, by the way. Let's see if it has any impact.
B6.
Does it have any impact? Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe it has no impact.
Probably no impact, yeah, but let me
Queen
refresh.
B8. Yeah. Also Queen D6, Bishop A3, yeah? Once again, the same thing, yeah. Well, it allows Black an option of Queen B8, Bishop A3, Knight E takes D3, right? It's an extra option. I don't know if it's good, but it's an option. Maybe it's bad. Probably it's bad.
It's bad?
So Queen B8, Bishop A3, Knight E D3.
Okay, Knight E D3.
Maybe even just take on B8 and Bishop of then Knight B3 or what? Knight B4 is there. Sorry, Knight B4 is there. Okay.
Knight B4.
Yeah, so Queen F3. You have also Knight B4 or Knight E5.
Yes,
even.
I'm really liking this resource that I can go back with the Knight to B4.
Okay. So why did he allow this, and what is happening?
Yeah, well, maybe actually Ding.
Wait, he doesn't want Bishop A3. Sorry, he doesn't want Bishop A3. He has some other idea, maybe.
You think so?
Bishop D. What is Bishop D5?
Okay, Bishop A. Because the D4 pawn. Yeah, you are going after the D4 pawn with Bishop D5. What a tricky move.
No, it's a bad move. It's a bad move. Not just Bishop H6.
Yeah, because after Queen D4 anyway, there is Knight B3.
No. It's not point. No, sorry. Queen B8. No, it was make. No, I was thinking I would attack F7, but I no longer. Actually, a move earlier I was attacking F7, but no longer do because of.
Because of no more pin. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
No, Queen B8.
Actually, it's very strange. Yeah, that. Why do you lure the queen to protect its square right away?
Normally speaking, yes, but also wait, Knight A3, Bishop H6, yeah. Knight A3 makes also no sense. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Bishop A3 is the move. Yeah. What else? I don't know. What else is?
Yes. Yeah. It
what
should
else
be.
Do you do?
Yeah.
It should be. Yeah. Then Bishop A3 is the move, and then Knight ED3. Yeah, the option. Knight ED3.
Yeah, and then going for B4 square.
I don't understand.
I feel like knowing that things got out of control, I feel that I got some stability.
Yes, I don't understand why. Okay, maybe Bishop A3 first. Guki was afraid of some other move than Bishop H6, or hard to say. Just a lot of options for both sides. But the computer doesn't. Dislike B6 first. By the way, I don't know. I'm just not sure. Does the computer have an alternative to Bishop A3 here? Because after Queen B8, because I don't yet see one with Bishop H6 really coming. I don't see an alternative.
Yeah, now also interesting that Ding has just stopped. Yeah, he's not blitzing out his move. One could have argued that after he opted for H5, probably in case of Bishop A3, we would have seen this Bishop A6 line blitzed out. But now after B6, he's also thinking like, wait a second, maybe I have an option to avoid all those crazy complications.
Wow, I got, Peter, I got a move from the producer.
Wow.
It would shock me if Gukesh sees it. He told me after Queen B8, the move is Queen D2. You're going via B2 to B5.
Wow. Also, you are hitting on A5 pawn, by the way, but clearly the point is that Knight B3 fork is no problem. Then queen b2, knight takes a1, queen b5, check. Finally, the queen lands on b5. No, it's not the move. It's not the move. I got so excited.
not even I mean, queen b2 is eyeing that,
Bishop
but not, maybe
f4.
bishop f4 first. I think, yeah, bishop f4 first.
Yes, bishop f4
Although
and
bishop,
then queen
bishop
b5.
g7 is for me still far from clear. Bishop g7 and then what?
Yeah, and eventually rook e1, rook takes e5 could be the idea. At some moment.
Yeah, could also give a check and then knight a3, collect the knight on a1, maybe knight a3 or not.
Yeah, it's compensation. Definitely, we are in the game.
Wild stuff. But I can't believe that he wants queen d2. That's such an epic idea.
Wow.
Okay. He said somehow bishop h6 also is the move here, which is strange because I can take on a5. But he said queen b2 here.
I know. Okay, this is probably some
bishop h6 is bad. No, bishop h6
yes.
is bad. No, I think knight b3, queen b2 is the point. Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. Yeah.
Yes, incredible. Yeah, knight b3, queen b2. Okay, one thing is for sure that I would be terrified from black side. Yeah, this is very scary. Extremely scary. No development yet. And the check to appear on b5 and also this bishop f4 tempo, the pin. Of course, we give this rook. We don't care about the material. We need activity.
Completely out of control, of course. Yeah, completely out of control here for Ding, and Gukesh loves it. Like if you remember looking back at the position when he played g3.
Yes.
And I was saying that he would love to go c5, b6. Remember, I even said the word move b6. I said that move there.
Exactly.
It was the only active move you had in the position. That made no sense at all. I did mention it. And now there is a line on the board where actually it works. It's a pure miracle from Gukesh's perspective. The fact that he has this interesting play from that position is an absolute miracle. And he's really grateful to the gods to have allowed him that kind of play.
Yeah, because okay, he is extremely gifted, talented, he's brilliant, but he ended up in a position where, okay, no matter how brilliant you are, you can't create any problems. That's why we were so worried, yeah. And suddenly he got a second life, and he wants to make use of it.
Yeah, and I mean, he suddenly got an incredibly rich position with lots of tactical resources out of a position where you had not a single active move in the next 30 moves to come. And the way it happened was natural. First, Ding played knight d7, which was actually the right ambitious approach. For a moment, yes. Ding did go the most ambitious way, which was right, smelling the chance. And it worked out for Ding. He should have just played e6, the sensible move, e6, bishop d6. It was all working. Instead, he started making the move g6 work, which is a lot more ambitious, but also a lot more strange. And suddenly it doesn't work because of this a4, b6 situation. And now Ding landed himself in a situation that he wanted to avoid at all costs. He's in a total mess. He's got no control over the board, over the clock. He's facing Gukesh, who loves this whole thing, and is just wild. It's just wild. I'm not sure what's happening, but it's just completely crazy. And I have to say that the lines that we're looking at, I still don't really understand. I think the bar is sort of somewhere randomly around the middle, a little bit on white side, but it's a completely result game. And Gukesh is just happy that he's in this mess right now, but still anything can happen.
Exactly. Yeah, I think here the key word is that it's a mess, and because it looked like white is strategically busted, basically, I think we can call it. The position was just very bad. That's why any kind of mess is very much in his favor. There is, you know exactly where to put the energy. Yeah, now you can calculate, you can find brilliant ideas, you can create something which was just impossible to imagine a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, for sure. It's a huge relief for Gukesh because indeed, like, he can put his whole energy and talents and the desire to do what he wanted to do today, he can put that to good use now. Because in the position that he got out of the opening after knight b7, knight to c5, it was like he wants to, but there's nothing to work with.
Yes.
And now finally there is something to work with. And although he's by no means winning or not even better, because I mean on good engine it shows zeros, of course, on depth, that you can bet on that. But still he's got very interesting play, very imbalanced play, and Ding is thinking, because besides queen b6, he also has queen d6 move, which is very much in the picture, and it's definitely worth considering. Yeah, bishop a3, but it was still not the end of the world there after bishop a3. Still,
yes, of course.
Yeah, it's just very, very complicated.
Yeah, I think, okay, the most important factor is right now that Gukesh got a second life, and he's very happy about it. And we see now again Ding Liren being extremely nervous and very upset, very angry with himself. How did I let this happen? No way I should have allowed this. What on earth is happening here?
Yeah, at the same time, I'm sure Ding is looking forward now, in a sense that he has to forget what happened, because this is the most important game in his, in his chess career now. He is about to defend his world championship title, and everything is still to play for. Position is a total mess. They both got exactly the same amount of time. It's 21 minutes for over 20 moves in the most insane position we've ever had in a world championship match. I mean, barely an exaggeration. I think it's one of the most non-standard. Like, if you look back through world championship matches history, you will not find many such imbalanced positions. Even the Tal Botvinnik, match, even the Tal sacrifices were a lot more thematic than the kind of chaos we see today. This is really non-thematic, unusual, weird stuff, and you need hours here to come up with good ideas. And players have only 20 minutes with 20 moves to go, no increment. It's going to be just a total explosion of chaos. And already here Ding has a very difficult choice between queen b8 and queen d6. And the problem with these positions is that I don't have, like, often you see a position and you see sort of a line that comes to mind, right? You just see a natural line that flows. I don't have that here. Like, I don't know which move to consider on every move. Like, I'm totally lost. There's no patterns here that I can try and abide by.
Yeah, completely insane situation. Everything is out of control. Yeah, Black's problem is also that he has two options. Yeah, queen b8 and queen d6. Both moves leads to some crazy amount of calculation. Very hard to assess. For example, after queen b8, if queen d2 is the move, the only move that is posing problems for Black, then also first you have to spot this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that looking at Ding, he has spotted, he definitely has spotted some danger, because otherwise queen b8 with the threat of knight takes d3 and getting stability would be very tempting to play as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he spotted, but he spotted something. And I also don't know if queen d2 is honestly, like the producer said, queen d2. I'm not sure if there are alternatives. I mean, bishop a3 was a move we mentioned, but after knight e3, it seemed relatively stable for Black. Although I remember the bar was still okay. He went to d6. Bishop a3 came.
D6.
Bishop a3 came.
Bishop h6
Bishop
also
h6
on the
came as well.
board. Yeah, so the logical moves are blitzed out.
Okay, I have to say that queen d6, it felt more stable, no? Like, I prefer the look of it as well. I like queen d6. It was the stable move. Although now you are under a pin, so yeah, stable it was when you had pawn on e7 going to e6. Now it's not as stable anymore, but okay, we still have it. And now I think queen h4, right? Is there an alternative?
I don't think, because
yeah, you can take. No, you can take on c5 and play queen e4. Yeah. So
yeah, but okay, but that's not really attractive. Just to highlight. No, and he takes. Wow,
but maybe
he
queen
takes.
was getting trapped. Maybe queen was getting trapped, Peter, in that other line or something.
I was, yeah, but in any case, this is now the current position. Bishop c5.
Yes.
Queen takes c5, queen e4 on the board. My first intuitive thought was like, okay, so what's the big deal? I gonna castle and finally I get away. What's the problem?
Well, I think the position has simplified a lot, by the way. I think the wild stuff was after queen b8. I mean, here, it looks to me like some sort of equality is coming intuitively, no? Like, you think that it's sort of...
Yeah, that's my feeling, but I look at the evil bar and it says that white is better, so I'm believing that white is not collecting the b7 pawn. It's connected with some quick knight a3, rook e1, rook b5 idea. That's the danger I'm tempted from white angle to play like this.
And of course, a huge. Okay, knight c6.
Wow, knight
The
c6
big,
played.
yeah, the big progress the white has made in the whole sequence is that you've got this b pawn to b6, which before was getting blocked by b7, b6 by black, and now with b6 you've opened the b5 square for the rook. You've opened diagonal eyeing the b7 pawn as well. So black doesn't have that stability with knight c5, b6 that he could get in the opening. He doesn't have that, and now he's running a lot of risk on the diagonal. And actually, position does look better for white to me now after knight a3 and rook db1. It does look kind of nice.
But I always have knight b4. Yeah, I'm also loving Ding's reaction. Yeah, he's immediately, instantly heading towards the b4 square so that he wants to block that b file.
I'll play knight. Okay, I'll play knight a3, castle, maybe knight c2.
Castle. Oh no!
Knight
Don't
c2.
play spoiler. You want to block me, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's yeah. And now I definitely like white.
Yes. Well,
I think
things
now
are
I'm
heating
finally,
up
I think finally white has a free roll. Yeah, finally. After
on the
knight
board.
c2,
Yeah,
I think-
knight a3.
Yeah, no, I think knight c2 finally white has a free roll. White is just better for free here.
Yeah, at least one has the feeling that white is safe, white cannot lose the game, and black is the one who has to somehow neutralize white's pressure. But the problem is that if this rook b1, rook b5 really appears, then there is just no force to stop white's. This is a typical Benoni kind of structure. It flows and it wins by itself. So black has to make sure to stop that somehow.
Yeah, it's also quite a concrete position right now. I mean, things are moving very, very quickly. I think this queen h4, by the way, that Gukesh had, that was queen takes b6 apparently there. So Gukesh did the right thing to take on c5, because queen h4, queen b6 only wastes your move. Like there's no, apparently this is fine for black here. So queen, bishop c5 was accurate, queen c5, queen e4. Knight c6 going to b4. Yeah, knight c6 going to b4. So knight a3, castle. I guess knight b4 first is too ambitious. Yeah, probably you will not see the b pawn back. Can you? Can you try knight b4, by the way?
Yes, we have to try knight b4, and that's also the reason why Ding is taking his time. It's a very risky decision, giving up the
Very
b7
risky.
pawn like this.
I mean,
So
maybe takes
probably
queen
you're gonna
c7 and
take
you
it.
lose or something. Yeah, maybe just queen c7 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, because after takes, there is knight b5 protecting
Yeah, and bishop
the,
b7. Very quickly, bishop b7 is coming. Yeah.
hitting the rook, and white wins. So all eyes on Ding Liren, how he will handle the situation.
Probably he castles, right? And what else?
Yeah, he should
Probably
castle.
Yeah, and then knight c2 I think is a stronger move, because otherwise knight b4 is coming. So I think knight
And
c2
then
is
take
important.
on b6, maybe just take the
Yeah,
pawn.
you have to take on b6. Yeah, then I go rook
Yes.
b1, and then I go rook b5, and I have tremendous play on the b file and beautiful coordination. But you do have a pawn for now.
Do I have bishop d2 trying to get to the b4
Nice.
square?
Yeah, this is maybe this is nice. Yeah, this is probably great. Yeah, and bishop b4. Yeah, maybe you can seal this one out. Maybe you can defend this one like that. I can regain the pawn anyhow I want, of course, with just knight takes
Yes.
b4 or whatnot. But whether I can get more than a draw with white is a question still.
Yes, but okay, one thing is clear, that white is super safe. White is kind of happy.
But white is, by the way, thinking in this very important moment with so little time on the clock. What is he contemplating? Are there other options? What he played? Wow. Oh, so interesting. He wants to go knight b4. Very creative.
Rook d7.
Very,
Wow.
very creative.
Okay, if it works, it's a great idea.
No, it's very, very clever. But first of all, if knight c2, then what? First of all, what is this knight c2?
Nothing really changes compared to the previous line.
I don't think so, yeah. I think just knight c2.
Okay, here the computer highlights this queen e2 move, which is a very strange
But it
move.
doesn't make any sense to me, no. Queen e2.
Yes, absolutely not.
No, knight c2. But what is the point of knight c2? This I want to know. What is the idea of rook d7? Yeah, of course, knight c2 came.
Yeah, setting up again the same threat. Rook e1, rook b5. Okay, he will take on b6,
Yeah, it's
no?
the same thing, maybe, Peter. Maybe just not the same, but similar. Yeah, you just take on b6. So you have maybe queen d8 now. You have some, you can tuck the queen away or something on d8, perhaps.
Yeah, but is it really so much more beneficial?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe it's kind of harmonious way, and maybe can I push it with bishop d2, or because I'm a bit afraid of some dynamic punishment, but maybe I can still do your bishop d2 idea, although without castling I'm very skeptical.
Yes, sooner or later you
Very
should.
skeptical. Should castle at
Okay,
some point,
it's more or
You
less
have
the
to try,
same.
yeah.
Yeah, bishop d2.
Queen e2 and rook b7 is there now.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
some extra spice
Yeah.
in the position. All right, so rook d7, knight c2, the current situation.
You have to take the pawn now, yeah, because rook db1 is a massive threat.
I would just highlight that please everyone ignore this question mark, because this is the move in the spirit. Obviously, white will play like this. Yeah, queen takes b6 played.
And also realize, of course, the time situation. I mean, it's no
Yes.
longer the time to find 0.7 or 0.3 or 0.2. You have to make a move. There's not endless time here. We're going to have a time trouble because they have to make still 18 moves. And a position is going to be very complex and remain very complex. So players are no longer looking for finesses. They just want to make a good move and press the clock.
Yes, exactly. I'm wondering, does it make any difference to go with rook ab1 to cover the d2
I was
square?
thinking for sure. Yeah. Why
Yes.
not? Why not rook ab1 here? For
Because
sure, yeah.
in the other position, I felt like knight b4 is kind of the reaction, but here, okay, let me just put it rook b1, knight b4 I can take and play queen e5. I have ideas like this, and then to go a5 and then this pawn on b4 falls.
Yeah.
And if b4 pawn falls, then also the b7 pawn falls. And if that falls, then the a pawn queens. Yeah, so it's crazy.
Yeah. This knight before, you need that knight on c6 to somehow guard the b7 pawn from the bishop, yeah? You need that knight
Yes.
there. Very unpleasant position for Ding, by the way. And after all the crazy chaos and, this sort of complications that were on distance, like no concrete lines, but a lot of concrete lines, and it was all vague. Position has now crystallized. It's now very typical. And white just has a beautiful Benoni/Bianco Gambit type situation where white has a lot of standard moves and white is just better. White is just simply better.
Rook ab1 played.
I think
Yes.
Gukesh he'll win this game.
Queen c7. Just one thing I want to highlight for all our audience who are not that experienced. Just take a look at this one little minor detail, yeah, that if black's knight instead of c6 would be on c5, we would be saying that black is completely winning. That c5 square is so important for that knight that would protect the pawn on b7 and get perfect harmony and stability for black. But this knight is now on c6, and this construction is just very vulnerable. There is no way to stop white from invading, and all his forces will play and penetrate into black's position. Still, I'm not that skeptical. I somehow feel like black has drawing chances, but it will be a very tough fight for survival.
Yeah, no, of course. No, of course. I mean, the position is probably closer to equality than anything else, because you still have the b7 pawn, you go castle, rook b8, but you're completely tied up there, of course. And I guess at some point white will open the second front, maybe. Yeah, maybe white will push. Sometimes they push f4, sometimes they push g4. They do some other business on the king side, especially if you go like rook to b8, and all your pieces will be on the other side of the board. Maybe white can try and mount some play on the king side.
But okay, for that I feel quite secure. Yeah, thanks to this queen c7 bishop h6 combo. Any kind of f4 I can then counter with h4 eventually also.
Yes, and my knight on c2 it kind of sits there very defensively. Yeah, it defends from knight b4, but it doesn't really contribute to any play on the king side. So perhaps black is still very, very solid. Rook db1, rook b8. Very, very solid position still for black.
But yeah, so much to play for with white. Yeah, it's a risky position suddenly.
Yeah,
and I think
black
especially Yeah, sorry, especially in time trouble, this is so important. Yeah, it's not only about objective advantage, but the easiness of you can play by your hand. That's extremely important.
Yeah, because Black's issue is a little bit that he doesn't have a clear next move either. I imagine if I play like Rook DB1 and even a move like Queen E2, I don't immediately see what move Black's going to make that will improve his position. You know, okay, maybe you can start with a move like E6.
Can you even play Queen E1 with the same idea, targeting that A5 pawn? Is that possible?
Yeah. Do you think that at some point we might see Bishop takes C6 as well, or that's too greedy? Maybe Rook B6. Yeah, is my
Rook B6 exactly. Yeah, but then Knight A1. Wow, but this is super smart. Maybe too smart.
Aha, we were saying that the knight must protect the b4 square, but Guki is changing the course of action. He's going towards b3, and he's applying pressure now on the a5 pawn. So if knight b4, he wants knight b3, b6, then he wants maybe a move like c5.
C5, yeah.
Also, b7 pawn was kind of hanging, by the way. B7 pawn is hanging.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah. In this sequence, you could and you cannot play b6 because the knight is hanging on. So knight before you take on b7, and then we trade everything. That's okay.
Rook b8, knight a6 will be nice in the end. Yeah, I will rook b8, knight a6, and I'll get what you were talking about. Your dream.
The knight to c5. Yeah.
Yeah, that will be the dream.
Bishop moves back, and then knight a6, and finally that knight lands on c5. And again, black is maybe close to winning, or at least having a wonderful position. Yeah. So
the square control is so vital here, right? Whoever gets all these squares is gonna dominate.
Exactly.
Fascinating.
It's all about the squares. So knight a1, we see the level bar saying that it's not equal, but we have made a couple of natural moves, and the bar was going crazy.
Yeah, I like knight a1, knight a1, knight b3 as sort of as an idea, because I felt that indeed white's knight is not a good piece there. It's defending from knight b4, but it wasn't quite contributing to any initiative. And on b3, the knight is a lot more active. So I do like that, and I think Ding is feeling very uncomfortable because in the time trouble, not only the good moves are annoying to you, but also any move that you didn't expect are quite unpleasant. Because now you already made up your mind on what you want after the Rook b1 and Queen e2 or Queen e1 and all that. But suddenly that Knight a1 came, you have to readjust your entire plans, and you are not really ready for it. So Knight a1 asking Ding some questions in upcoming time trouble.
And you can also very easily believe your opponent, like thinking, of course, he's so strong, he finds this idea, how could I miss it? And these kinds of thoughts, actually, I think Levon was tricking me like this. I lost so many games against Levon that in my time pressure, of course, he had a lot of time, and then he just made some very interesting move, which caught me by total surprise, and I say, of course, Maestro Levon, brilliant. And in fact, it turned out that objectively it was not the best move, but practically speaking, was winning the game.
Yes, and I think if you're to interview Ding after the game, and we will, I think he will say that Knight a1 was very strong. That's what he's going to say. He's going to say that Knight a1. He'll say, I missed Knight a1, it was very strong. While we see that the bar doesn't approve it, but it has completely destabilized Ding. He is extremely disturbed now, and unless he's able to find the right way around this knight, unless he's able to find it, this problem is going to cost him his position. And he's
can he play knight a7? Is that a move? That comes to my mind. Knight a7. Can I force you?
You want to force an endgame, and even though the knight is far away from the c5 square, you're still happy that you got me to trade the queens at least, yeah?
Because then I get rook b8, rook b2 very quickly. I get control like this, and I'm controlling your knight on a1. Computably, white is better, but I'm seeing some light here for black.
Yeah, it's very hard to say who is better here and why.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean the computer is easily giving us his point of view, but to me it wouldn't be obvious at all. And I kind of like the look of it for sure. Yeah, I appreciate the idea. I don't know. Does computer want rook b1 or does he want to move the bishop? But for me, not so clear. And if knight a7, if I just move the rook,
then I get b6.
What if I move it to? Yeah, you want even b6 and knight c8 type of play, yeah, maybe.
Yes, maybe I can regroup.
Or maybe you want to just go, like, it could be nice to just go like rook. If I go rook b2, you go like back to c6 and you claim that you want to go to b4 and you're fishing for some kind of move repetition. It could also happen.
Yes, yes, especially in time travel, I could be happy and tempted, yeah.
But
of course.
But yeah, I'm not at all sure. No, knight e7 looks nice, and if I move the rook across the 5th rank, there's not a nice square. Yeah, like rook e5 is a bit artificial.
Yeah, it doesn't really threaten me much, yeah.
No, you have also bishop g7 if needed, yeah. Yeah, no, I guess it's rook b7, but it's not obvious to me what's happening in that endgame.
Yes, you will have to protect with rook b1, yeah, just to highlight, of course, yeah,
Yes.
I was previously moving the bishop just to showcase the main idea of black. Here, white has the possibility of going rook b1, and then we also get possibility with black to play bishop d2, then probably you should... Yeah, knight c6 first, knight c6, rook b5.
Yeah, knight b4, bishop e4, yeah?
Like this. Oops, well, also c5, c6 might be very strong.
Maybe just promoting the pawn, yeah. Yeah, no, it's yeah, here you're just, black is just collapsing, so it's just the c pawn is running through. Yeah, rook b1 is maybe strong. The fact that your knight is so far away from the c5 square is of course a little bit concerning.
Yes, of course, if you can just start pushing. And one beautiful line that if bishop d2, give me one more tempo for bishop b4, but after c5, bishop b4, c6, the pawn is marching and you are just in time. If the bishop would be on d6, I could use the pin along the b5.
That's why e6 bishop f8 maybe, is what I was thinking.
Aha, wow. Nice.
Instead of bishop d2, and now this line doesn't work because I can take on c6 with the knight. So in that endgame, I can play 6, c5, bishop f8. I think it might be quite relevant what you are looking at, even though Ding is thinking. I think actually this endgame is very, very relevant because knight a7 is really forcing the matters. But he doesn't do this. He plays rook b8.
Okay. He goes rook b8. Knight b3 blitzed out instantly. Now white's moves are so easy. That's why I felt like, okay, I want to try to change the course of the action with knight a7. e6 blitzed out as well, but isn't this running into tactics, knight c5 and
rook d6
all craziness?
What is the tactic after rook d6?
Well, after, okay, you are inside everything, yeah? Nothing really moves. Maybe I just
rook
continue
b1,
with rook b1.
Rook d1, yeah. And you collapsing, yeah, just on b7. Yeah, so his pawn is, b7 pawn is collapsing. e6 is a mistake. Yeah, he should have gone rook d6 first, apparently. Rook d6 first was vital to gain a tempo on that.
Yeah, but somehow I felt like already rook b8 direction was wrong, yeah, because practically speaking, you cannot hold on to your queen side, yeah, it will fall apart sooner or later. Then my thought process was trying to get some benefit out of it, but yeah, now e6, knight c5. How is he?
I really feel that this option of knight a7 that you mentioned, that was really the way to try and equalize the whole thing, because now, yeah, you're sort of collapsing on the b7 square, right? Knight takes b7 is not possible, or
it is possible.
Just knight takes b7.
Now you are spoiled with the choice, yeah. Just knight b7.
Knight b7 is so sweet because I'll have this passed b pawn after in the endgame. Oh no, he went rook b1.
He went rook b1. Okay, he's enjoying the situation, yeah, because he has now a wonderful position no matter what.
More ambitious, yeah. He is so ambitious. He doesn't even want that endgame, which is amazing. Knight b7, rook b7, queen c6 was so amazing, but he wants more. Guk is greedy, and probably rightly so in the time trouble.
So okay, knight b4 has to be played. There is no other move.
Queen c6, queen c6,
queen c6, over.
No, it's
and look at this.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, he collapsed.
Yeah, cannot believe, and look at this. Gukesh wants to blitz out queen c6, but he is...
Wow, what a blunder, what a blunder. Oh,
there
yeah, and this is it. Yeah, the match is over. And the typical head nod by Gukesh. And the aggression with which he threw his arm to the side. Did you see that?
Yeah. Wow. Incredible. What a blunder.
I think the adrenaline through the Gukesh's veins. I mean, this is just... you know, the room, the entire room is there vibrating from that. How much adrenaline in a second. he realized, he was fully tense, and from 1 second to the other, he realized that he's winning the game and likely winning the entire title now.
At least he's a heavy favorite after winning this messy, crazy game.
Collapse. Yeah. No. The tension was too high, and Ding collapsed. He finally just collapsed. If he went knight before in the final position, by the way, it was still only 0.4 advantage according to computer. It was still chances to survive, but he just collapsed.
Yeah, but
and
of
the move
course,
he made is losing for many reasons. Also, Queen H4 also wins. He just collapsed.
Yeah, no, that was a total collapse. But anyway, the position, practically speaking, was very unpleasant. So I don't even care about this computer's evaluation. Practically speaking, it was already, Ding was on the ropes.
He was definitely not looking good there in terms of his position. But I do think that there is still a difference between sort of losing the game, naturally,
exactly,
and just blundering and basically just collapse. I think he just sort of broke in that moment. Do you remember the game that he lost to Carlsen where he allowed the mate with this queen takes h7 or something? Remember this?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Stavanger.
That's a bit like that. Yeah, the pressure was too high for him, and he just like a computer, when it's working very, very, very hard, sometimes it overheats and shuts off. Yeah. And that's kind of happened. He just sort of collapsed.
I feel like we need John for us with us because we cannot handle this by ourselves. What we have just
John,
witnessed.
Tell us the right words, please.
You don't need me with you right now. My heart is literally still going about 160, 170. This is absolutely wild. We were saying how the last twist and turn wasn't going to be on our screens when we came back from the break. We were right. Unbelievable towards the end. But I want to bring us all the way back to that deep time in the tank at the very beginning of the match. Peter, I'm going to ask you, you might say because of what happened, it's completely irrelevant, but how much of this was caused by Ding being more nervous because he was at one point an hour down on the clock? Did that play any role whatsoever in what happened in the last 10 minutes of that match?
Well, actually, surprisingly, my answer would be no.
Okay.
The point was that he actually survived very nicely. He was in a very comfortable situation. And the problem started when he became ambitious. Yeah, he could have just chilled there, enjoyed the position. Nothing ever could have happened to him. And put the pressure slowly building up. Maybe it's not enough, but absolutely guaranteed safety. All of a sudden, he sensed that Gukesh was also spending a lot of time. He lost the control and he wanted to punish him. And with all this knight fd7, knight e5 continuation, he wanted to win. And we were speculating about this g6, h5 idea that maybe Ding wanted to be too smart and he blundered this b6. And we could see visually on his body language that he was so unhappy. How could I let my opponent get back to life? And Gukesh, then with all his energetic play, he kept on pressing, created chances for himself, and finally that's when Ding cracked.
And it wasn't just a crack, was it? It was an absolute crumble. But Anish, that's nowhere close to the only critical position today. I feel like if we were to pick positions from today's game that were absolutely critical or were a turning point, we'd be talking about half the moves in the game almost.
Definitely. Yeah, there were a lot of turning points. I think the massive one was the e6, g6 moment. I think that really determined the course of the game. In some sense, knight d7, e6 moment as well. I think what happened was basically the pressure reached the boiling point today, by all means. So as a natural consequence of the match situation, it was going to be the decisive game today. That was already clear. Then Gukesh has played this very ambitious opening, putting a lot of pressure on Ding. That adds up, all these pressures, they add up. Then even though Ding was back, he allowed to get the game out of control by his own admission on purpose. He wanted to get winning chances, which was brave, but that too upped the heat. Then came a mistake with g6 over e6. He blundered the b6, which also raised. So at some point, the heat in the room was just too high, too much. And Gukesh, although he was making a ton of mistakes, although he was also very nervous and very shaky, he maintained the tension, but Ding was just, towards the end, was just unable to, and by the end, he also had a very, very difficult position and very little time. And finally, all of that together, he just collapsed and lost in one move. But as Peter says, at that point already the pressure was really, really high on him, and he was really facing the odds at that point.
So the last half an hour has been absolutely mesmerizing for everybody watching at home, and it culminated in the boiling point. We were asking where the tipping point of the match was going to be. We have reached boiling point here, and Gukesh takes the victory in game number 11. We are going to head to a break now because we are waiting for the players to get to the press conference, folks. Go ahead and maybe have something significantly less caffeinated while we calm down, and we'll see you at the press conference.
I'm joined by Gukesh Dommaraju. You might know him as Gukesh D, or you might know him as Gukesh. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah.
You don't play online at all. Like, you don't play in these like events that much.
Yeah, very rarely.
Why? I'm not trying to get you to do it, but I'm sort of fascinated you don't do it almost at all.
I guess I don't have the same feeling as I play with the board. Not saying it's bad or anything. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people like it and it's perfectly fine, but for me personally, it's just not as enjoyable and not as intense as board the board chess.
Is it kind of interesting for you that it's when you play the team events and you're sort of coming up together, it's like the squad, but all these events are individual events ultimately. The most important events are individuals. Is it a little bit hard to strike that balance, or for you it's just your friends off the board and when you play it's...
I wouldn't say we are like really close friends off the board, but okay, we have good relations, pretty much everyone, and apart from the time we play chess, we sometimes even hang out, and we have a very normal relationship. But yeah, when it comes to chess, it's fully competitive. There's no friendship on the board. So
at the elite tennis level, the top 20 are all the same level in tennis. Mm-hmm. They can all beat each other.
Yeah.
It's all mental.
Yeah.
And do you feel like chess is the same?
I'm sure mentality plays a huge role. But I wouldn't say it's all mentality. I mean, I guess there are different styles, and also it depends on, certain styles suit better against certain opponents and stuff like that. But surely mentality plays a huge role. I really focus on physical fitness. I do something, either sports or some workout, yoga every day.
But what is something that you do in your life that you love but you're very bad at?
I love tennis.
Okay.
But I would say I'm quite bad at it.
Okay. Me too.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mousepad. Oh, Middens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Middens says.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And then, yes, I have many options, like a5. Also, I don't know, maybe e5 is also playable. And then I went for this. Here, yeah, he played, I think, the best move, g3, to allow I attack his d3 pawn, and he defending this way. I think this is a critical moment, which I played a horrible move, g6. I missed a4, yeah. I should have played e6, maybe the position not so bad. After g6, my bishop is clearly out of play. And I don't think I have any chance after that.
It seemed like you had some chances. He didn't necessarily play perfectly from this moment on, and it was a dynamic position. Obviously, mistakes in this kind of irrational situation. Do you feel like your final mistake, part of it was due to your initial time issue, or was it the emotion of the moment?
Here I thought I'm fine after knight c6, but I missed knight a3. Very strong idea just to give up this pawn, doubling on b5 and playing on dark squares. My bishop is totally out of place, not on e7. It's a very bad place on h6. I don't know where I can improve. Maybe after knight e1, maybe I can have to play this. But after c5, still very, very difficult.
So you felt under heavy pressure right from here, I mean, the last few moves?
Yes, after knight h3, I sense the difficulty of the game.
We've seen you bounce back before in World Championship matches. After very difficult losses as well, is it possible to reflect on the strength that you got to bounce back then to make a bounce back now?
Yeah, last time also in the 12th round, I made a comeback with white pieces. So tomorrow I will definitely try.
Reporters, I'll give you a chance to ask a few questions now and allow him to go. If you have any questions for the world champion.
Ding, a question from Ulrich Stock, German newspaper Die Zeit. Why did you choose to play d4 in the opening, which is can get pretty wild and committal in the last games? We got the impression that you tried to keep everything in balance.
And maybe I should have played e6, considering what happens in the game. But I thought I know something in d4, but I don't know what the way he played.
Next question.
Abhidaya from ChessBase India. My question is to Gukesh. When you thought for about 1 hour...
I'm sorry, the question has to be directed to Ding. We're limited to Ding. We will ask Gukesh a question afterwards.
MikeLang.chess.com. Obviously, my question is for the world champion. During that long think, before you played knight f6, were you only looking at knight f6 and trying to remember variations, or what were some other options in your mind that you were considering?
Yeah, here I think if that takes, very dangerous because you can develop very quickly. Bishop d3 and then castle. Bishop b2, e4 like this. Here, yes, I saw calculate some nonsense.
Yeah. Thank you.
No more questions? All right, we'll allow the world champion to take some time to compose himself. Thank you very much for answering those questions. We really appreciate the time you spent with us. We'll continue now with Gukesh. Gukesh, you played a very enterprising opening line, to be sure. What was your thought process going into such an imbalanced type position?
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of this game that he played with Adiban in 21. after b5 knight d7, and a3 was a new move, which is almost never played before. I think I don't know if it's a novelty, but it's like very rare at least. And yeah, it's something that my team had prepared and showed me last night, and I really liked the idea. So full credit to my team. But what happened after this, I was just horrible by me. I mean, I knew this position was slightly better for me, and I think from here I played like I don't know where I could have improved, but I spent so much time and came up with this stupid plan, which is probably just I mean,
Sorry, there's just a sound. Whoever that is can turn off their phones, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought this position is already. I thought I was in trouble here already, which is probably right. But I was just trying to make some moves to not lose on the spot, and yeah, I think after h5 I spotted this b6 idea, and I was kind of. I thought when I played b6, at least I'm like getting out of the worst right now. But until I played knight c2, I didn't realize I actually had some chances to take over the game. And after this went quite quickly. But probably we both were like had less time than the number of moves we had to make. So it was just yeah, I mean, it was like almost like a blitz game. So yeah.
It was an issue watching him think for 38 minutes, and then at some point you think for an hour. When he was thinking all that time, was there any feeling in you like this preparation has really paid off? Or obviously you're not going to be winning from the opening moves, but at least he's deepened off for 38 minutes. What were your thoughts at that moment?
Yeah, I was happy when I saw him think, because I was still like quite well prepared in that position, and I thought it's not easy to figure out. So yeah, I was happy to get the time advantage. But then yeah, I mean,
you thought for an hour.
Yeah, that was
suddenly flipped. What were you thinking then?
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I was calculating so many different lines. I knew this was slightly better, but I couldn't figure out the exact way.
By the way, just to go back 2 moves, it seems like c5 was better than d3.
Ah, really? Oh, okay.
In this position, bringing the bishop to this diagonal as opposed to.
I was considering this actually, but actually I saw some line like bishop f3, queen f3. I was checking this in the morning, and maybe I kind of mixed up. I think knight c6 d3 was what I saw in the morning, and I thought I just played d3 fast, and then after this I realized, okay, his knight is coming directly to c5. I was still under the assumption that I should have something, but probably I already.
Once it got to the time pressure situation, and by the way, he started to play really fast, as you know, and you caught up on the clock, and then you passed him on the clock. And once it got to that time pressure situation, how did you stay composed? As you said, it's now goes from a classical game to more like a rapid blitz type format with the World Championship on the line. Did you even give thought to that, or you were just so locked in the moment that you just had to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think around this point I was already like kicking myself like really badly for I mean, it was such a normal position, and then suddenly my queen is stuck on f4 and I didn't know what to do. So at that moment I was just kicking myself. I had some problems to get myself back on the game, but then I was just trying to make one move at a time and not lose on the spot. And this a4 was, I think, a very, very important resource, because at first I just had no idea what to do in this position. And then I saw a4. I was like, okay, at least I can get bishop a3, bishop c5 and just sit tight. And then after h5 I even got this like open b file. So yeah, here I was already feeling better that I'm out of danger. But yeah, it completely turned around unexpectedly.
When he blundered knight c6, queen c6, excuse me, did it come as a shock to you? You saw it on the board. What was your instant feeling when you realized, whoa, this game has changed?
Okay, at that point it was already clear that I was completely... I think knight a7 was his last chance. At least I thought during the game. Like take everything, rook b8.
Yep.
And if I go back, he just goes knight c6, knight b4. I thought this was his best try. But once he played rook b8, I thought it's already like really tough for him because...
I think e6 was the real mistake for
Really?
him here.
Oh.
Like the
What should he do?
serious move. I think it was knight. Somebody have to help me. I forget what the move is here, but e6 is the mistake. Maybe just rook d8. I think rook d8, and allow the knight c5 and the b7 to fall. But e6 is the mistake.
Knight c5, knight a7. But if I go rook d8, rook b1...
No, you're definitely fine. I mean, you're doing
Yeah.
well. But I'm pretty sure that the
Okay.
e6 move was the one.
Okay.
The culprit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was already like he was also so low. I mean, we both were, but he was more. I had like maybe 2-3 minutes more than him. So.
Did you just sort of feel like you were in cruise control? All the initiative was yours. You're just playing with flow at this point, and
Yeah, at this point, like it usually happens when you think you're just losing, and then you get some chance. I mean, you get out of danger, and then you suddenly have, and suddenly you see that you can actually take over the game. It's a very pleasant feeling. So, I was basically just making moves, and yeah, it quickly went completely out of control for him. And this, I spotted it before, but it was nice to play.
not often we get to sacrifice a queen in a world championship match. Yeah, you're one of the few with that feeling. I will open up the floor now to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions.
For Gukesh, obviously, Michael Rahal from FIDE, Deputy Press Officer. So, Gukesh, according to my database, this was the first time in your life that you played the reversed Blumenfeld Gambit, at least according to my database. I did notice that Arjun Erigaisi has had quite a bit of success with this line recently, mostly in blitz games. So, I have a double question, very short. How difficult is it for you to play this type of gambit, which could be a gambit, in such an important game with so much on the line? I don't remember you being much of a gambit player. That would be my first basic question.
Yeah, I mean, basically this line, it's obviously very double-edged, but we just thought we had good odds of out-preparing him, and we thought, like, my team did some really amazing work in this line, and I looked at the line. I felt it was very interesting, and the risk-reward ratio was quite nice because I would be surprising him for sure. So. Yeah.
It does make sense to ask you then if Arjun is one of the members of your team helping you out with this line or any of the other lines.
I mean, we'll get to know the team soon, I think.
So possibly then.
Sorry?
Possibly then.
We'll see after the match.
We'll see. Okay. Cheers.
Hi Gukesh, congrats. My name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match...
Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please? Sorry, we're not hearing you.
Hello, my name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match, how significant do you think is this win?
I mean, obviously, this is a very, very important win. Yeah, I mean... we were going head to head for like last seven games, all ended in draws. I missed a couple of chances earlier, so this, especially since this game could have easily gone the other way as well. So in that, considering that, it's, yeah, I mean, it's just very, very important game, but there's still three more very, very important games to go.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Lokesh from India. Question is, before and after the games today, people were cheering for you and they were shouting for you. So I don't know if you have noticed this, but if you have, how does that feel? And that's my question. And congrats for what you're doing. Nobody on the planet has ever done this before. So yeah, what's your reaction on people cheering for you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did notice the Indian fans cheering my name and like yeah, cheering for me, and it means a lot to me. I mean, before the game, I mean, when I'm in the zone, I do not really like think about these things much, but it's always nice to see that people support me. And after the game, when I was coming out of the playing hall, I could hear some very nice celebrations. Although I did not see them live, but I could hear, which was very nice. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Indian fans are the best. So yeah, I'm really grateful for all the support, and yeah, it really gives me more, especially since it has been quite a long match. All these little things give me the extra energy I need. So yeah, I'd like to thank the fans.
Gukesh, can you just give a thought process as to why you came out with this opening for your second last white match? Why wasn't it your last white match or your previous white match? Any kind of thought process, or did it just happen by accident?
I mean, many different reasons. Like every game I play, I mean, according to that info I have at that moment, we just decided what could be the best try for that game. Yeah, some of the opening ideas worked well, some did not, but it's normal. I mean, today, yeah, today we just thought this idea is a good one. It worked really well. The opening goal was achieved, but then I did some stupid things. But I'm super happy that that I could pull myself back together and yeah, I'm obviously very happy with the result.
Well, Gukesh, you're ahead in the match for the first time, and after all these previous games were getting drawn, were you a bit concerned? And how did you feel today? Were you more relieved or happy?
I wouldn't say I was concerned because of the draws. I still thought like there are a few interesting games ahead and anything can happen. So I was just taking one game at a time. And today, yeah, during the game I was like, I kind of lost my cool at some point because I achieved exactly what I wanted out of the opening, and then I just went crazy for some time. But after that, once I realized I'm not losing, and then I realized I have chances, and then I won the game. It's like it's mostly a relief, I would say, because at some point I was just really worried about my position. So yeah, obviously a super happy and relieving game.
Abhidaya from Chess Base India. First of all, a huge congratulations to Gukesh. When you played the move knight to a1, when everyone was expecting rook d to b1, did you think knight to a1 was stronger, or you just played because you thought the opponent would not have expected it?
Yeah, my rook d b1 was my first instinct, but after rook b8 I couldn't see. Basically I was keeping my rook on d1 to not allow his bishop to come to d2 b4. I don't know, maybe there is some clever way here, but I did not see it during the game. So I thought knight a1, like first of all I did not see, after I played knight a1 I realized knight a7 might be a very good defensive move, after which I think it should just be a draw. I don't know, maybe I can try, but when I played knight a1 I did not see knight a7, and also it was also partly because rook d b1 is the natural move, and knight a1 I thought at least in time pressure it will be really hard for him to handle because the knight jumps are like always so tricky to calculate. Yeah, so.
Prashant from Dopamine Media. Congratulations, Gukesh. Well played. And you said you lost your cool at some point in time, but you give this Dhoni kind of a vibe. And what happened in those 6 minutes when you went inside and then came back different? So there was this basically regained confidence. It seemed to the audience that there was this regained confidence. So what happened in those 6 minutes?
Yeah, I mean when I was drifting with all these long things, I just got really mad at myself. So I was also getting lower than him on the clock, but I thought I should take a break now and I should just refresh because I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment. So yeah, I just went to my lounge. I just spent a couple of minutes calming myself down, and I just told myself, okay, now I've already spoiled the advantage. Now let me just make one move at a time and not make any more mistakes. So after that I was just trying to play one move at a time, just not losing on the spot, and then somehow things went very well.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Before I get started with the question, congratulations on winning $200,000. I know the title's more important to you, and I think you have made $1 million. So congratulations on being a millionaire at the age of 18. Again, I know the title's more important, but that's impressive. My question to you, it seems like in the last 6 games or so, I'm thinking of the Rook E1 game, the F6 game, and of course the choice of openings here, that your team has perhaps out-prepared your opponent's team. Would you agree with that?
I guess after the match we can clearly say if we have out-prepared or not, but till now it seems like every game we are having the opening edge over our opponents, and I mean my team is just doing an amazing work. Yeah, Gayu and the whole team. Would love to reveal the whole team after the match, but all the guys, I mean, they've been super hardworking, super motivating for me, and they are doing not only the opening work, but also all the training we had in the past 6 months. It was super fun with them. So, I mean, full credit to my team, and in the next remaining games also, hopefully we do some amazing work.
I randomly saw Gayu walking around 2 hours before the game started outside the hotel room. So sounds like your opening was pretty set by that point. Is that right?
I mean, I'm sorry, I did not get
You weren't doing last minute prep. You had your opening ready several hours before game started today.
Yeah, I mean, we have a routine and we try to follow it. But yeah, Gayu also likes to walk a lot.
He does, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Gukesh. Aditya from ESPN here. You are known as this really ambitious player. You've shown that you don't really like draws. You decline repetition. So does the score of this match now change your mindset in any way in terms of maybe being solid and taking draws is obviously wins you the World Championship. So does it change your mindset on how you play the last 3 games?
I mean, coming into the match from the start, I was trying my best. Obviously, it's not possible to not think about the result at all, but I was trying my best to focus on the process, playing good moves in every position, playing good games, and that is the only way that you can get the result you want. So the approach is still the same. I am going to try my best to play play good chess in the remaining rounds, and yeah, if I do that, things logically should go well.
From Trinity Mirror. Before the start of the match, everyone saw you as the potential favorite. And once the match started, Ding started, he won the first match, and then you equalized, and there were a lot of draws. So Ding's strategy seemed to be that he wanted to push the match into rapid and blitz format where he felt that he had a better chance. So what was your strategy? Because we saw you going for, you're pushing more and for the win. So now, basically, what do you feel is your biggest strength? Is your mental strength like the key for you in terms of taking the lead? So how would you classify your position right now as compared to before the start of the match? What was the key to gaining the lead this time?
I guess yeah, first of all, after the first game, I had to show some mental resistance because obviously it was not a pleasant thing to lose the first game of the world championship. But then once I hit back, I started playing some good chess. Yeah, there were some missed chances, and I don't think my opponent was just playing for draws. I mean, he was he had some better positions in the match, and also I don't think it's possible to it's a 14 game long match, and I don't think you can plan from the start to take the match to tie breaks. It's because in chess always mistakes happen. So yeah, and what is my key to taking the lead? I think this game was just a roller coaster. It could have easily gone the other way. So I think in this game I would say maybe the key was that I could accept that I have screwed up after that opening, and then I could refocus. So I think that was the that I'm quite happy about. Yeah.
Follow up to that, you have worked with Paddy Upton, mental conditioning coach. So how has that helped you in preparation for this match in particular, and will that help you in future as well? Have you changed any in terms of preparation style?
Yeah, working with Paddy has been super enjoyable and an instructor for me, and considering the height of the world championship, there are more emotional struggles in more than any other tournament. So yeah, we had a lot of conversations. I learnt a lot. He said a lot of things that has helped me in many of the games where because whenever you kind of lose your focus or you get emotional, you should come back to the game and play the best move, and it's not always easy if you it's not always easy to do. So his teachings have really helped me a lot. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. And second of all, as you described the last part of the game as more like a blitz game. And in both Rapid and Blitz, Ding is ranked in the top 5 in the world, I think as high as second in Blitz or Rapid. So was that a concern for you when you both were entering into mutual time trouble? Were you concerned that he might outplay you under those stressful time conditions?
At that point, I was just trying to defend what I thought was a worse position. So at that point, my only focus was on playing the move that does not lose on the spot. I think this A4 which I found I'm not sure if it's right. I'm not sure if I'm right, but this A4.
You are right.
Yeah. So this A4 seems to be the only way to keep the game under control. So I was just trying to make one good move at a time. I wasn't thinking about the result, and yeah, like it. I mean, in a blink of an eye, it completely turned around. So yeah, there was not much thinking going on. I was just making moves. Yeah.
And between this and your victory in game 3, is there one that you're prouder of?
You mean any game or?
Yeah, between this win and your previous win, is there one that you're prouder of?
More proud of.
Oh, okay. Between these two. I guess the third game. I mean, both games were a bit of. I mean, in the third game, he had this one moment instead of rook h5, I could have played bishop f5, and he was probably slightly better. But I think that was that game. I at least I felt more in control, and this game I had to show some mental resistance to win. So actually, this feels, although the quality of this game was probably not the highest, I felt like, yeah, this one is more pleasing because of what I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Last few questions, please.
Shirley is asking on behalf of FIDE social media, this time from a follower, Amulya Bania. Does the pressure of playing on the world stage inspire your creativity or restrict it?
I think a bit of both, because I mean, before I entered the elite, I was like a super aggressive player, and I was going all in for a win in every single game. And when I entered the elite, it's like I learned that like some amount of solidity is also very important. And the same in this match. I think in some games I'm more creative, and in some games I realized that I can't I can't be like going for a win in all the games. I should be practical as well. So a bit of both, I would say. But opening wise, at least I've been showing more creative ideas, I think. So yeah.
Maria for the Chess Socials. Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on this massive step towards the title. It's probably nothing, but the first question is, you seemed a little bit confused when Ding was showing some lines, particularly following G6. You were looking at the computer. Could you elaborate? Was there something that particularly surprised you?
No, I mean, I was more surprised with Ding saying he thought he was in trouble after G6, because I thought I was in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But, so yeah, it was just very, I mean, difference of opinion. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was right. Maybe after G6 I'm already out of danger, but I certainly didn't think I was better. So yeah, I was just surprised by.
Yeah, you're not sure which line is proving one of you right or wrong.
Sorry?
You're not sure which line is it that proves one of you being right or wrong.
I think I might be right, because it doesn't, with this queen on f4 and
Mm-hmm.
this position does not really look dangerous for black. So probably I'm right, but I don't know the exact details. Yeah.
Well, it certainly gives all your fans huge hope that you are evaluating positions so well. One more question. Is there a difference in your routine that will be tonight versus after game 1?
During tournaments, I generally try to do the same things for the whole tournament as I do on the first day. So I try to be quite strict with my routine, and yeah, it won't be any different. Yeah, I would just try to do the same things and get in right shape for the remaining games. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
This question comes from the joint stream with ChessBase India and Chess.com India. Your sponsor, Westbridge CEO, Mr. Sandeep Singhal, went on the stream today, and he told a story about you playing squash on the rest day, and he described you as very competitive. I think we'd all like to see that, because I know chess is a very gentlemanly game with decorum, but would you say that you are very competitive in all aspects of your life and in sports and things like that?
Yeah, first of all, it was nice that Sandeep sir had come to Singapore to watch the match, and on the rest day we went out a bit. We played some squash and we spent some nice time, which was really refreshing. So yeah, I'd like to thank him for all the support. And whether I'm competitive, I guess when you're in when you're in sport at a high level, you have to be a bit competitive. But yeah, I don't know how much, it depends on who you compare me with. But I'm decently competitive.
Fair enough. Congrats again.
Thanks to Gukesh for sitting here. Reminders to the reporters, today was definitely an exceptional case, so let's try to restrict our questions to just one in the future. And thanks for your patience, our understanding in allowing Ding to leave early. It would have been very difficult for him to sit here to answer all those questions, or to listen to Gukesh answer all those questions. Congratulations once again to the challenger. The next game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. See you then. Have a good evening.
Maurice Gukesh, who was there at the end, but also Ding Liren, who did answer some questions at the beginning of that press conference, and of course all of the journalists who were in the room. Well, the scoreboard no longer even. Gukesh leads Ding Liren 6-5 with 3 games to go. Anish, I'll go to you first. There was quite a lot of content to cover in that press conference. What are you taking away from it in particular?
Honestly, I find press conferences extremely boring because I find all the questions very useless from my point of view. I have a lot of questions about the game. I would like to go through it move by move with the players, especially in a game as exciting as this one. And honestly, the abstract questions to which the players are making up random answers as they go, I mean, I find it a bore to sit through. But I understand the people who, who follow chess and don't necessarily see every game move by move. They want some content and they want some sound bites, and surely after every press conference there are lots of interesting quotes going around the internet that all the people and chess fans alike can discuss, and yeah, there's always something interesting there. But for me, I have a lot of questions about the game, and I would prefer to get into players' heads and find out more there.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Anish, I'm going to stick with you for a second and ask you one question about one line in the press conference that Gukesh said to us. He said, it's interesting that Ding thought he was worse after G6 because I thought I was worse after G6, about that specific moment in the game. What did you think about him saying that?
Yeah, now, for example, I would really love if anybody would mention the move E6, which was the computer's first choice, but also the more natural move. I mean, maybe we were somewhat influenced by computer lines, though I don't really think so. And it would be nice to hear, I mean, if Gukesh thought about E6, if Ding thought about E6, this kind of pivotal moment, in the World Championship match from a chess perspective, would it be nice to know about? I mean, I'm sure we could find out, and I'm sure Sagar Shah will later make a video about it with Gukesh, and he will ask him all the ins and outs, and you'll get to hear that later. But yes, definitely that was the most interesting part, to find out that Ding was very cautious in his evaluation, was not optimistic there. And then the other question would be then to Ding also, then what about knight fd7? What did you think there? What was about the move e6 or e5? Did you see this as an opportunity to fight for advantage, or were you worried perhaps even after e5 or e6 that you are maybe worse? Maybe he saw some scenario in which white's kingside pawns could go up. So there's lots of chess questions there that weren't asked somewhere, but yeah, no, definitely interesting. But even what they asked, we already saw a glimpse into the player's mind, and it seems that again Ding was a bit more on the negative side, on the cautious side, pessimistic. But today Gukesh too was pessimistic, but I think for understandable reasons. His position looked very, very dire, and I think we could draw a conclusion that so far Gukesh's evaluation of positions is a little bit more objective / optimistic, while Ding remains very negative about his chances throughout the game, and I think that also is an issue that haunts him throughout the match.
Makes a lot of sense. Peter, a lot to go through there in that press conference. Your thoughts on how that went down?
Well, I think one of the most important things that we heard from Gukesh was that how important was for himself to get back, to understand, to realize that actually he made a couple of bad decisions. He's on the ropes, and from now on, actually, he has no right to make any mistake. And he started just to focus on the position, try to make the best possible move. And I have to say that, yes, Ding lost the control with this G6, H5, and then the following sequence of moves. But the way how Gukesh then also used that, with starting with this A4, this B6, everything was with perfect timing. And that move, knight A1, that Anish already highlighted during the broadcast, we talked about it, that we believe that Ding will be praising that move, that it was very unpleasant move to be faced over the board. The time pressure was coming, was playing a role, but Gukesh already had the initiative, and in time trouble, of course, having the initiative, having the upper hand, and making much more natural moves is the way to success.
So a lot to break down in that game today. There were plenty of twists and turns. I can hear Danya in my head with the word serpentine, but it's absolutely the correct word to use here. Lots to break down. Let's throw it over now to Grandmaster Anish Giri to talk us through what happened from the beginning of that game. Anish, that was a wild ride. Over to you.
Yeah, definitely one of the most interesting games in the recent chess history, especially given the stakes. Gukesh came up with this interesting idea on this move here, A3, move 5, and he credited his team actually saying that they showed it to him yesterday. I was expecting this to be a preparation that they've done before the match, but actually it seems that they've cooked up the finer details of it, at least in the course of the match, which is quite remarkable, and goes to show, how hard the team is working, not only before but also during the match. And Ding, by this point, spent already a lot of time, and now went for bishop g4. Gukesh has mentioned that he has mixed up some of his prep. He mentioned move knight c6. Perhaps there were some lines with a5, b5, and which is probably a significantly better version for white than that in the game. And I guess he mixed something up here and went too quickly for d3 and b5. And as Gukesh has confessed, he went a little crazy there, as he said. Everything was going really well, and I went a little crazy. True, after a5, b5, suddenly he's got an issue here with the dark squares. Instead, the computer suggests c5 followed by bishop b5 check, with a very promising initiative for white, although black, of course, still has resources. But given that Gukesh would be an hour up on the clock and have the initiative, this would have been very unpleasant for Ding. But this was only the first turn of events. After a5, b5, things still spiraled out of control. Ding went for the very ambitious knight d7 setup, which he later on definitely went on to regret. Could have played much more simple with e5, castle, develop the bishop, control the c5 square, where Gukesh would have to play for equality, try and trade the knight on c5 twice. And once everything gets traded on c5 square, position would equalize. But it is overall a very pleasant position for black for now, and knight fd7, definitely very ambitious, but in hindsight, a much more risky decision. But it should have worked out well. Knight e5, forcing queen to f4, trying still to protect the d3 pawn thanks to the spin, and if this knight takes, then you take the d4 pawn. But the queen is terrible here. Gukesh was very worried, understandably so. After rook d8, he played move rook d1. I don't think Gukesh was thrilled with his position here at all, and this was a really critical moment in the game. We were suggesting e6. I think this move that Peter mentioned, queen d6, might have been a difficult one. I believe also after bishop, sorry, not after a4. After a4, actually, bishop a3 would be there, but after bishop to b2, challenging this pawn, this is when queen d6 would have been really, really strong. Maybe this was underestimated by Ding, because now you renew the threat of knight takes d3, and if not for bishop b2, then bishop d6 is strong. So after a4, I presume bishop d6 would have been just a massive blow, knight d3 coming. Black is in the driver's seat here, and white would be in a very, very bad position here, actually. And Gukesh mentioned a few times that he was worried he's going to lose the game, and perhaps this would be the moment where that would have actually been a likely scenario. Instead, Ding went for the interesting idea of g6, h5, bishop h6, but it seems that it has backfired. There was a flaw. The strong intermezzo with b6 disrupted black's coordination. Now ideas like queen d2, queen b2, queen b5 have appeared, and the bishop on this diagonal here or here is not fighting for these key squares, and later that went on to haunt Ding after queen d6, bishop a3, bishop h6, takes, queen e4. White is already out of danger, and after knight c6, knight a3, important to prevent knight to b4, so knight landed on c2 here. And here Gukesh was already very happy with his position. He is targeting the b pawn. Black's bishop, Ding was mentioning it also a few times, bishop is misplaced here on this diagonal. The bishop wants to be on this diagonal, so this g6 idea was also risky from a strategic point of view. And here after castle, knight a1 must have come as a surprise, and here Ding started collapsing. There are already serious questions to his position, but it's still not so bad. Move knight a7 that Peter found during the broadcast was also the move that Gukesh was very concerned about. I believe he might have even considered repeating moves here like that, because he said the position is equal, he felt. Because taking on b7 is a decision that is not an easy one to take after taking everything and rook b8. He mentioned that if you retreat with the bishop, then there is a rook b2 cutting out this knight, and the move rook b1 is not an obvious move. The bishop is pinned. You have to make sure that with the knight in the corner and the pinned bishop, white is still doing well. So not sure Gukesh would have gone for this. He would have likely dropped the rook back, and then there are options, black has, for example, coming back to c6 and b4. But Ding went astray here. He made the move the computer still likes, but for a reason that is quite difficult to spot. The right move is rook d6. The point is that after knight c5, you've got knight a7, and in these variations somehow black is surviving. And some of the lines I also saw the rook is going to f6 just to control this 6th rank, somehow maintain the blockade on the c6 square, but very unnatural and unusual pattern. e6 natural move, trying to get the bishop back in, but white is just a move faster, knight c5. And here already Gukesh was in the driver's seat after rook e7. He had a very strong idea of knight b7. I think he might have dismissed it because of the endgame. The endgame is extremely promising for white. Gukesh played an even more ambitious move, which worked out immediately to his credit. The move rook b1 won him the game in one move. Ding here blundered with queen c8, which loses directly to queen takes c6. And I saw that Gukesh was doing the puzzle rush on his own account on chess.com, and I think it definitely helped here, because this is a typical puzzle rush tactic. But actually, with 7 minutes on his clock, Ding was in a very dire situation, but there was still a way to play on. In fact, objectively, after knight b4, his position is still holding. I think the lines were very complex, and it was quite difficult. I think after knight b4, knight b7, yeah, there was this very strong move, bishop to f8. Somehow computer keeps everything together. So if knight a5, you can take on b5 and a5. If rook a5, you can at the very least take on b7 and take on a5 with drawing chances. And otherwise, black also has some ideas, like maybe a rook can slide over to d7. Sometimes e5 can reinforce black's position. I've moved this around, and always black is just fine with most accurate play. So it was actually still everything to play for, even though Ding was at the brink of a disaster here. But the final move, under all the pressure, Ding has collapsed into queen c6, and this is just over. So we didn't really have that usual gradual moment of a player building up his advantage, then gradually the other opponent realizing that things are going bad, and everybody slowly preparing to celebrate Gukesh's victory, all his fans. This didn't happen. It was just an abrupt finish. And Gukesh also mentioned a few times at the press conference, he said he realized that he's out of danger somewhere around here after knight c2, and after knight c2, within the next within the next 7 moves, suddenly he found himself winning the game. So this all happened very quickly, even for the players. But now we're here, and Gukesh has taken the lead. This was my review, and yeah, get out of here, as Levi would say. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anish. I will get out of here, but I've got a couple of more I's to dot and T's to cross, if you don't mind. Specifically, I want to chat to Peter about Ding being the first time he's behind in this match now. Now, it's correct to say it's the first time he's behind in this match, but it's not the first time he's been behind in a match overall or in a world championship. With 3 games to go, what needs to shift from Ding's perspective? Does anything need to shift from Ding's perspective, and what?
Yes, absolutely. It needs to shift. Well, first of all, he has already proven in the previous World Championship match that he's capable of bouncing back, but now he's in a completely different situation. He just lost a very crucial game, which he could have even won. And I think that this will be the toughest job of his seconds to calm him down once he gets back to the hotel room and discusses the game, that he had the golden opportunity, and then leaving that game behind you will be, I think, the biggest challenge. I'm pretty sure that the team itself before the match created some dynamic ideas. This we heard also in the interview, I think, by Ding himself, that he's prepared for all kinds of scenarios. Now I think we're gonna see a much more aggressive Ding with the white pieces. For the match, it's fantastic because we're gonna see now incredible fighting spirit and very aggressive play from Ding with a lot of dynamic ideas that he already proved against Jan Nepomniachtchi in last year's World Championship match. So overall, for us spectators, it's fantastic. Right now, for Ding and his fans, it's a very difficult situation because he needs to change, and he needs to change big. And first, he also has to leave this 2 days kind of experience, this trauma behind him, which won't be easy.
So plenty for Ding to do. On the other hand, he is a world champion after all, and he has experience dealing with adversary in similar scenarios. So we wait to see what he can do. That's not the end of the World Championship match, of course. That was round 11. Gukesh now leads 6 games to 5. That also means there are 3 games left. So let's go ahead and show you when we will be back tomorrow for the next game, round 12. It's going to be a little bit of an early riser if you are in North America, 1 a.m. in LA, maybe just don't sleep, and 4 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, all the way through to an 8 o'clock start if you are in Sydney, and most of Europe, it is in the morning. So 5 o'clock in the afternoon Singaporean time is when the next round will start, and that doesn't change. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow for that game, ready to do it all over again, but with a subtly different dynamic this time, now that Gukesh is ahead. So, Anish, summarizing everything so far, the fact that Gukesh was behind in the match, he's leveled, he's now gone ahead for the first time, we're running out of time for Ding to potentially respond. Where do things now sit with you as a summary?
Yeah, I guess if Ding will be able to pull himself together after everything that has happened and win this match somehow, this will probably be the most... I'm not an expert on sports, but intuitively, I think this would be the most impressive comeback in history of all sports, because I don't think that situation has ever looked this bad for anyone. He's got only 2 games with the white pieces. His opponent is extremely well prepared. He's coming off a very difficult patch of 2 years where he's not been in the best shape. He has won very few games, and the ones that he won were mostly on the counterattack. There's very little that he generated himself in the recent past. But Ding, he has been able time and time and again to come back, and if anyone, it's him. He's a very special person, a very deep person, and he's got a team as well. They have prepared for this scenario. Not a great scenario, but they've prepared for it. He probably has some sort of aggressive opening weapons that could perhaps give him opportunity. But yeah, it's an uphill battle, and tomorrow we will see how it will end, because it could also just end badly for Ding. He might have to go all in, and it could also backfire, and it could effectively end the match tomorrow if he loses. So tomorrow is a big one to follow as well.
All right, and we get to sit here and watch it all unfold, of course. Peter, some big claims there. We're thinking like Nadal down a double break in 2 sets level. How dire is it for Ding right now? And how amazing would this comeback be? What are your thoughts on where the match is poised?
Yeah, it's a very tough spot to be in right now, losing this game. And I also feel that the match schedule is now very tricky, because imagine if Ding after this loss would have tomorrow a rest day first to recover and do the preparation, readjust himself for the completely new situation. But no, tomorrow already we have the decisive game, and this speeds up everything. Yeah, he first needs to recover. I don't know how he will be able to sleep at all. So in this regard, I absolutely agree with Anish that this is a very dramatic moment. All odds against Ding, but at the same time, we know that he's a brilliant player, and he has this potential in himself. Yeah, he can attack. Yeah, he needs to, however, let loose and get all this belief. Here also the trick is, however, that now that Gukesh is leading, I think Gukesh will get into the perfect mental state. Yeah, because he's an optimist. He's not afraid to be leading the match, and that will be another big challenge on Ding's part. He has to play a perfect game, and he has to come up with fantastic opening preparation.
So plenty to prove, but at the same time, this is a point that Ding Liren has proved before. He's going to have to do it in Singapore, though, if he wants to retain the FIDE World Championship. Round 12 is on tomorrow, folks, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Singaporean time. We will be back here bringing you all of the action from over the chessboard. And this World Championship match is poised to be very, very exciting in its closing stages. Thank you so much for watching tonight. We look forward to seeing you on stream again tomorrow. Stay safe wherever you are in the world, and good night.
I think he certainly has stabilized himself. I don't think that we have seen the best of Ding yet.
If you want to beat someone like Ding, who is very solid right now.
Knight f3 is on the board.
c4, wow, this is very, very ambitious. This is what Ding played himself against me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
d4.
This is quite epic. It's sort of a reversed Volga Gambit type thing without being the Gambit.
Yeah, but hang on. People are blitzing out everything. Yeah, so in fact from a Banker Gambit or Volga Gambit we are transposing into some Blumenfeld kind of territory. This is a Gambit, this is a pawn sacrifice. Wow, I cannot believe what we are seeing here. It just makes me very scared to see that on move 4 you're already taking so much time.
This game could decide a World Championship match. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the sharp line.
This is good. Yeah, he sticks to his weapon. Yeah, he goes for knight f6. And now Gukesh will have to end a3, a completely different turn. He opted for bishop g4 after quite a lot of thoughts, like another 35 minutes. There is no real good way of dealing with this. Reaching this position, being 1 hour behind on the clock, I just don't see any benefits, because objectively he's probably worse.
He rushed things so badly. I think he was a bit overexcited with how well things were going. Honestly, his last moves, they completely missed the mark. Ding very relieved, and this hour on the clock is no longer so relevant.
Let's just quickly show why this knight is so strong. Millions of arrows, but it's all about the fight for the c5 square. And Gukesh, in a state of shock, taking all his time, he just cannot believe, what have I done? So rook d1 on the board, we see the evil bar.
I don't like this move, together with the evil bar.
With g6. Okay, it's a bit strange.
Bar is saying white is better.
Wow, don't tell me that we're gonna see another twist. And he has played it, I believe, yes. Look at his reaction, yeah, he's very unhappy.
What he played? Wow. Oh, so interesting. He wants to go knight b4. Very creative.
Rook d7. Knight b4 has to be played. There is no other move.
Queen c6. Queen c6.
Queen c6. Over.
No, it's
and look at this.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, he collapsed.
Yeah, cannot believe, and look at this. Gukesh wants to blitz out Queen c6, but he is.
Wow, what a blunder! What a blunder! Oh,
there
yeah, this is it. Yeah, the match is over, and the typical head nod. And from 1 second to the other, he realized that he's winning the game and likely winning the entire title now.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.